Karibuni sana katika kongamano la Data Tamasha mwaka 2023 siku ya pili. Moja kwa moja tunapoanza tunakumbushana ile modus operandi. We want to remind ourselves of that modus operandi. Njia gani au mbinu gani tutatumia ku-engage kwenye mahala hapa. Kitu kikubwa ambacho ningependa kusema tujadiliane, na kwanza hata kabla session ya kwanza tutafanya quick takeaways. Wakati panelists na wengine wanamaliza chai, watu wanamaliza kutafuna kidogo. Hello, yes. Hapa ndani mwaka huu Data Tamasha kuna vijana wengi sana. We have a lot of young people. And one of the things in Tanzania that I, as a speaker, as an innovator, as an entrepreneur, one of the things that I normally realize, ukiingia kwenye majukwaa mengi sana, yanayojadili masuala ya maendeleo, several platforms that are convening to discuss various development issues. One of the things that I face and I see as a Tanzanian is our Tanzanian youth are timid. Vijana wetu wa Kitanzania wako kimya sana, hawana utashi, hawana utayari. Ukiuliza swali itabidi waulize mara tano mpaka wakujibu. Inabidi wasukume. Lakini ukiangalia vijana wetu wa nchi nyingine, sitawataja lakini majirani hapo, lakini pia upande ule wa West wana mbio kali sana. Na kama kijana najiulizaga sana, mtu mwingine anaweza kusema kwa anayenijua anaweza kusema Kells West sio kijana, lakini ndio hivyo tunabanana mumu. Tunasema kwamba kulingana na vitu tunavyozungumzia hapa ambavyo vinahitaji tuwe na utayari, vinahitaji tuwe na msimamo, vinahitaji tuwe na uthubutu, vinahitaji courage, vinahitaji boldness. Do we stand a chance? Kwa sababu naomba tena hii moja kwa moja kwa vijana. Hapa kuna vijana wengi sana kwenye hili eneo. Tuna watu wazima wanazungumzia masuala ambayo yatatuhusu sisi kuyasukuma mbele. Kuna watu wazima wanachachu zaidi yetu sisi kuona mabadiliko yanatukia kwenye mambo ambao masuala yanatuhusu sisi. Sio kwamba hayahusu wao pia, lakini kuzingatia kwamba hiyo 2030 tunayozungumzia, 2072 tunayozungumzia, sana wengi wao hawatakuwepo. Tuongelee ukweli. Let's be honest. Kijana wa Tanzania sasa hivi uko wapi? Sometimes I sit down and I reflect. Mwaka 2000 tuliita Y2K. Kuna mtu akaja kuniuliza nilipozungumzia Y2K akasema ni mwimbo wa J-Lo. Lakini Y2K ilikuwa ni nini? Sasa hapa kuna mzee anazungumza. Y2K ilikuwa ni nini? What happened Y2K? No, sio nyimbo ya J-Lo, sio nyimbo ya J-Lo. Yani najua wewe utakuwa unajibu. Mimi naomba mtu aliyezaliwa 1990 mpaka hapa. Unaweza pia ukagoogle. Yani ndio hiko cha sasa. Jamani, kijana wa Tanzania vipi? Google iko bure kabisa. Tafuta jibu. Weka mkono wako juu. Tukiangalia mwaka 1970 kuna vijana walisimama wakapigania uhuru wa bara letu. Sasa hivi vijana tuko wapi? Tukiwa tunazungumzia masuala ambayo tunazungumzia, vijana lazima tuwe kipaumbele, mstari wa mbele wa kuzungumzia na kuweka mikono juu na kusema ninalo jibu. Na kama sina jibu nitatafuta na nitajibu. Lakini aidha ni wavivu au hatujali. Au hatuna lugha za kuzungumza. Au hatuna uoga, hatuna utayari. Au labda hatujui kabisa na hatutaki. Ni lipi? What is the problem? Where is the issue? Because business as usual. And we need the young people. Because tuna very many platforms nasema kwamba we are going to make space for young people. But we cannot make space for people who do not want to take it. So in a space like this, vijana tena nawaangalia moja kwa moja. My expectation kwa leo, tukiwa tunajadiliana utaweka mkono juu. Take your place. Because kwenye mazungumzo ya data hapa mbele tuna watu ambao wamekuwa kwenye hizi space muda mrefu sana. Lakini we need you kuonyesha utayari kwa aidha kuuliza swali, kuwa na comment, lakini usikae nyuma. Do not take a step back. This is not the time. This is not the time. So, data Tamasha 2023. Tuna vijana wengi humu ndani. Na tunahitaji kuona ile energy ya nchi yetu. Tunahitaji kuona ule chachu ya maendeleo. Tunahitaji kuona watu ambao wako tayari kusukuma gurudumu mbele. Lakini hapo ndo nilikuwa nazungumza na chairman of the board asubuhi. Tukasema tunazungumzia haya mambo, watu wako kimya, wako nyuma. Mange Kimambe angesimama hapa juu, kila mtu angepiga makofi. Na huo ndo ukweli. I have nothing against Mange. Lakini tuzungumzie ukweli. Uzuri wa masuala kama haya tunakumbushana. Sieti? Tunakumbushana, ni muhimu kukumbushana. Otherwise hatutafika na tutapitwa sana. Kuni ulimwengu wa data haujali border. The digital age does not care about borders. Kusema kwamba it's our data, it's Tanzania, they cannot take it. Ndugu yangu, imeshachukuliwa. And as long as tunakaa nyuma, tutapitwa. Alright? Data Tamasha 2023, vijana mpo? You see that? Data Tamasha 2023, vijana mpo? Bado hatujafika. Tunasikia vijana wa kiume, kina dada mko wapi? Data Tamasha 2023, vijana mpo? Thank you very much. Very nice how you jumped into that as well. We shall adapt you as a youth. All right? And we were having a family conversation at Data Tamasha 2023. And that's what we were doing. Saying when we're having discussions about progress, about development, about data, which is basically the fuel for the fourth industrial revolution, young people cannot remain quiet. We cannot stay back. We cannot expect these conversations to be had for us. So we have to show up and show out. Vijana, mpo? All right. Okay. And before we start, I'm going to ask for two quick reflections on yesterday. Naomba reflections mbili za jana, na napa natafuta vijana wawili, hata kama hivyo. Hata kama hauna hakika, we're not looking for technical responses, hatutafuti textbook responses hapa. Usione kama Dr. Mahadia atakupenalize, hapana kwa kweli. Kwanza atasherehekea. Two reflections from yesterday. We had several conversations jana. Of course, we started with Dr. Mahadia opening the session for us. Then we came and heard from Dr. Sustained Sambua, and he gave us a few call to actions. He brought us to speed on what is expected of us. But at the same time, we also heard from Dr. Robert Rains. Robert Rains, Nimempa Daktari Hafla, from the United States Embassy here in Tanzania, Deputy Chief of Mission. We then heard from Engineer Kundo Matthew, who is the Deputy Minister, Ministry of ICT. Baada ya hapo, tukatoa awards mbili kwa washindi wa masters in scholarships and masters in data science. And then we had a data and digital panel led by Jumanne Mtambalike, data and governance panel ambayo ilikuwa moderated na Mshale kutoka Twaweza. Baada ya hapo tukawa tuna session ambayo tulikuwa tunazungumzia masuala ya human centered design iliyoongozwa na Julia Seifert from FSDT. Baada ya hapo tukaenda kwenye data and security ambayo session ilikuwa led by Catherine Rose Barreto. From there we went into, again, tulikuwa na data and protection led by Risha Chande from Twaweza, na tukamalizia na data and inclusion ilikuwa led by Catherine Rose Barreto. Tulikuwa na sessions nyingi sana jana ambazo zilikuwa zimejaa masuala tofauti. So 2 takeaways. Thank you very much. Jamani, tumpigie makofi. Watanzania msherehekeni, mpigieni makofi. Yes, thank you very much for showing the ways, and we take that leadership. Thank you very much. Your name, where you're from, your takeaway.
Good morning. My name is Peter Evelyn, and I'm from the Digital Ambassadors Program. And what I got yesterday is that data is a collection of facts, and also data can just be anything. So anything you see, anything you hear, that is data. So that is what I actually got, a general knowledge from yesterday. Thank you.
Asante sana kwa kutufungulia kabisa. Tunaona mikono. This is the spirit right behind you, Edward. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. My name is Edward Mbaga.
Could you please move your mic closer?
Yes, my name is Edward Mbaga. What I learned is from yesterday is whenever there is development.
1 second, sorry. Try again.
Okay. Whenever there is a development, so there must be data to have a step to a certain development. So without data, there is no development then. For instance, we had a testimony from our sister yesterday. We had a testimony from us yesterday. We had a testimony from our sister yesterday that she used data to grow her business. So that's a little testimony showing that data is very essential for personal development and the community development. So as a digital ambassador, so I have to use data for tackling different digital perspective problem that youth facing in Tanzania and even Africa at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. La mwisho kabisa. Hii meza ndo back, sio backbenchers. Nyinyi mko pale mbele kabisa. Ile ndio division 1 pale. Jamani watu wengine. Naomba meza nyingine kwanza, kama hawapo nitakurudi kwako. Anybody else? Anybody else? We have a table there. We'll come back to you, be the first one in the next round. All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Brenda Kilefon from Data Safari. From yesterday's session, I was interested with the data and journalism, and it was a call to action to journalists that mathematics and everything about data is something that involves them as well. So it's something that can motivate even the young generation that mathematics is not something that is out of context to those taking studies like journalism. So that was my take. But also in the part of data and inclusion, it was a motivation also to women that we can use data in our small businesses. Doesn't matter what kind of business. So I was glad to have that. Thank you.
Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Another round of applause to the 3 interveners. Tumejadiliana kitu cha kwanza na hiko kilikuwa ni ku-engage. Asanteni sana for those who did. Kitu kingine cha pili kabla tujaanza, Watanzania ni muhimu sana kusherehekea. So when I say round of applause na umekaa umekunja mikono, umekataa kupiga makofi, Mungu anakuona. Maendeleo yanakuja pale tunapokubaliana kusherehekea na kupush one another mbele, kusukumana kuelekea mbele. So mtu anaposimama na kusema kitu, ni lazima tumsherehekee. When somebody comes up and volunteers to speak up, we have to celebrate them. And as a continent, we have to celebrate one another to be able to push forward. Otherwise, we are literally the cause that people are not pushing forward because kuna ile fear of judgment, fear of ridicule, am I saying something wrong, na kadhalika. In this space, we have to kwa pamoja create a safe space where people can share. So jamani, makofi kwa wale walioshare. Tafadhali kwa pamoja. Asanteni sana. All right, moving on to the panels today. The first panel is going to be on data and education, building capacity of data scientists in Africa. Session hii itaongozwa na mtu kutoka IHI. Is it Samson? Itaongozwa na mtu anamrepresent Samson Kiware from IHI. Atakuja kujiintroduce mwenyewe, ni majina tofauti. Atakuja kujiintroduce mwenyewe, lakini atakuja pia kuintroduce panelists wake. Kitu naomba nikumbushe, the hashtag ni data Tamasha 2023, data revolution Tanzania. Data revolution TZ. Data Revolution TZ, Data Tamasha 2023. So for whatever stands out to you, tafadhali, hakikisha kwamba tunashare na wale ambao hawako hapa na sisi. Karibu sana IHI. Makofi kwao tafadhali.
Hi everyone. Good morning, everyone. How are you all today? Awesome. So my name is Janice. My name is Janice Stefan Maiga. I'm a research data scientist from the Ifakara Health Institute. And today I'll be moderating the session titled Building Data Science Capacity in Africa, basically data and education. So I believe we all have heard or we know about building capacity. And as a matter of fact, I am happy that we have a lot of young people here today, because when we talk about building capacity, ideally we are talking about building capacity in young people. So firstly, I would like for us to see the outputs of the people who have been doing these different initiatives. We all know capacity building initiatives are being done somewhere, somehow, by someone. But today I want us to see what these people have been able to achieve with the initiatives they've been doing. So I have a number of people here today. Firstly, I would like to invite Dr. Samson Kiware, a principal research scientist from the Ifakara Health Institute. So media, if we can have Doctor's presentation up. You can introduce yourself as we are.
Okay, thank you. So yes, this is Sam Kiware from IHI. Yes, you can play if you want me to dance. All right. So as he's getting the slides up, I have what 7 minutes? 10. Okay. So do I present first or you call him?
No, present.
So you can relax because if I have 10 minutes. So thank you very much, Janice. Sam Kiware from IHI and also from PAMCAP and African Mosquito Control Association. So I'm going to just use maybe 7 minutes-ish to talk to you about the initiative that we are running at Ifakara in building the data science and mathematical modeling capacity. So if you can go back to the first slide. You're too fast. Okay, yes, so the next one. Thank you. So yes, and I guess my talk would mainly just be on this particular slide here. This is schematic of the program that is funded now by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to ensure that we can close the gap. We can create capacity in Tanzania and beyond when it comes to data science and mathematical modeling. So at the top there, we are saying that we recruit team members and we give them an opportunity to either become software programmers, data scientists, or mathematical modelers. So, we don't restrict them. But in doing that, we also make sure that there are specific projects that they are working on. So yes, we are training you, we are building the capacity, but we want to make sure that we can assign you a project to work on. So there are projects there that I'll talk about them on the next slide. Now, our program focuses on health, right? Which means if you're part of our team, and we are more focused on malaria, you need at least to learn the biology. So you can come in as a mathematician, as a data scientist, but you must learn the biology. Okay, so you must learn the mosquito biology, you must learn about malaria control strategies and elimination strategies as well. But in addition to that, what we also do is, we make sure that we teach them on how to conduct research, right? Research ethics, but also soft skills on how to do presentation and on how to attract different grants. Now, in doing that, we make sure that at the same time we are supporting National Malaria Control Program as well in addressing some of their need. Now, we have what we call formal education and informal. So with formal education, as IHI, we do not offer degrees, right? But what we provide is a platform for our students to undertake their research projects with us. So you have our students who are enrolled either for master's students at the University of Dar es Salaam, Nelson Mandela, but then they do undertake a research project with us. And then we have PhD students as well in University of Dar es Salaam, University of California, Berkeley, Swiss TPH, University of Glasgow. So what we do, we also have collaborators that we work with. So we make sure that we can send our students either here in Tanzania with universities, local universities, or we send them abroad as well. But then we have some informal mechanism where we invite members to come and work with us as interns, as volunteers. Okay, it gives us time to assess their capability and also for them to see if they would like to work with us. So by doing that, I give us an opportunity to make sure that we can develop the capacity that is needed by giving our team members an opportunity to develop their skills either on data science, programmers, or to become mathematical modelers. Next slide. So this is one of our flagship projects. It's called Mosquito DB. So this is just to show that we really deal with data, and we want to make sure that we can develop systems that can support national malaria control programs to manage their data. Okay, so I won't go into too much details on this. I just want to highlight that as we train our team members on software skills, at the same time they're also developing a project that can support national malaria control program. Next. Now the second one is what we call a VCOM, Vector Control Optimization Model. So we use this as a platform to train our team members on how to acquire mathematical modeling skills because these skills are very important and we know there's a gap. So how do we do that? We have this work that I did a while back right after my PhD. We published it. Now we're using it as a framework to train youngsters who want to become mathematical modelers. Okay? But also, by using this platform, how do we also extend this to address some of the questions that are important for the Ministry of Health, especially the National Malaria Control Program? So you'll find a master student or a PhD student saying, oh, I can add this. Okay? And then already by doing that, it becomes their research project. Okay? Next. So this is just an example to show that, yes, you're there to be trained, but we also expect you to support National Malaria Control Program. So this is an example of our work with National Malaria Control Program. And what we try to avoid is us doing the work for them, but rather working with them, right? So you have qualified individuals in the Ministry of Health as well who want also to be trained. So what we do is we sit down with them, we learn together, and we do the work together. So this is just some of the highlights from some of the work that we do with the National Malaria Control Program. And I see a lot of team members who are sitting here, they do the work and they make me, it is, right? Get somebody else to do the work and you take the credits. So that's some of the team members who are really supporting the National Malaria Control Program. The next one. Yes, so just to show a picture. We really strive to make sure that it's a gender balanced team. So as you can see, as I said, some of them are doing their masters, some of them are doing their PhD, and some of them we're still hanging around with them to see if they can really go for a PhD or master's program. Okay, and you can say hello to them in the room. And we're showing this, if you go to the next slide. So it's nice to sit in a classroom or in the office, but we take them in the field. Okay, so if you can see some of the pictures here where we say, okay, if you're modeling, if you're doing, your development algorithm on mosquitoes, let's go in the field and see, the life there. Okay. So these are some of the examples of us taking them outside the office, which is very important to make sure that they really understand what they're modeling and the work that they're doing. But some other pictures just to show that how we work with collaborators, as I've mentioned, from different parts of the world, whom sometimes they come to our lab, and of course we've done some of this training using facilities at the lab as well. Next. Yes, so if you want, I hope there's a lot of youngsters here, please do join us. And for those 2 students who were awarded yesterday, if you want to do your research project with us, make sure you come and talk to us, right? You can talk to Janice here and we can work out the mechanism. If you're interested in health, that's something we can definitely support when it comes to research. And don't worry, because we do have MOU with D-Lab, and we are really keen to make sure that we work together. So you can learn more about our work. I think with 7 minutes I cannot explain all that, but we'll be here. If you're looking into how do I work with you, you can still be at your university, but also do a research work with us. The last one is, go to the next slide. This is just to appreciate. So we have an MOU with University of Dar es Salaam, with D-Lab, with University of Dodoma, okay, with JKCI. which means all those students in those different universities can really hope to work with us. It's just a matter of seeing how we do that. And of course, I've mentioned the other international universities where we do send our students for to attain their either master's or PhD. And of course, we are really grateful for Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for supporting our initiative. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiware. Imani, makofi tena tafadhali. And so don't you feel lucky for the girls who got a scholarship yesterday? Bahati ilioje. Now you have a great opportunity to do your research project. That is amazing. So our next speaker would be Davis David, who will also be showing us some of the outputs from Tanzania Data Lab.
Good morning once again. Okay, so my name is Davis David. I'm working at Tanzania Data Lab as a data scientist. And today we would like to demonstrate and explain one of the initiatives we've done with the University of Dar es Salaam to work together with the master's students who are taking their master's program in data science with collaboration with University of Dar es Salaam and the D-Lab. I hope we all know the power of social medias, right? How it can impact and change direction of decision making. One comment, maybe from one person, can also change how it can affect a person or the decision making they were able to make regarding different scenarios. It can be in social activities, political agendas, and other areas. One of the big examples that we have in today's world is what happened to the national election in USA a few years ago regarding the company called Analytica, how they use social media data to navigate and understand the users, to navigate and understand the people of the citizen on their standing point on political areas and how they can at least change their decision making to favor one person or another. So through that kind of impact at the lab, we also see how we can also try to utilize social media data on how we can make a good decision making for organizations who are working different, provide different service and product. So through this initiative, we were working with some of the students who are taking master's program at UDSM to work on the project to analyze some of the social media data in Tanzania, focus on our local languages in Swahili. So to start, we just want to say that there's more than 21 million users, internet users in Tanzania, and more than around 5 million are using social media. So you can see the impact on how social media can affect the society positively or negative. So our aim was to target one of the biggest sector in Tanzania, telecom sectors, where most of us rely on internet connection, communication with our relatives, and how we spread some information regarding different stuff. So on this project, what we have done is to equip these master students on how they can analyze those the social media data set focused on telecom sectors. We have more than around, I can see, 6 companies, telecom, that provide different services regarding about internet services, mobile money. So our aim was, can we try to understand what the users of these companies, what are they talking about their product and their service, how they navigate on using them, and because you understand if somebody posts something negative about one of the particular telecom company, it can affect your decision making. Maybe I don't need to use this company, maybe I can focus on another company. So the same approach can also help organizations, not only in telecom sectors, even in other organizations, to understand what they are providing to their customers or to their users, and start to analyze and how they can improve. Maybe there's one service is not doing well in the market, maybe you can try to channel and improve based on the feedback from those people who are sharing their feedback on social media. During the project, we collect some social media data in Swahili around from 2015 to 2022, and the aim was to understand what people are saying about telecom sector in Tanzania regarding network, internet services, mobile money, and the other services. Through the project, we are working with around 5 students who are in masters. 3 of them were males and 2 of them were female. So we teach them on the technical area about how they can use AI and machine learning to understand, to visualize, to understand how this data can impact and generate some insight so that we can make a right decision making. So I will love to demonstrate what we've done through a simple dashboard we develop on this social media data, and you can see how it can affect people's in different areas and how you can make decision making. So Mr. Simon? Okay, yeah, so this is a social media platform we developed based on some of the comments we collect from social medias. So I'd like Mr. Simon to upload the data set that have more than 8,000 comments, the first one. Yep. Okay, so now you can see in this comment, we are focused on 3 main areas. The sentiment. You know, each comment contains a simple sentiment. It can be positive, it can be negative, it can be neutral. The negative one can affect us in one way or another. In another area, on the telecom sector, we try to understand what are the main topics these people are talking about. It can be network issues, maybe there's no network. It can be other services that are provided by these companies. It can be internet bundles. This is one of the main areas people are complaining about. Another is mobile money services, transfer money from one company to another, or some relatives and such kind of area. But also, in each comment one posted, there must be an intention, either to get the feedback. Maybe the company will get the feedback from the user. I've been using your network services, but there's some problem on it, and you need to solve it. Another is a request. Some people can post something like, please use the price of the internet bundle. So we're gonna consider that, focus on such kind of requests from the customers. And another is complain, and the last one is question. So maybe people post some question on how they can also use those services. And you can see on the chart, there are some simple graphs just to demonstrate how this more than 80,000 comments were analyzed, and you can see most of them are negative. The sentiment is negative, and you can see the net promoter score, which indicates how the person will be able to, at least one way or another, try to convince someone else to use your services. So also, we are able to analyze this comment based on different regions in Tanzania, because we know we have different cities, so we are able to try to navigate on how maybe people from Mwanza, how they say about different media, people from Dodoma, people from other area. Can you go back a little bit? Can you click select city? The last one? The last one. Yep. Now here there's a list of different regions that you can also try to go a little bit deep to understand people from different zones in Tanzania, how they say about different services provided by these telecom companies. Maybe you can select, let's say, Dodoma. So now the dashboard, we mainly focus on the comments from 2015 to 2022 about different comments that are posted by people living in Dodoma. You can go down a little bit. Okay, you can see the line graph there that represents how people were try to provide their opinion. It can be positive, negative, or neutral. Those lines represent those a pie chart that represented before there. And here you can see there's some top words that were most posted on telecom companies. But what we have done is to anonymize the data so that you cannot identify which is the actual company name. You all know that. So you can scroll down a little bit. So here the students were able to identify what are the common words that are posted on social media regarding the telecom sector in Tanzania. So those are Telecom 2, 3, 1. Those are the name, the anonymous name of the actual name of those telecom companies that we are using daily. And you can see most of them are talking about kifurushi. So there's a little challenge on the maybe internet bundles, how people try to use, and at least by make sure that the price is very minimal. Can you scroll up? Okay, so on the select city, can you select all? Then scroll until the last part. Okay, so there you can see a simple map, show where this postage were coming from. And you can see most of them were coming from Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, Arusha, and Mwanza. So at the end of the day, we believe through this project with the master student, any sector can do the same on how they can try to understand how users try to understand their services and product and how they can improve it. So you can see most of the comments are coming from the big cities compared to other areas in Tanzania. So this is how maybe decision makers, telecom companies can do something on that. But not only in telecom sectors, this was try to understand how social media can impact the organization, positive and negative, to understand their customers' behavior. So the same approach can also be applied to other sectors. It can be maybe you're working on a particular company, you provide a particular services. You can try to understand how the users try to share some information regarding your service and product. Also, in terms of the government and policymakers, can also try to understand the opinions of the citizen regarding different social services that people are sharing on social media. So this was project, as I said before, collaboration between UDISM and DLab by working with most of the master students that are studying data science in the University of Dar es Salaam. So that is my presentation. I hope you have learned something new today.
Thank you, David. So it's nice to see how something small as, or it might seem small as a comment on social media can give us so much information. So, and the best part is it's master's students who probably didn't know anything about this that have been able to do this. So thank you very much, Mr. David, and another round of applause for him. Thank you. So our next speaker will be joining us online. I'm not sure if he has joined. Media, he's joined? Thank you very much. Mark, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Can you increase the volume? Let's see. Mark, can you hear us now? We still can't hear you. I'm not sure if you're muted or not.
Good morning.
Awesome. We can hear you now. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Fine, thank you, and yourself?
All right, thank you. Karibu sana. You can get right into your presentation. May you introduce yourself first? Mark, did you hear us? Hello? Mark, are you still there?
Hello, I'm just going to just try a different connection. I'm struggling with this connection.
All right, okay, so I guess I'll let you get set with that. So while Mark is getting set with this connection, I would like to call up my other panelists. First, I would like to call up Miss Zeline Lee, from the co-founder and CEO of Zindi. Applause, please. Thank you very much. And next up, I would also like to call Mrs. Mahadia, Dr. actually, Mahadia Tunga, the Executive Director of Tanzania Data Lab. Mark, are you set up yet? So, I guess we can get right into it. So, after we've seen so much output and impact from the different initiatives that have been done by Dr. Kiware, by DLAB, firstly, my first question would be, what are the challenges of these initiatives? What are the challenges of implementing these initiatives that you think might be unique to Tanzania or Africa? So this question is for all of you. I would like to start with Dr. Mahadia, then we can.
So yeah, there are challenges in a sense that in building data science capacity, I think one of the challenges that I see, we don't get to appreciate the process. Oftentimes, we appreciate the product, but the process begins with also data accessibility. I think Zindi they'll talk on how they facilitate that. So while we have sandboxes, which are a platform where you can test your product, but for the data science related products, you need first data to develop the product, and then you go and test. So that is one of the challenge. So this time around we wanted to do something different, like getting free data. So we take our student to Zindi, but also we used free data from social media platforms. So one of the challenges, again, that we faced, I think, when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he posed that we should now start paying for the... So that also became another challenge. So most students were like in the middle of their projects. So, and they were doing data scraping. So some of them we had to like twist the context so that they could complete their project, but some of them had to start again a whole new project. In our local context, if you look at the process in which you can acquire data, let's say for health data, you need to get ethical clearance from the university, and then you need to get ethical clearance from NIMRI, and then you need to go to the respective organization to get access from the data. So now all these stages, student has to do them while they're in their for the data science student, while the research stage. So you find that up 6 to 12 months they spend in struggling getting access to the data. So it's affect a lot, even the momentum of the students. So that's one of the biggest challenge that we face in this context. So I believe platform like this maybe perhaps are the platform to sensitize, so that if we all understand the process, we can all uniquely be able to come up with the resolution. Because I think such kind of, these platforms are the platform to discuss what can be done to improve. Yeah.
Thank you. So it's I guess we see different challenges. It's good that you see that as a challenge. I mean, coming from a research institution, of course that is not a problem, right? But I'll take a step back, and maybe I need to be very careful here. In building this initiative, we really struggle in getting qualified individuals. Okay? And for example, with the program that I have, right, we send a lot of advertisement there that, hey, we're trying to hire people. And maybe we are not reaching everyone, so that's what I'm saying, I need to be very careful here. So the HR, they do their job, they post on the social media, but when people come in for interview, you're like, really? What are we doing wrong here? Okay? So for me, it's like, and I understand because data science is a new thing-ish, right? So, and maybe we'll talk more about that, like how do we take a step back to make sure that we can prepare qualified individuals from early on, from primary school, secondary school, universities. And then when they come, because when they come to IHI, for example, we are hiring them. So we are no longer considering as a student, although we're giving you opportunity to go for master's, PhD, and you get paid for that. Which means at the same time, it's different from university, where university you are really obligated to develop that capacity. First, we need you to come up with some kind of understanding. So we really face a challenge. I mean, for some of you who are following, for example, the advertisements that we post in our website, sometimes we have to repost them, okay? Simply because we advertise and we don't get candidate. Now we are saying, okay, we need to advertise outside Tanzania, so at least we can get some candidate from East Africa. So the challenge sometimes is like, how do we make sure that from early on we get candidates that can join our program? And sometimes you can get someone who's very good technically, but then they cannot do what? Express themselves, right? Ukisoma ile email yake ambayo amekutumia ya kuomba tu kazi, kwanza pale kwenyewe tu unachoka. Ukija ukimwambia basi fanya presentation kidogo ya kazi ambayo umefanya huko chuo, pale unachoka. Kwa kama uko na watu wengine ambao wako kwenye panel, they are helping you out, you are like, okay, we cannot take this particular candidate. So there's a lot of training that is required beyond just the technical side, like soft skills as well, so that people can express themselves. We know that they can do stuff. So the challenge, as I see, is that being able to find qualified individuals who can then join our program. So, and I feel like, given this is a new program, if I may call it, it's a new career path, we need to do something as a nation to make sure that we can prepare individuals from early on to become data scientists and mathematical modelers.
Thank you very much. Guys, young people, aren't you shook? The fact that an initiative in our country has to look for people in another country. We have to feel. Celine?
Yeah, I would really agree with that. I was going to say something similar. So my name is Selena, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Zindi. Maybe I can start with a question, though, because I'm wondering how many of you are students here? It sounds like there's a lot of students, or maybe people start. Okay, not too many. Okay, a few. And how many of you who are students feel confident that you'll be ready for your data science job when you graduate? Good. I mean, and then of you who work with organizations, how many of who here is working with data, generating data? Any organizations working with data here? There must be. As the young lady said, everything is data. Everything we see, everything we hear is data, right? So everyone should. And how many of you feel like you're making the most value out of your data? That you're getting the solutions that you need out of the data? Okay, quite a few. I mean, I guess that's why you're at the conference. But I think that, so this is the thing, and this is why we created Zindi, and it's to close this gap, because there's so many young, talented people who are studying, who are ambitious, who are taking degrees in mathematics, getting their master's degrees. But how do we make sure that they are ready to land into the organization, create value for the organization? And for the organizations and companies and governments and NGOs out there, there's so much excitement and there's so much potential right now in data science and AI and machine learning. I think that's why all of you are here today, is because you recognize how important it is, and to stay competitive, all organizations are going to be able to build up their own capabilities internally, whether that means upskilling their own teams or being able to create that talent pipeline of all of you students who are coming into the market. So on Zindi, we host the largest professional network of data scientists in Africa. We have 72,000 people, mostly young people. Half of the people are in university, who are on the platform building up their skills on real-world problems. So companies put up data sets, problem statements, and then if you're a data scientist or an aspiring data scientist, you can come onto Zindi and sharpen your skills on a real industry problem. And I think in a way that's really the gap that we have to start closing, is how do we translate the technical skills that you gain in the university into the real world? And then for employers, that adds value for employers, right? And also while you're competing on Zindi and you're building solutions on Zindi, this also means that you will have a resume, you'll have a CV, you'll have a portfolio of projects that proves that you have actual skills in the industry. And so for an employer, that makes your job way easier as well.
Thank you very much. So I think I would like to follow up on your challenge. So now we know that formal education is something that we all pass through. I believe most of here are students, and I think everyone here has gone through university, high school, etc. So what do you think, what innovations do you think or adaptations can we put in formal education to enable us to be prepared or somewhat qualified for these initiatives? I think I'll start with Sam.
I think that's exactly what, D-Lab is doing. That's exactly what the University of Dodoma is doing. That's exactly what University of Dar es Salaam and others are doing, right? In understanding that data science is coming up, so how do we work together now? I mean, it's really nice to see, the universities coming to us, employer, people that we know we do research with data and saying, okay, we just don't want to teach our students theory. We want them to work on real projects, okay? So to be honest, having said all those challenges, we're doing something. And what I like is the collaboration. So we need to strengthen the collaboration to make sure that we from the research, are working closer with universities, okay? To make sure that when they come to us, they're like, okay, can we attach a student into your program, okay? And not just me, I mean, even with my colleagues as well who are doing science in various projects, okay? To make sure that you have students who are not just using Eiffel Tower data, I don't know if that's a bad word to use here, but they're using real data, right? So you attach them to a project, you attach them, and I'm sorry that I'm talking more about IHS because that's where I work, but it's the same. If you go to the bank, they give you real data from the bank. If it's telecom, they give you real data from the telecom. So that collaboration is really, really important because, a student is working on real data, they're working on real problem, and not only that, they learn how to communicate, with the client, with the employer, which means by the time they get out of the university, yes, they have their degrees, they have their A's, but at the same time, they've acquired the skills on how to perform the work that is required. So I feel like we just need to build on what we're doing currently, and that's why, to be honest, I really like the D-Lab and what D-Lab is doing, and that's why we really want to collaborate with them, among others, on how do we really work together to make sure that we're not just complaining, we're not just sitting back, but at the same time, we're saying that we want to build the next generation of students who are capable and who can compete.
So thank you very much. So I like the fact that in this panel, we don't only discuss challenges, but we also have solutions already on the pipeline. So I'd like to engage Mark again. Mark, are you online? Is he?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. Hi.
Mark, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Hello?
Awesome. Are you ready to present?
I am.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. Apologies for those technical glitches. It's a pleasure to be presenting the work that we've been doing in Senegal recently to build a baseline of health facility data with OpenStreetMap. So, as many of you may know, and as WHO has communicated through their harmonized health facility data assessment report, the maintenance of health facility data is a perennial problem, and less than 50% of ministries of health throughout the world actually have accurate registers of services that are available. And this is the opportunity that OpenStreetMap presents. So I'm going to show you our campaign that we've run in Senegal and how we are collaborating with Missing Maps and colleagues in the Missing Maps movement to build a baseline of health facility data with OSM. So we started with the support from the International Committee of the Red Cross following the Ebola outbreak in 2016, where they said to us, look, if you can support us in bringing an open data approach to this perennial problem of maintaining baseline health facility data, it would be well received. And so we established this standard of attributes, which are generic, vanilla, if you like, attributes in the form of the telephone number, what type of facility is it, who is the operator, what is the name, what are the geo-coordinates, does it have electricity? So these data attributes, we established the model, and then in 2018, we mapped that model to OpenStreetMap, and we use OpenStreetMap as the data store. So we swapped out our Postgres database, and we started using OpenStreetMap, which dramatically improves interoperability to all stakeholders. Then in 2022, with support from FCDO COVID Action, we established the Emergency Health Data Validation Campaign. And what this campaign does is it brings an open science and human-centered design approach to driving the development of the data. And we keep the baseline in OpenStreetMap, so everyone benefits from the open science and the human-centered design on top. So that means that we then have an iterative process where instead of having to continually and individually try and collect the health facility data and maintain it, I accept it, and we accept that everyone has to do that anyway, but the OpenStreetMap provides a common base for everyone to take advantage of. And we can then look at the e-health strategy of the Ministry of Health as a community in that country, and then engage your open science and human-centered design to improve, just focus on what really matters to people, to drive the development of the data. And we do that through prioritized user stories. Many of you know about that product backlog in software development where you write your user stories and then you work out which are the most important user stories, what do we need to focus on first? And so we apply that concept to emergency health. And so our campaign was in the medical district of St. Louis, and we collaborated with OpenStreetMap Senegal and the Ministry of Health to run the campaign. The campaign starts off with workshops, both in the capital city and the medical region, where we look at the human-centered design and the user stories that are important to a cross-section of stakeholders that we invite and facilitate that workshop. Then we run a data audit to compare health facility names between different lists. And this is an R building block that the data scientists among you will appreciate. And then we do the geospatial workshop with QGIS and spatial applications that can develop maps for the district medical chief to use in her decision making. After the workshops, we go into the field, we visit facilities, capture the data on mobile applications, and ask the facility administrators which services they have, and we validate that those services are present. And then we push the data up onto OpenStreetMap, regenerate the maps, and print them out for the district medical chief. So everyone has access to the assets, the personas, the user stories. So here is an example of the human-centered design workshop. This is the output. And what we've identified here is a persona in the form of a pregnant mother. She has a story. It's a 3-part sentence. As a pregnant mom, I want to know where the nearest emergency health service is so that I can plan for potential complications during childbirth. This is a universal sentence that we all understand very clearly. But what it does is that it identifies the emergency tag in OpenStreetMap as being a priority, and we're able to then validate which health facilities have the required services to potentially support this girl, this woman, in her potentially the most important day of her life, and help her to make a decision, phone the correct place, and have a good backup plan in case she needs it. So moving on to the data audit, we ask the different institutions, the National Statistics Office, the Ministry of Health, to share their lists of health facilities. This is what we did in San Luis. And so the names differ for the same facilities, as you can see. And this presents a problem for supporting the Ministry of Health in making good arguments to the Ministry of Finance with support from the National Statistics Office. You can't do this if your names are different. Are we talking about the same facility? So the R building block helps us to harmonize the health facility names, and in addition to that, understand the naming convention of the Ministry of Health. So with that name, excuse me, with the name correct so the same name is being used by the Ministry of Health and the National Statistics Office. OpenStreetMap is then able to invite stakeholders working in the country, whether it be MSF, your Red Cross federations, your international health organizations, academics. They are able to support the ministry in the maintenance of the data through OpenStreetMap. So that is how OpenStreetMap can support the maintenance of this vital baseline health facility data. So the final workshop is the geospatial workshop. So we run these QGIS workshops to train up the capacity around the district medical chief so that she can maintain the data from OpenStreetMap and print out the maps for her decision making. The team goes into the field. We then visit the facilities, capture the data, and then it is uploaded into OpenStreetMap, as you can see here. So here you can see this facility is getting electricity off the grid. It's got 5 beds, and this is the name, and its opening hours are 24/7. So now this data is available to the Ministry of Health to compare with their list and help maintain it. So thank you very much. I'll hand the floor back to you, and thank you for the opportunity to present, and welcome any questions. I unfortunately can't stay very long. I do need to drop my daughter off at her school in 10 minutes' time. Thank you. Mahadia, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mark. This was a great presentation. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. And I think I want to wrap up now with questions from the audience. Since this discussion has mainly been about young people, I would like to see questions, comments from anyone. Yes.
I wanted to ask David, what was the reaction maybe from the mobile operators when they shared the findings regarding the complaints, the social media comments, specifically on data, price, and maybe poor network coverage? Or was it shared with them? And if not, maybe it would be nice to share with them and see their reaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Mahadia, can you answer that for us?
So actually, we have not shared with the telecom companies. So yeah, so it was built around for students to have those skills to scrape the data from the social media and be able to analyze and present the results. So it hasn't been shared to the telecom company to make informed decision out of that, because it's just a work in progress. But we just wanted to demonstrate how the social media data can be used. But we have taken that on board. Maybe perhaps we can share and see how we can work with the telecom companies on that.
Awesome, thank you. So, closing remarks. I would like can you tell us how young people who are here today can fully utilize the initiatives that are being done by different institutions in the government and
T-Lab, Zindi. So start with Celine.
Sure, thanks. I guess three points, three calls to actions or invitations. For all the young people, or not even young, anyone who's interested in data science, you can join Zindi. It's open to everybody. You can build real-world experience on Zindi. We have over 300 different African data sets, problem statements. So I would invite all of you to come onto the platform. It's at zindi.africa. Secondly, about how education can be more innovative, training can be more innovative. Zindi does partner with companies, with universities, in order to help them build the skills within their organization, within their students, or within their young people. So if any of you are looking for ways to really sharpen and take your team to the next level, please contact me. And then third is that we're partnering with Career Launcher Educate to run a 2-day data science retreat for executives. So I think the other part of this conversation is also the role that leadership and executives within these organizations have to take. So Srini, who's sitting in the front in the red shirt, if you have any questions about that workshop, and I'll say a couple words later, but just to say that, it's about building the whole ecosystem. It's from the bottom to the top that we have to build up the awareness and capabilities.
Thank you. Sam, you have 20 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. If I can react very quickly on your question. So this is for, as well to take advantage of this project, right? It's not just for students. And then they also need to know sometimes you can have closed sessions, which means you might not want the results to come out to the public, but at least you're giving the students an opportunity to do something really good. But also to students, I think when you go there, you're looking for a job. If you show that I've done this before, I think it gives you an edge on getting it. But one thing I'll say to everyone, let's just be aggressive. If you really want an opportunity, be aggressive. She just talked about the opportunity they have. Talk to them. The problem is some people after here, instead of just going and say, okay, can I either work with you, and it doesn't have to be us, HI, it can be anyone. Like, it depends on where your interest is. You have to be aggressive. Because most of the time you will find out that it's other teachers who comes to us and say, oh, can you work with our students? I'm like, can your students not go to our website and look for research project that we do and then write to the PI for that particular project? Then you feel like, oh, I can connect with the students. So my only one message will be like, let's be aggressive. Let's make sure that we can consider these opportunities that are out there, and then just be ready to learn and contribute. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So just to build on Sam, I think for the student or young people in the room, you can even begin by just making a call for today that you also find right people here. You find that their students, maybe they're interns, they don't have jobs. So you can take a call to action. You see different speakers, different organizations are being presented here. You can also approach them and also share what you can offer. And as Sam said, be proactive before you approach someone. First, these days, their LinkedIn, their website. So be well informed, because that is data, right? Be well informed about that before approaching them. So yeah, that should be the key. A data scientist need to have both skills, the computation skills, but then you cannot communicate your insight if you don't have good communication skills, because you need your audience to understand the results from your prediction, your analysis, etc. And the final one, DLab is open and working space. That means it's a space where students and innovators are welcome to work. We provide a space and internet so you can come and work freely, and also we run a machine learning bootcamp. I remember we talked with Sam that this time we are going to work with Ifakara, and you already have the data. So so the upcoming machine learning bootcamp, normally it's during the long college holiday. So machine learning bootcamp runs for 8 weeks. And this time we won't have a problem with data. That's the good thing about partnership. We'll be working with IHI. That is an opportunity. Forms are online. You can apply and take your career to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope we have learned. We have been impacted in a different way. As our previous moderator said, we cannot make spaces for people who do not want to take it. So here we have seen a lot of spaces. Let's be aggressive. Let's be proactive. Thank you so much to my speakers, to my panelists. Asanteni.
To a round of applause to the panel. No, may I please ask you to come back for a picture, Celine? Simon, let's come back. Let's have a group photo. I'm wondering where the cutout for this session is. Data and education. Can we have this cutout? It should be on one of the tables. If it's not, can we please have a look at it for it's outside? Data and education. Data and education, data and education. Do we see it? We do not see it. Is it one of those? It's not one of those. It has disappeared. The data is nowhere to be found. So we shall just, it's not data and digital. That one is policy, all right. There's youth, there's data in arts, there's data in inclusion, data in agriculture, data in governance. Data and digital, let's have that one. All right. A round of applause to the panel once again. I'm pretty sure Mark has already left to take his daughter to school. The data is telling me that the cutout is not, it's not alive. Sorry. Wonderful. A hand of applause to this panel. Tafadhali. All right, moving on to the next panel really swiftly. The next panel is going to be on youth and data. Youth and data. They're going to be talking about how to enhance skills development through youth involvement in innovation, data creation, and usage for sustainable development. This panel is going to be led by Tamasha Matao from World Food Program. A hand of applause to Tamasha tafadhali. Tamasha, tusamehe, tulikuwa tunafanya tu mazoezi, hivyo sio jinsi tunapiga makofi hapa. Ilikuwa ni mazoezi tu. Tusamehe, tutajaribu tena. Tupatie second chance. Jamani, a hand of applause to Tamasha Matao tafadhali.
From the World Food Program, and the session that we have right now is about youth and data. So we'll be speaking on how to enhance skills development through youth involvement in innovations, data creation, as well as usage for sustainable development. To start off this session, we will highlight the role of youth in innovation and open data creation, and the usage that can support a range of things. So this includes technological skills development that can impart entrepreneurship habits for self-employment in the future for youth, and creation and usage of open data to support the governments and development partners to fill gaps in the development plans by thorough insights and means for decision-making on the challenges that face communities, thus ensuring sustainable development. To start off this session, we'll have a few minutes keynote speech from innovation and data leaders who are represented here today. This will be a presentation from the Open Map Development Tanzania, which will draw examples from related activities around youth innovation, and data as conducted by their team at OMDTZ. And then after the presentation, we are going to have a panel discussion which will follow with participants benefiting from the guiding questions that I'll be asking, and I'll be moderating that session. So to start with, I would like to call Ms. Asha Mustafa to provide us with a presentation, and she is representing the Open Map Development Tanzania. A round of applause as Ms. Asha comes to present.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Asha Mohamed Mustafa, and I'm an Associate Project Manager from Open Map Development Tanzania. So we're going to see a little bit of what OMDTZ has been doing with youth in data and innovation. So I have a presentation. Let's wait for it. Presentation? Okay, so while we're waiting for the presentation, I would like maybe to start. So Open Map Development Tanzania is a non-profit organization that was registered back in 2017 with one mission of empowering youth and community by leveraging the power of geospatial data and open technology to solve the humanitarian challenges and development challenges in Tanzania. So this is an example of the youth that we engaged from University of Dar es Salaam and SUSA when we were doing industry training. So to know a little bit more about OMDTZ, as I said, the non-profit organization, we work on 4 pillars, one of them being data collection. We engage muchly in community mapping methodology. We have our motto says, local people, local devices, open knowledge. That we usually, all the data that we use, we emphasize on using a community mapping methodology. Apart from that, we also do data analysis, management, and visualization, where the data that we have collected, we are trying to visualize it in terms of map, showing the people that are facing the challenge, where are they located, what are the magnitudes of the challenge, and how can they be reached out in case of emergency response or humanitarian actions. Next, please. So this is our team. It's a team of youth in general. We are about 21, but we always exceed when it comes to a project that we need to do at the moment. Apart from that, we also do capacity trainings where we work with universities in Tanzania, one of them being University of Dar es Salaam, SUSA, and other universities in Tanzania, to capacitate university students from the training that they get from these classes to the real world challenges that they can solve. So we always work with them in data collection, analysis, and innovation activities that we emphasize on them to have the practical skills of what they learn in their classes and plug them in the real world so that they can merge the 2 knowledge that they have. And lastly, we also do innovation and technology, where we do some innovation activities such as drone activities that we empower youth as well on how to being able to go with the frontier technology that has been emerging or erupting in the country and in Africa as well. We provide training in drone technology as well as 3D printing. We provide training in real-time kinematic surveys so that students could have other potential tools that they can empower themselves for the market when they complete their university studies. Next. So with the mission of OMDTZ to empower youth and community, we work with community as well, but we have activities that we do in order to make sure that we empower youth from the beginning. And one of them is foster data literacy and critical thinking, where we believe that with the education system that we have right now, we need to help our kids or as well as youth from the beginning so that they can have the critical thinking mind in innovation sectors. So we work with, apart from the university students that we work with, but also we work with schools that they have potential in innovation facilities. We provide them sessions every week, giving students opportunity to think and innovate other project ideas that they can have options in selecting what they need to choose as career. So we work with different schools, primary schools precisely, but also we had a program that was conducted. It's a fellowship program where the fellows uncovered different projects. After that, they had to share the knowledge they have to other primary schools and secondary schools, where we were able to reach 1,600 schools, students, impact them with the knowledge of frontier technology, so that some of them have even started coming to our office to study about drones and other frontier technology that the fellows have teach them about. Next. Apart from that, we believe when it comes to this innovation in data, it should be hand-on experience and mentorship. So giving opportunity to the youth and children to have hand-on experience, because we believe in innovation, it's trial and error always. So you have to practice now and then for you to have a perfect innovation that you want. So we give that platform to youth in order for them to have the practice in order for the innovation that they want, and also provide them with mentors, the people who have high skills on the innovation or tech that they want to conduct, and them to have a practical skills of what they can learn, and them to think more of what they can do. So we do a little dynamic survey. We have mentors or expertise on that, in drones, in mapping, which is one of the key things that we do, as well as innovation. And we have mentors, as you can see. Uhu Lab is one of the people who are giving us the mentorship in drone activities. So we provide this, and we believe that if youth are given time, resources, as well as the mentorship, they can uncover the challenges that they can solve our challenges that are facing the community, because they are the one who are facing, or it's either their parents facing these challenges. Next. Apart from that, even if the previous speakers were saying we need to have the platforms helping youth from the beginning to realize the potentiality of data as well as innovation. So having a collaborative platforms helps youth as well as to be able, or other partners together, being able to work together in order to help their youth as well as children work in different sectors. So we work, as I said, with the University of Dar es Salaam. We work with D-Lab as well and other implementing partners in order to assist youth, especially during their industry trainings, the long period of industry trainings, and also we conduct high school workshop and STEMs for youth in order to empower them with this kind of frontier technology. As we all know, frontier technology is increasing nowadays, but the education system that we still have a challenge on how youth can have this kind of curriculum. So having these collaborative platforms, it gives it's an initiative that inspire youth in order to focus more or uncover more of what they can do apart from what they study in the university during the curriculum that they have. Next. So what are the significance? We all know that we involve youth in data collection and innovations. So what are the significance of why we involve youth in these initiatives? So one of them, as I know, is youth brings something else on the table. Because of the critical mind thinking, there is something else that they bring on the table could help in order to solve or to uncover a challenge that community are facing. Not only that, is to create the sustainability of the data that we are collecting, or we are trying to create impact with it. Having youth on it, it creates ownership of the data that has been corrected. So you're creating a generation that will start using data from the beginning and using innovation to solve the challenges that community are facing from the beginning, and that they can also, you are sure that this challenge with funding as well as with support, it can be sustained, rather than them seeing the solution, not knowing how it all begins. Next. But also, in order for youth or children to use innovation in data, they need to have accessibility to the data. They need, for example, for students who are doing research, we also said, like previous speakers, Zindi, they're saying the platform is open. So having access to data, youth could use it to do different innovation activities that could solve challenge issues, apart from even dissertations that they do in universities. But having access to data platforms such as OpenStreetMap, when youth have innovation data such as road data or building data or any kind of data, would help them to boost the innovation in data skills that they would need to have in order to boost their skills as well as improve their quality in education. Next. So for the past 5 years, MDTZ has been working different kind of projects. We have been able to work with a fellowship program that was 3 years program. We have been able to work with WFP. We have been able to work with the Board Bank. All these projects were involving youth. Generally, we were able to reach out to more than 3,000 youth in both local community, which is interesting, as well as in university students, because OMDT does not only engage with youth in universities, but also engage with youth in local communities. So we have been able to engage, for the 2 years, we have been able to engage more than that 3,000 youth engagement. But apart from that, we have been able to impact youth in frontier technology in different, among 33 high schools in Tanzania, DRC, and Rwanda, impact them with frontier technology, give them the critical mind thinking of how they can use data and innovation to solve social and technical skills in the community. OMDTZ has also been, I would say, a hub of creating people with experience, with expertise that can be taken away with other institutes. So we have been able to, 4 of our team members are being lecturers right now from Susa University and Dar es Salaam University and Aldo University, because of the knowledge that they acquired from OMDTZ. It was easy for them to sell themselves in these universities and get jobs. We have certified pilots who are now can fly drones, commercial drone or any types of drone for commercial or humanitarian uses, which has been gained all this knowledge from OMDTZ. We have been conducting different type of workshops, and for the project that we did for the last 3 years of fellowship, trying to bring ideas, trying to provide funds to youth who have innovative ideas to use frontier technology to solve social and technical challenges in the community. 30% of those projects that we and youth uncovered have changed it to business. So now they are able to do business, and also they are gaining money and employ others. One of them is Waga, as for who you know Waga, who is the CEO of Waga. They are doing recycling batteries to help people to get electricity in rural villages. So we have many more of those youth who have been able to move forward from that, from the project that we supported. Next. So all this success and the procedure that we have, but there is a challenge that is still existing, and if it's not going to be solved, we're still stuck, or even if we get these initiatives, it will still not succeed to the extent or magnitude that we want. One of them is the skill-based barrier. As we all know, the education system that we have does not have the curriculum that focus on frontier technology. Most of our schools, especially in rural areas, they're suffering overcrowding, understaffing, or lack of ICT instruments in the schools. So it gives them a hard time for students to have that critical mind thinking or innovation material that they can be able to solve or uncover innovation or use data in innovations. Another thing is language-based barrier. For the programmers inside, as we all know, most of the new technological languages are coming in English. In English, it's widely challenged to some of the youth. Not even to mention, even those who are in universities, they still acquire this kind of challenges. Now, and there's also youth who are in local communities. They have innovative ideas. We had youth like that, but they suffered, they had this language-based barrier in programming and make sure that they can solve the challenge. So this is still a challenge, but also we worked with the mentorship that we provided with them. It guided them, but still it's a challenge, to be honest. Another thing is all these initiatives that they need, in order for them to be sustained and move forward, it needs fundings. Having not enough funding, it's still a challenge. You might initiate a solution, but not having a sustainable funding to that solution, it's still the solution won't be sustainable. So this is one of the challenges. And access-based barriers, as we know, in our country, the internet has doubled since 2010, but the access in rural village is still a challenge. But also youth, the knowledge that they have, they need to have knowledge more than the beyond of using their smartphones, what their smartphone can do apart from the communication that they do. So they maybe have internet, but what that internet can provide can give them or can do more. So without further ado, I would like for us to have more discussions about this on how youth and data, involvement of youth and data, enhancing their skills development. This is the short of how MDTZ did, but we get to experience to see how other people involved are doing in this sector as well. So I'll give it to my moderator to welcome the panelists and move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Asha, for the wonderful presentation. I believe now everybody in the room is at least aware of the work that Open Map Development Tanzania does in relation to youth and data and the type of support that they're providing in terms of building their skills and enabling them to solve the challenges within their communities. So I would like to call up front the panelists for this session today. We have Gibson Kawago. Okay. Next, we have Mr. Ibrahim Ramadhani. Online. All right. Thank you. Mr. Ibrahim will be connecting online. Then we have Somoe Mkwachu, Program Manager from the D-Lab. Next, we have Hawa Beret, who is the Country Coordinator from Côte d'Ivoire. Interesting. So we have, it's an all-female panel physically, but we have Mr. Ibrahim joining us online. Can we confirm if he has joined? He's on? Thank you. So I'll get started right away. I will give you a few minutes, each one of you, to introduce yourselves so that the people in the room get to know who are our panelists today. So we'll start with Ms. Hawa.
Yes, hi, hello everyone. I'm Hawa Berete, the country coordinator for the DigiFarm program in Côte d'Ivoire. DigiFarm is a program funded by MCC, USAID, and Microsoft, and it's a skill building program for women The idea is to build the capacity so that they can grow their companies. In the DigiFarm program, we have 5 components. The main ones are DigiFarm Entrepreneur for entrepreneurs that are already in business. But we also have an academy, which is called DigiFarm Academy, where we are training, we ambition at least to train 450 women to become full stack developers. So it is a women program.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hawa from DigiFarm. Next, Madam Somoy.
Hello, everybody. My name is Somoy Mkwacho, working with Tanzania Data Lab as a program manager. As you all know, Tanzania Data Lab is an innovation innovation organization where this event has been organized by Tanzania Data Lab. And we have a lot of programs in the organization, including capacity building to youth. That's why we are here, because we are talking about data with the youth. So we have a lot to say about youth involvement. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And we already know Asha, so I will not ask her to reintroduce herself. We'll go directly into the questions. And the first question goes to Somoe. So, Somoe, from the perspective of the work that you do at D-Lab, what approaches can you take to empower youth to identify and address social challenges using data and technology?
Thank you, moderator, for the very good question. Yeah, there are a lot of points to be mentioned with regards to approaches to be taken in order to identify youth involvement and addressing those challenges. I think one is collaboration with the data producers. As we all know, gaining access to data has been a problem to various organizations. As all previous speakers has already mentioned, this is a big challenge. So what I think one of the best approach to go about this this challenge is to collaborate with data producers and data users, and to be ready to open the data for youth to be using and gaining easy access to all this data. But again, the second approach, which I think is important, is to establish a data portal. I know the government is also doing this, but again, we need the stakeholders to have a data portal that can be hosting this data from whoever is ready to share the data and gain access to this youth, so that they can find out what is inside the data and come up with the solution that can solve the community problems. But again, I'm thinking of providing skills to these youth. Probably data producers probably are ready to share their data, and these data portals are already available online for free. But if these youth don't have enough knowledge to use, to analyze, to identify the problems from this data, then it be nothing. So we need to empower these youth with the skills to enable them identify the challenges from the available data in these various portals. Again, I'm thinking of them probably in different sectors, and I was thinking of engaging them in various events. Could be international in ICT, which also they'll be using data to come up with the various solutions that are hindering maybe the access to probably knowledge or access to various information. But again, we have International Youth Day, so it's also another high time to engage these youth on these various events. We have also International AIDS Day, which is coming tomorrow. So it's better also to engage these youth and coming up with knowledge and finding what is data saying and how to overcome the AIDS problem in the country or in Africa. Thank you for now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Somoe. So from what I'm hearing from you is that first to leverage on the events that are related to youth, but also the creation of data portals, of which it's not enough in itself, but most importantly, it's very important to equip them with the right skills that will enable them to be in the right place at the right time. Great. So, Ms. Hawa, if I am to ask you the same question, what approaches can we take to empower youth to identify and address social challenges using data and technology?
So I think that Somoe summed up the initiative that could be taken. The first one is going to be to build their skills, actually to understand that there's an issue, to be interested in it themselves, because our wonderful moderator said it so well. We can give you space if you want to take the space. You have to want to take the space. So you have to know that we have an ecosystem where we can support you to build your skill, but at the end of the day, you have to want to build your skill yourself. You have to be bold, you have to be curious, you have to know how to navigate, you have to realize what is needed now and what would be needed tomorrow, and try yourself, because today we live in a world where you can learn whatever you want to learn. We have this wonderful tool which is digital and data and internet that allows you to be your own teachers. You can go and learn yourself. So what I will ask the youth, apart from the initiatives, because there's a lot. You have the Tanzania Data Lab, you have DigiFarm. Through our program, what are we? Because it's open to, it's not only geared toward young women, because in the academy we have the youngest is 16 and the oldest is 48. But the idea is that through the program that we are also developing, that you can learn from the older generation can learn from you, and you can learn from the older generation on the skills that they have. But you have to be curious, and you have to want it enough. And I think that sometimes they don't want it enough. You know, you have to fight and ask us to do things for you, but you have to want it enough. No, I really insist on that, because the initiatives might not be always adapted. Then you need to tell us that what you are teaching us is not working for us. Okay? Be curious. Ask us to do the things that needs to be done for you so you can move forward.
Yeah, thank you so much. That is a very valid point, in the sense that these youth are the ones that are the main users of these initiatives. So it's important for them to drive the process. Rather than just being at the back seat of receiving, they should be able to be curious enough, to be bold enough, to be willing enough to drive the process in terms of explaining their needs and whether the initiatives are truly responding to what they need at the point. So just to build up on the very same thing, Ms. Hawa, what would you say are some inspiring examples of successful youth-led initiatives in data utilization or innovation for sustainable development in the work that you're currently doing?
So at DigiFarm, what we found is working for our the youth, the young people that are in the program is what I was saying earlier, is this community that we're creating where they can learn from the elder also. Particularly, and one of the participants to the former panel said it very well, you can have all the hard skill that you want. You can be the best data developer, data manager. If you don't have soft skills, if you don't have interpersonal skills, if you don't know how to manage a team, how to deal with people, it will be very, very hard to be successful. Because at the end of the day, the skills that you have is to be put at the disposal of people. Those are the humans, which is the center of the conversation that we are having today. So one of the things that work in our program is the fact that we have this community that we have created where they feel safe enough, because I'm talking about women, because our campus, it's a women campus. So the program created this environment for them to come and be safe and be able to share and to learn skills that are not the hard skill that they are learning through the pedagogy that we have and the methodology. The other thing that I will say work is going back to what one of the presenters was saying yesterday. In Tanzania, you have only 5% that went to university, which is the norm if you look at our continent. What are we doing for the 95%? What are the curriculum and the methodology that we are creating for those ones that are not having the opportunity to go to university? So at DigiFarm, we have a methodology that's open to anyone that, even if you don't know what computer science is. Because what we are not saying in this fora is that if you want to be a full stack developer, if you want to be to know machine learning and database development, you have curriculum and methodologies that are adapted to your learning, to learning without having teachers. You know, today you can wake up one day, never have used the computer to only have used the computer to let's say do basic things, decide that you will be a database manager and then have courses online, you know, that will be adapted to you, that will allow you to learn it in your, with your paid path. And one of the things that DigiFarm is doing is that, like, we are teaching these young people that are in our program that you have other way of learning that are not the let's say the usual way that can actually provide result. In terms of success with what we are doing, we have some of our learners, it's a one-year program. We've been only running for 1 year, and we already are winning, the learners are already winning like hackathons, national hackathons and international hackathons, because there's a group of learners who went to Germany to compete internationally. And they were able to actually come first runner-up. So the skills, you are able to acquire it using, with other methodologies, you know. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hawa. So online we have Joyce and Ibrahim. For this very same question, I would like Ms. Joyce first to introduce yourself and then to respond to the question of what are some of the inspiring examples of successful youth-led initiatives in data utilization or innovation for sustainable development with the work that you do at Yetism. Karibu, Ms. Joyce.
Hello, good morning. Allow me not to share my video right now because I'm still on my way to, I have an meeting somewhere else to attend. So that's why I joined online. My name is Joyce Garrett Bellini. I'm co-founder of an organization called Youth in Technology and Engineering. And what we do exactly in Yetism is we inspire, we support and encourage youth involving themselves in technology, engineering, and science at large to just solve various problems in the society. And how do we use data in our organization is in the process of solving various problems, we have to involve ourselves in collecting the data, like how many people are impacted from different problems in the society, in order to know how to solve the problem very well. So we really need data in order to involve technology to solve our problems in the society. So that is a quick introduction on our on what we do in our organization. So you asked me a question. May you please repeat it because I didn't get it well?
Yes, so the question is, what are some of the inspiring examples, if you can tell us briefly, of the successful youth-led initiatives in data utilization or innovation for sustainable development as a result of the work that you're already doing with the youth?
Okay, thank you. So the vivid example is on our ongoing program, which is Empower Her, that we phrased it in 3 phrases. The first phrase was awareness, whereby we had to first know how many schools that we can impact, like visiting them, and spread awareness on how technology is important and we will need it. And also inspiring the younger generation, like upcoming youth. That means we visited primary schools as well as secondary schools, and we are looking forward to also involve the students at universities. So that was the first one. And the second phase was, is workshop, which is still going on. We are doing every Saturday in collaboration with DIT Design Studio. So we welcome all the secondary schools to those workshops because according to what we researched, we found that there are those basic skills that youth are not really having them, and they're very important in the society. For instance, basics to computer courses, using various skills like 3D printing, 2D printing, programming, and all that. So knowing how few students are aware of all this, we decided to have this phase of workshops, which is conducted every Saturday at DIT in collaboration with Design Studio, as I said earlier. So it has been going, like we have been doing it for almost like 4 weeks now, and it's a very progressive, and it's progressing it very well because the students are getting the skills and they are able to make even small prototypes right now. So due to this, we are able to make a difference in the society. And our third phase, it will be a summit, which will be next year. We'll announce it in our social medias. And yeah, so how has data helped us to conduct successful this program? It's through the research that we have done, Google. We found also some teachers, we had to interview them to know if their students are really having these skills in their schools, if they have those courses. So yeah, we thank the provision of data that we got. It helped us to at least get and highlight where to start and where to proceed. Yeah. So that is the vivid example, and the students are really happy, and we welcome more students to our workshops every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you very much. I hope I've answered your question well.
Well, thank you so much, Joyce. That is well noted, and well done with the work that you're already doing with the students in terms of creating awareness on technologies, but also taking it further to working with them on the workshops and the summits, plus the research that you're doing. Over to you now, Mr. Ibrahim, online. The next question for you is, what role can the government and implementing partners play in addressing the challenges that are faced by marginalized youth in accessing data and innovation resources? Karibu, Mr. Ibrahim, please introduce yourself, then just get straight into responding to the question.
Thanks. My name is Ibrahim Suya. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Ibrahim Suya. I'm a co-investigator and the project manager at Living Lab Initiative, a project funded by Foundation Bodna and at Tangayetu. Through Living, we are doing a pilot project in Tanga in collaboration with Tanga City Council, as University, and Tanzania Data Lab. And through this project, we have 3 blocks, which we are technically doing a capacity building to youth, university students, but also interns from university, but also we had a building block which was mainly to create a data system, like a city observatory for data sharing and interoperability of data produced in council from the local level. So coming to your question, I think that's what we had in our project philosophy. So technically, we didn't only have university students and interns, but also we had the marginalized Tanga youth who were grouped together with university students to gather knowledge, like a knowledge transfer from them, so that they can get the knowledge. And this was possible through the fund from Foundation Board. So we had an opportunity to train them in different digital technologies, but also a different approach to this was we started by creating a data demand from NGOs, government institutions, and other private sectors. So that the training which we are giving the youth from the marginalized communities, but also from the universities, and those who have just finished their trainings, can use the skills we are giving them to offer data services. And the best example of that is through those trainings, we have been able to see one of the group of the youth who have been able to go to NGO, which is and through those kind of training, they were able to secure some jobs in Tanga, including the waste collection project from World Bank. So the donors and the government, but also other partners, have a law to play in a lot of parties, not only to offering the capacity and capacity building and the training, but also to make sure that these trainings are connected to the market, to the people who are demanding those data, because these youths themselves cannot link what we are giving them and what markets need. So I think that's an area we can look into, and partners can bring the gap to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Ibrahim. I understand that you're running a project called Tangayetu and you're prepared to present it. At the end of this session, Halila will signal us if we still have time for the presentation. But at the moment, thank you for linking it with explaining to us in responding the question towards how you support marginalized youth, specifically in Tanga. So we are aware now that through the project, you've been able to build their skills and enable them to get connection to jobs. Back to you, Asha. So with the work that you do at the OMDTZ, how do you support youth-led innovation in the development and implementation of innovative solutions? Please, let's do it briefly because we have a few more questions and we're running out of time.
Okay, so to say it quick, at OMDTZ, apart from the capacity building that we conduct every year when the students are conducting the industry training, we also got a project where we provide, we give youth mentorship, resources, and fund to uncover the challenges as well as the prototype that can solve challenges in our community. And as I said previously, 30% of those 41 projects that we and youth uncovered, they have turned into business. Yeah. So we provide mentorship, resources, and time.
That is great. So through the mentorship, the resources and time that you provide for them, they've been able to take further their projects, their ideas into actual businesses. That is really good to know. Well done to MDTZ. Howard, back to you. So what are the strategies that the government should implement to be able to promote diversity and inclusivity in innovation initiatives, ensuring that all youth have equal opportunities to participate?
I think that the first would be the space for the youth already to be able to know about these opportunities. They need, and when I say space, I'm talking about the space in the big cities, but also out of the big cities, because we do need also to include them in this in the conversation. How can we bring the youth that are out of these big cities that already have all these opportunities? Because here you have the universities, you have the accessibility, you have all the programs. How can we make sure that that's happening? So we need to provide the space for them to be able to know about this and to express, to learn about what we're trying to do. I will say the infrastructure, but that's the space, but also the funding that's behind, because she was saying it in her presentation. There's the issue around having access to funding to be able to continue to develop these programs. There is also the issue of skill, but when I say skill, it's the language skill. I've noticed this particularly. You speak a lot of Swahili, but if you talk about initiatives that particularly maybe needs to be scaled, need to find funding that are out of the region of the country, you need to be able to speak the English or another language to be able to sell that initiative. So it's very important. What else can I add? And also accessibility in terms of cost. It's very expensive. Internet is very expensive where I'm from, and I think it's the same all over our continent, particularly for our youth who don't have the means, who are supported by their parents. Most of them are not working. So how can we make internet accessible to them so they can leverage and work on these initiatives?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Hawa. I know Halila is on my neck with the time. So Somoe, one wrapping up question, and please be very brief before Halila kicks us out. So what are the essential data skills that youth need to thrive in the 21st century workforce?
Yeah, I'll thank you for the good question. As we all know that now data is the gold, is oil now. So what we did is to empower these youth with the skills in terms of data management, on how to manage data, how to keep this data clean, how to make this data reusable and presentable to other organizations, to other users. But also, I'm thinking of the skills with regards to data analysis. These youth need data, and they need to analyze what is inside the data. So they need these skills to be able to analyze various data and come up with the solutions that have been found from the analysis that they have been doing. So if they don't have knowledge on how to analyze this data, we don't expect to come with the solutions that will be used for the community. Again, I was thinking of data visualization. We know people are fearing of numbers, so when we say there is this big number, people don't understand what you're talking about. So we need to visualize this data so that people can understand what is the magnitude of the issue that you are trying to present to them. But also, we need to predict the future by using the machine learning and artificial intelligence. So this is also a new skills that need to be empowered to youth so that they can become data analytics in this digital world. Again, data science is very key. We need to empower these people with the data science. So we encourage the university students to come to the lab and join the Masters in Data Science, which we are doing in collaboration with the University of Dar es Salaam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that is the end of our session. I know always speaking about youth and data. They're both interesting areas, so we could speak to lunchtime, but this should be it for now. So thank you to the panelists, and thank you for having us.
Yes, a round of applause to this panel as well as to the moderator. For your photo, to those online, you are with us in spirit. Joyce as well as Abraham, thank you so much for joining. A few things that have really stood out is basically skills, take up space, collaboration, and so forth. So a lot of things coming out here for all the youth in this space. I do hope that one way or the other we're taking notes, right, on where we can engage and plug in. All right, and so at this point, we were initially supposed to have a health break, but considering we started with that part, we started with breakfast this morning, we're going to take a little bit of 5 minutes to get to know each other a little bit more before the next panel. And we shall start by doing something that we have not done today that we did yesterday. Can anybody tell me what that is? Pardon? Your movement. A car for you. A car for you. A car for you. There we go. Let's all, and we start with doing what? Hey, guys. What is the oh, wow. Okay, there we go. We stand it up. Let's get up on our feet. Ndio mtasimama vijana. Vipi watoto wa kike? Vipi simameni? What's up? Why are you still on your feet? Why are you still on the seat? There we go. Wonderful DJ tusindikize. Tafadhali tafuta mtu ambao hamfahamu. Specifically, I'm looking for young person, connect with somebody that is not young. We angalia chumba, tafuta mtu ambao haonekani kama kijana. If you haonekani kama kijana, mtafute. Haonekani kama kijana, msalimie. Tafuta mtu ambao haonekani kijana na kijana, msiwe pamoja. Sio hapana. Tafuta mtu ambao haonekani kama kijana. Mvi 1, 2, 3, that's what you're looking for. Tafuta mtu ambao, why are you still standing there? Let's move. Tafuta mtu. Tamsalimia, my name is, I come from here, this is what I do. Ninatafuta fursa ya aina hii. Je, unahitaji mtu mwenye skills za 1, 2, 3? Tafuta mtu. Dada, umesimama mwenyewe, there's no reason you should be standing on your own. Find somebody. Hata kama unakuta mtu tayari anaongea naye, na wewe ingia hapo. Inaitwa intergenerational dialogue. Find somebody. Dada, mmesimama pale wenyewe, sijaelewa. Ndio, ongeeni. Kama umeshamaliza, tafuta mwingine. Be bold. Msikae tu. Kuna vingi vya kufanyika. Connect. Tokea from your seat and move. Kuna kaka hapa jamani, Mustafa amesimama mwenyewe, jamaa mwenye madini mengi sana. Mustafa, vipi? Vijana nashangaa kwa nini hawaji. Vijana, kaka huyu hapa amebenda hapo, mtafuteni huyo. Namna hiyo. Sasa hapa mbele nadhani kuna vijana wawili UNCDF. Wote wawili ni vijana. Wote kuna kijana na mzee. Wote vijana. Sasa inatakiwa kuwa kijana na mtu wa makamu. Let's mix kidogo. Okay, and with that hapo mlipo, where you are standing, face the stage. Where you are standing, hapo mlipo, face the stage. Hapo mlipo, face the stage. Hapo mlipo, face the stage. Hapo mlipo, tafadhali geukeni, angalieni stage. Hapo mlipo, hapo mlipo, hapo mlipo, tafadhali geukeni, tazameni stage. Hapo mlipo, excuse me madam, naomba ugeuka, tazama stage, tunakusubiri. Misayeta, naomba tunamsubiri. Geuka, face this. Hapo ulipo. Sawa. Sasa vijana, mpo? Mmepotea. Vijana mpo? Sasa mimi naomba vile cell phone vya vijana, cell phone zetu tuziweke juu, simu zetu tuzipandishe kidogo. Asante. tuchukue kale ka selfie ka kibabe. Sio kwamba I don't trust the other generation, lakini I know za vijana zitatisha zaidi. Selfies za vibabe, yes. Lakini ask for permission. Get consent. Do not put your hand around somebody alafu you do not know what's going to happen zikienda online. Especially if it's somebody of the opposite sex. Tafadhali hapa baba umesimama mwenyewe au si vijana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Find a phone, take a photo. Uko hapa umewasahau, umewaruka. Okay, sawa, let's take that photo. Selfie. Vipi simu iko wapi? Tunahitaji kijana hapa. Madam, miss, nakuomba njoo hapa mbele. Haiwezekani. Tutakuwa tunafeli. Hapa uko vizuri sana. You for president. Okay, hapa mbona hatuna iko wapi? Chukua nyingine usijali. Kuna ka video nini? Alafu twende kwenye video kwa pamoja. Let's move to video setting. Video setting kwa pamoja. We're on the count of 3. So 1 2 3, get ready. Pause. Wekeni pause yenu, tunachukua video. Yani wewe ndo unachukua video. Nenda kwenye video setting kwa pamoja. Pause. Tunasema 1 2 3 data Tamasha 2023. Sawa. All right, are you ready? All right. 1 2 3. Baba umeharibu picha, inabidi tufanye tena. Hapana, hiyo hayatoa. Yani delete, futa kabisa. Tunafanya tena. Tunaenda round 2. Pale tulikuwa tumefanya majaribio, ile ilikuwa moko. Sasa hivi ndo national exam, hii ndo nectar. Haya, twende. Are we ready? Baba nini tunarudi? Okay. 1 2 3. Wonderful. Asanteni sana. Back to your seats. Jamani, jipigieni makofi. Wonderful. Yes. Networking can be a little bit intimidating. Networking inaweza kuwa intimidating, kuzungumza na mtu ambao haujawahi kukutana naye. Lakini ni lazima to break the barriers na kuconnect. Haya. Next. Naomba ni wa engage. Back to our seats, please. Turudi kwenye siti zetu. Back to our seats. As part of Data Tamasha Mahadia, sasa hivi ndo nafanya ile scientific experiment. As part of Data Tamasha ni muhimu sana. Ni muhimu sana tuhakikishe kwamba hata humu ndani tunakusanya data. Sasa mimi mwenyewe kama Dr. Mbowe, I am specialized in a very unique science ya human behavior. Napo msione kama natania. Nitaomba tushirikiana kwa pamoja. Naomba niwafundishe kitu. Ukitoka hapa, by the way, hii skill ukishajifunza, na ukienda pale D-Lab ukiwaambia kwamba mimi nataka kuwa data scientist, hapo ukatoa hiu kama mfano, unaingia moja kwa moja. Nishukuruni kwanza. Semeni thank you. Asante, you're welcome. Jamani, mimi am generous. Okay. So kitu ambacho tukifanya, naomba utaweka vidole vyako vyote vinne mbele kwa aina hii. 5 fingers forward. 5. Yes, there you go. Excellent. Then what you're going to do, fold the 4. Nice. Isn't that simple? And then you only have what's left up. So you are all part of the thermometer experiment. It's called the thermometer. So I'm going to ask how you're feeling. Put your hand down now. Now you know what to do. I'm going to ask how you're feeling. Now, if you're feeling good, I'm feeling good. Utanipa thumbs up. If you're feeling terrible, your day is going horrible, utanipa thumbs down. Kama uko katikati pale, utanipa hapa katikati. If you're completely not sure, kwanza mpaka jina lako umelisahau, utanipa hivi. All right? All right, are we ready? All right, okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thermometer experiment at Data Tamasha 2023. It is me, Dr. Mbowe, who is with you and leading with you through this experiment. Moja kwa moja, ladies and gentlemen, how are you feeling? Okay, we need msaada pale. Pale kuna moja ambayo imeenda hivi. Keep your fingers up. There we go. We're feeling good. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thumbs down. And then I'm going to ask each table. So sasa hivi we don't have rows. We have this side, we have the middle side, and we have that side. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have that side. Hii table hii tutawaita table data na digital. Pamoja na meza ya nyuma, pamoja na meza hii mtakaa pamoja. Tayari ni team moja. Sawa? You're one team. Back there, tumeelewana? Bado hatujaelewana. All right? Taongea Kichaga. Meza ya nyuma. Sasa ninaweza kawacha mbali. Hiyo meza nyepo nyuma. Nye. Hapo. Usiangalie nyuma, yani nye. Na hawa hapo mbele. Ni team moja. Sawa? Pamoja na hawa. Meza hile pale pamoja na meza hii ni team moja. Meza hile pale nyuma pamoja na meza hii, considering Sir President huko pale, nadhani kwamba wewe ni kikosi. Ni timu moja, meza hii pamoja na meza hiyo hapo nyuma ni timu moja. Kitu ambacho nahitaji mfanye pamoja, mta come together kwa dakika 5, alafu zoezi letu ni very simple. You have to discuss and find a way to explain something as if you're explaining it to a 5-year-old. Utajaribu kuelezea hiki kitu kama unamuelezea mtoto wa miaka 5. Na swali letu ni rahisi sana. What is data? Data ni nini? Mfikiria mtoto wa miaka mingapi? 5. Haya, tunaanza sasa, tunachukua dakika 2, come together. Na maanisha itabidi msimame, mje kwa pamoja, mzungumze. Yaani jinsi gani tunaelezea data kwa mtoto wa miaka 5. Zungumzeni. How are we explaining data to a 5-year-old? Data kwa mtoto wa miaka 5, how are we doing that? Tuna dakika 2. Data kwa mtoto wa miaka 5, tunaanza wapi, tunaenda wapi? DJ tusindikize kidogo. Data kwa mtoto wa miaka 5. Hapo mtachagua mtu ambao atakuja kupresent, atashika mic, atazungumza. DJ tusindikize kidogo, chini kwa chini. DJ pamekuwa kimya sana. Find a creative way to explain what is data to a 5-year-old. No, DJ endelea. Nilikuwa najibizana na Simon pale. Mna dakika 1. You have 1 minute. Data kwa mtoto wa miaka 5. All right. We're counting down. Tuko tayari? Are we ready? We're good. Are we ready? Tuko tayari hapa katikati? Haujaingia kwenye zoezi. Kuna zoezi hapo linaendelea. Pale nyuma tuko tayari? Hapa mwisho tuko tayari? Tuko tayari? All right. Usikate mziki. Keep it going. Okay, naomba representative wa meza hii wa upande huu. Naomba representative wa upande huu. Naomba representative hapa kati. Naomba representative wa upande ule. Naomba representative wa meza ile pale. Dada unaongea with a lot of passion na kuomba na wewe meza yako mtu mmoja aje. Okay. Representative mko wawili. Mnafanya maigizo nini? Mko vizuri? Mko vizuri sana. Yaani kama mkifanya maigizo ndo mtanikosha. Aha. Okay. That table. Ashat, meza yako naomba representative mmoja. Naomba representative mmoja. Hapa ninamuomba Edward, meza yako nani anakuja? Njoo tunakusubiri. Kule nyuma, Mustafa, meza yako nani anakuja? Njoo. Yaani unasema ng'ombe hanenepi. Come through. Hizi ndo zile chabo za nectar, usiku wa nectar ndo hizi sasa. Njoo tu. Mustafa kama anataka umsindikize wewe njoo pia. Okay, tuwapigie makofi sasa. Mmeapa makundi yenu majina au mmekuja tu? Okay, kundi nyinyi mnajiita kundi la 5. Na pia mnaweza mkatengeneza jina hapa yani mkawa creative. Data and policy, the data and digital, DT23 hapo sasa. Data and youth, asante sana. It's about children. Okay, sasa tunaanza na nani? Tunaanza hapa. Okay, jamani makofi kwao. Right in the middle of the stage. Okay? Data and youth, kijana nimekupenda sana lakini njoo tusubiri kwanza. Swali lilikuwa ni hili. Explain what is data to a 5-year-old. Utamwelezea vipi mtoto wa miaka 5 data nini akuelewe? Tuelimishane.
Kwa mtoto wa miaka 5 tutamwambia firstly data ni kitu chochote. Chochote atakachokutana nacho ni data. Akila chakula anachokipenda ni data. Rangi za traffic lights ni data. Akicheka ni data. Mama akirudi ni data. So
okay. Asante. Na mfano wa kwanza ambao tutampa ni kwamba mama ana watoto 3. Ana mtoto wa kwanza ambaye ana miaka 10, ana mtoto wa pili mwenye miaka 5 na ana mtoto wa 3 mwenye miaka let's say 7. Na mama anampenda mtoto wa pili. Amekuja na machungwa mawili na angependa ampe sehemu kubwa au portion kubwa mtoto wa pili. Kwa hiyo atayagawaje? Atachukua yale machungwa, atayagawa katikati. Atachukua chungwa la kwanza atalikata katikati, atachukua chungwa la pili atalikata katikati. And then atawapa wale watoto wawili ambao hawapendi vipande viwili kila mmoja. Atasema mnaona mtoto mdogo amekosa. Kwa hiyo mgawieni mwenzenu. Kwa mtoto wa kwanza atachukua nusu, atamgawia mwenzie, atachukua wa pili atamgawia mwenzie. Eventually mtoto yule ambaye mama anampenda atakuwa amepata 50% ya chakula alichokileta na wale wengine watakuwa wameshare 25% ya chakula kilicholetwa. Kwa hiyo hizo ni known fact kwamba mama alitaka mtoto wa kwanza apate sehemu kubwa na wale watoto wengine wapate sehemu ndogo. Hiyo ni mfano wa kwanza. Asante, nashukuru. Lakini mfano wa pili ni kwamba tumesema kwamba chochote kile ambacho mtoto anakiona ni data. Tunamwambia mfano ukipita kwenye mataa, ikiwaka taa nyekundu usipite. Lakini ikiwaka taa ambayo ni ya kijani upite. Kwa mtoto eventually atajua kwamba okay, kwa hiyo kumbe hata rangi zinavyobadilika, zile taarifa ambazo unaweza kuzikusanya pale ni data. Kwa sababu kwake yeye cha muhimu ni kwamba imetokea rangi ya kijani, kwa hiyo tunaruhusiwa kupita. Ikitokea rangi ya red, haturuhusiwi kupita tunaposimama. Kwa zile ni taarifa, ni known fact ambazo zinaweza zikawa processed, zikawa disseminated baadaye. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Data ni kila kitu. Unachokiona, unachokifanya, kila kitu ni taarifa. Yes.
So, greetings, everyone. Since we were talking to a 5-year-old, I think the best example we wanted to give was something a 5-year-old usually plays with. So we took example of having a puzzle. Imagine a puzzle. You have small pieces that make up a big picture. Each piece of the puzzle is data. So it holds a small part of what the entire puzzle comes up to bring. When the entire puzzle is formed, is information. So that's our example. Secondly, you can also take example of the building blocks children play with. You have a building block with, let's say, a letter. Each letter is data. You have an A, you have B, you have C, all these are data. So you use the building blocks to make up a name, to make up a name of a place, a name of a person. So this is what you do with the data. So that is our example. Thank you very much.
Well done. Mbona mnamwonea wivu? Pigeni makofi.
Hi once again. I'm from Data and Digital. From our discussion, how to explain data to a 5-year-old, we started by a first example of the bottles that were on our table. So counting them 1 up to 9, that is data. But also another example is a child when playing with his toys or her toys. That means he or she can be counting the toys to know how many toys he has, and in case it disappears, he can easily detect through the data he had previously, maybe when they were bought, and he can tell by after a month or so how many have left. And so using the data, he can get the information. Also, another example is when a child is crossing the road, so he or she can be counting the cars. Maybe he can decide to specify maybe the public cars, the one that we use for public transport, and the other private cars. So that itself, counting, can be also data. But as well, if a child is in her parents' or his parents' car, looking at the dashboard where it shows the speed, the indicator that shows the speed, that is also data where you can explain to a child that the traffic or these guys wearing white suits on the road, they use that kind of information to be able to monitor everything about traffic. So simply that is what we use to describe data to a 5-year-old.
Thank you very much. One of the things that stood out for me is pale mezani hamna mzazi pale. Maanake mifano yenu imeshiba. Huyo sio miaka 15, huyo ni miaka 15 huyo. But asanteni sana, hongera kwao pia. Just another round of applause for Team Digital, Data and Digital. Karibu sana.
Asante. From our data and policy table, tulipata karibia mifano mingi, imegusa kidogo na mfano wetu, kwa nitaongeza na kwetu ambapo tumeweza kujadili kuhusiana na mtoto huyu, kwa sababu ni mtoto mdogo na hatuwezi kumpatia taarifa kama tunaipata sisi. Kwa lazima tupate taarifa kama mtoto mdogo, yani tuchukue uhalisia wa mtoto mdogo. Kwa hiyo katika uhalisia huo tukaweza kugundua kwamba taarifa hii lazima tuangalie mtoto huyu ana uwezo wa kuangalia katika upande wa taarifa kama qualitative ama twende kuone quantitative. Kwa hiyo tukachukua mfano mdogo kama tunaamini baadhi ya watoto ambao wana taarifa za passport, maybe tukianza kutumia mfano huo. Kwa kwenye ile passport ama taarifa zake kuanzia jina, miaka, umri miaka hiyo, familia yake, idadi ya watu ambao wanamzunguka, karibia taarifa zote ambazo ama zile ndogo, jina lake, marafiki zake, ni taarifa ambazo anaweza anakuwa nazo. Kwa kumwambia kila kitu ambacho anacho, kwa kusema jina langu maybe ni Furaha somebody, kwa ile ni taarifa. Umri kiasi, taarifa. Mara nyingi tukimkuta mtoto mdogo tunamwambia jina lako nani, kwa pale anapoanza kutamka tu tayari taarifa ameanza kupata. Asante.
Asante sana, tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Jamani, makofi ya kwa pamoja for everybody. Je, ilikuwa ni rahisi au ngumu? Ilikuwa ni rahisi. Wangapi wamesema ilikuwa rahisi? Okay, me sielewi ni nini. Yeah, I don't understand this. Mimi naelewaga hii. Mimi sielewi kabisa. Hii ni kwamba I'm sure and a half. I'm sure 0.5. I am sure. I'm not sure. Hii sielewagi. Jamani, wangapi ilikuwa ni rahisi? Zote ilikuwa rahisi, sio rahisi? Okay, kwa watu wengine ilikuwa ni gumu. Lilikuwa ni gumu. Ni wangapi lilikuwa gumu? Okay, lilikuwa ni gumu. Aha. One of the things my son likes to say, I have 3 kids, my 14-year-old, and napendaga kusema, matter is anything that occupies space. And it's true. Are you laughing at the matter or that I have a 14-year-old? Mike, I'm not sure. Data hajaja sawa kwangu. See process. So he likes to say, matter is anything that occupies space, and it's something that my 9-year-old also understands very well, right? But when it comes to data, Mike, tumesema tuna explain data na tumia neno hilo data. Kwamba I am going to define data to a 5-year-old by using the same data. What is data? Data is anything. Is it matter? It can't be anything. It can't be anything. There's got to be, yani sasa hapa nakuja moja kwa moja kwa data scientists na education institutions. How do we find a way to simplify? Because one of the things that's on the table is we're working with something that is incredibly beautiful to work with, but it's also complex. But so everything complex can also be simplified. But I love one of the things that happened here. Kwenye kila kundi tumetumia creativity kujaribu kuelezea data ni nini. Seti. So hapo kuna role of creativity tutaizungumzia baadaye. Right? Role of creativity in breaking down hizi concepts ili watu waelewe. Manake hata hiyo ya 5-year-old kuna mjeda pale chini ana miaka 30 ukimwelezea bado ita bounce. Seti. Aha, sasa tufikirie jinsi gani hata by the time tunaondoka hapa tunavyoenda huko. Nilienda data tamasha. Data tamasha ni nini? Unajua data tamasha tulikuwa tunazungumzia data. Data unamaanisha nini? Unajua data ni kile kitu unachokisema na unachokiona. Unamaanisha hata mwanga ni data. Unaona? Inaweza kachanganya mtu. So how do you simplify? Great question. Just a reflection prompt as we move on to the next panel. Tuko tayari? Yes? We're ready. All right. The next panel is data and AI. Data and AI. And the conversation is going to be around implementing AI in Tanzania. The leader of this panel is going to be led by Salim Diwani. Salim Diwani is going to be leading this panel. Asante sana kwa makofi mliompigia. Mr. Diwani. Karibu sana. Naomba utusamee kwanza. Makofi tumekupunja. Wataongeza. Basi tuongeze jamani makofi.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Is it my ears or what? I cannot hear you. Good morning, everyone. Data Tamasha 2023. Data Tamasha 2023. Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Salim Diwani. I'm working with the AI4D for Anglophone Africa as an AI healthcare coordinator. So today I'm going to modulate data and AI. I think since yesterday we are talking about data. But now we are talking about AI, data and AI. What is data and what is AI? Data needs AI and AI needs data. Do you agree? So without data, no AI. And then AI, it helps us to do what? To generate data, okay, or to get knowledge from data, or to find the hidden pattern from from data. That is what is AI. Okay, I like to call my on stage. Yeah, Dr. Matogoro, can you first introduce yourself and just give us a short presentation about the AI 4D lab for Anglophone Africa? Thank you.
Can you have this right? Yes, while we are waiting for the slide, my name is Jabera Matogoro. I work with the University of Dodoma as the lecturer. And for the I4D lab, I work as the coordinator for the infrastructure and data ecosystem. So the AI4D is the short name for artificial intelligence for development. And I will have a very quick presentation, maybe maximum of 5 minutes, and then we can jump into a panel discussion. Yeah, so the artificial intelligence for development is a collaborative research project between the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. And we are currently working to 4 main areas, which we call thematic areas. So the first one is on the healthcare, which is also led by Sarim Diwan. And the second coordination unit is on the agriculture and environmental conservation, which is led by Dr. Devota Yambo from the Nelson Mandela. And the third coordination unit is on the digital economy and small-scale industry, which is currently being led by Fereji at the University of Dodoma. And the last but not least is the infrastructure and data ecosystem, the one which I'm reading with a number of people working behind on me. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. I just want to be short. Next. Yes. So I think there are around 4 critical areas which drive the establishment of the AI4D research lab. One was the skills. So we noted when we started, before starting the AI4D research lab, there was a shortage of human capacity. Actually, we are trying to contribute responding to that. And the second was on the issue of infrastructure. We understand there are still shortage of state-of-the-art computing resources like GPU and other infrastructure. And the third is the issue of data sets. I have heard many people speaking about data sets, but at least the University of Dodoma and the I4D Research Lab is coming up with a solution. And the fourth one is on the issue of inclusion. Of course, AI is sometimes biased, and we are working hard to make sure we are reducing the biasness. So we need to have an AI ecosystem where gender and marginalized group are included, and at least also contributing to the realization of the AI for development. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Are you going back or forward? You should be going forward. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Just to spend a few more minutes. Actually, we are, as a lab, we are conducting a number of technical training and workshops. We have conducted almost 2 workshops. Of course, 3 workshops, technical and non-technical workshops. And we also do offer workshop for policymakers and decision makers, which is very critical. And we had one in Arusha, and it was very, very exciting. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, we also do have hackathon challenges. I have seen few of the developers in the room and youth. So this is a time where you can win some of the prizes from the lab. And so far we have conducted 2 challenges in 2022 and 2023. And you have seen many people participating. For example, on the first challenge, we received around 463 people registered for the challenge. And then the first prize was 1,000 USD. And then in 2023, we also had a good number of people participating to the challenge, where we had 108 people enrolled to the challenge, and final, we were able to get the winner from different countries, as you can see. Because the lab is working for the Anglophone, we are not working only for Tanzania, we are working for the English-speaking countries, and we have received people working around different countries. Next slide. Yes, this is where the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela is quite different from the rest of universities. Actually, we are working on have a very modern program. For example, we are supporting development of AI curriculum, and soon we are going to have Master of Science in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning. Can you clap hand for the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela? This is a good achievement. And soon we're also going to have a bachelor degree in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Engineering, which we are going to attract more people joining to the program. And possibly we also address the human capital shortage, as people are mentioning about this. And next slide. Yeah, we also support innovators. So for example, we had registered 4 innovators. Actually, when we announced the innovation challenge, we received around 37 innovators with the innovative ideas, AI-based innovative ideas, and we are able to select only 4. And out of these, 3 were males and 1 was female. And they are progressing very well within the lab. Next slide. Okay, yes, we're also having funding for masters and the PhD scholarship. So far, we have funded 2 PhD partial scholarship, and also we have funded 3 MSc students with the partial scholarship and 1 full sponsorship for the master's program. All of these are based either University of Dodoma or Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science. And you can imagine we are trying to also show the diversity in terms of gender. For the first time when we are allocating funding for research, we are able to manage 3 males and 2 female, or 3 female. Can you also clap hand for the lab, taking the diversity on board? Next slide. Next slide. Next, actually, I think few of you might have joined us in Arusha. We had the first international conference on the advancement of artificial intelligence in the African context. It was very exciting. And we are blessed to have the Minister of Education and Science and Technology joining as the guest of honor. And it was one of such achievements within the lab. We managed to bring together more than 170 delegates from 22 countries, which was a good achievement as the lab. Next slide. We have developed 4 solutions. The lab emphasized on the need of the skill-based interventions. So far, we have developed a number of solutions. One is on the maternal complication, and another is in agriculture, where our colleagues from the Nelson Mandela are working on the PPL disease detection, which is now working, and we are now finalizing the launching of these solutions. And we are working these, taking on board stakeholders with, for example, the Minister of Health and also the Minister of Livestock, to make sure that the developed solutions have people to use the solution that has been developed. Next slide. We also conduct awareness programs. Next slide. I just want to mention, very recently we launched a program called Girls in AI, and we are able to empower and train secondary school students and also secondary school teachers, and we are replicating the program in many other regions. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, we are also contributing on the academia community where we do publish academic journal. So I think you can also access some of those journals in the list. Next slide. Yes, as I mentioned, we are taking on board gender inclusion and other marginalized group, and we have a very specific program called Gender Equality and Inclusion, where we are working with Ray Smith on the empowering gender to the program. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, how many have read this policy? We have a policy framework for artificial intelligence in Tanzania health sector. How many in the room have managed to read this document? It's a document from the government, and I think at this time we should join hands to congratulate the Minister of Health for coming up with a policy framework for AI in Tanzania. Can we clap for the Minister of Health? I think this is a wonderful achievement, and we are talking on the putting in place the enabling environment, and we cannot develop solutions without having policies like this. So this is an indication on how the government of Tanzania is supporting the artificial intelligence agenda in the country. I have not seen hand. This means this policy, which were published 1 year back, few people have accessed the documents. So I think that's why we are doing the presentation. Thank you. Next slide. Very recently, actually this week, the RABU were managed to emerge as the winner for the challenge that were organized by the ITU AI for Good initiative. The challenge brought together 91 registered team from 20 countries, and it was a very hectic program, initiative, challenge, and for the first time, the challenge were able to, the AI for D lab were able to win the challenge. Can we clap hand for the lab? You can imagine winning the challenge from 20 countries. It's not that much easy. Next slide. Yes, in terms of the infrastructure, for the first time, I was hearing Dr. Samson mentioning on the issue related to data sets. For the first time, the AI for DRAB have developed data set repository, which will be hosted within the country. So we also put in place the high capacity computing resources like GPU, where any researcher, any innovator, any person doing AI-based intervention could make use of these resources. Next slide. This is possible with many other support from the collaborators, including the DLab, ITU, Zindi, and Ifakara Health Institute, Telsoft, ADIDI, of course, we're also working with the Sokoine University and many other like Tanzania AI Community and ITU. Next slide. Thank you for listening, and this project is being funded by CEDA IDRC through the program called Artificial Intelligence for Development in Africa. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Matogoro, for the very good presentations. I'd like to call on stage other panelists. Dr. Ale Nyamawe, please come on stage. David, please come on stage. And Suna Salum, please come on stage. Thank you. Without wasting much of our time, Dr. Ali Nyamawe, can you just give us a short introduction about yourself? Thank you.
Thanks, Diwan, but I suppose ladies first, maybe, if you'll agree, moderator. Yeah, I was suggesting that ladies should be first, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Suna Salum, and I'm a data science scholar at D-Lab. I take masters in data science at University of Dar es Salaam, Kwai City.
Great. My name is Ali Nyamawe. I am the senior lecturer at the University of Dodoma and I'm also the principal investigator of the AI for D Lab. And we're very happy to be part of this Data Tamasha as the sponsors and the participants. Thank you very much for having me here.
Hello everyone, my name is David. I'm working at Tanzania Data Lab as a data scientist.
Yeah, thank you everyone. I think we should start with the questions straight away. We don't have much of the time. We start with the ladies first, right? Suna, Miss Suna Salim. Yeah. What challenging are you facing in accessing the data or the availability of data in Tanzania? Can you just tell us what the challenges or any difficulty are you facing here when you're trying to accessing the data or go to asking for any data set for your projects? Thank you.
Thank you. Among the challenges that we usually face when we try to access or on the issue of availability of data is, first of all, most organizations currently are collecting data and they're trying to use them in their day-to-day activities. But the issue comes that the data that is being collected does not fit specifically to be used for machine learning algorithms or when you're trying to generate AI solutions. So that is one of the most difficulty that we experience on the issue of availability, that the data, yes, is available, but it does not meet the standards that are needed for generating algorithms. And when it comes to accessing them, previously Dr. Mahadia stressed on that very well, where she said we have to undergo a lot of procedures in order to get the data that is already available in institutions. And with consideration specifically to health sectors, for students who are doing their researches on health, you have to have like a number of steps that you undergo, having permits from the university, from NEMRI, sometimes from the Ministry of Health themselves, and then at the institution. So it takes a very long time to get that information, regardless that it is already there.
Thank you. And what do you think can be done in order to get the data? What can you suggest should be done in order to get the data for the student and other researchers?
Okay, so first of all, organizations should involve the stakeholders who are dealing with AI algorithms, like the data scientists specifically, so that they know what they need. So when they're preparing their data, they know specifically what variables to include so that it becomes much easier for the people to, specifically the data scientists, to generate those solutions. And on the issue of access, we could have a portal, an online portal, where we put the data set there. For instance, Zindi is trying to do that. So if we do that, it becomes much easier to access them. You don't have to go through all those processes. But this then comes to the part that some of the data are sensitive. So for the data that is very sensitive, they could incorporate anonymity to hide the identities and all that. But also, if you have to go through all those steps, then they could put it an ease to the steps, like avoid all the bureaucracy and all those processes. Perhaps have a specific team, or how should I put it, like if it's either you have to go through the Ministry of Health or if you have to go through just NBS, there has to be that one specific person that is dealing with all the accessing and the provision of the data. That would at least make things easier.
Thank you. Yeah, the next question we go to Dr. Ali Nyamawe. What initiatives are being taken to address the skill gap in AI-related fields, and how can education and training programs can be improved? Thank you. If you can, any clarification on that, or if you can answer that question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think the very good summary has been presented by Dr. Jabera when he was presenting about the AI4D lab. And ideally, one of the things that motivated us to, come up with the AI4D lab was the issue of skills. Because as you know, that among the emerging technologies is artificial intelligence, and we saw like we still have a skill gap in the country, and this is the reason why we have been coming up with several programs, strategies to upholding the skills and having a good number of machine and artificial intelligence engineers. So one of the strategies that we usually do at the lab is to, organizing some AI short course training where we attract people from different backgrounds, whether they're students, people from the industry, innovators, or whoever who has the interest in AI. So we have them for around 2 weeks. We impart them with the knowledge around machine learning, artificial intelligence, and sort of that. So this is one of the initiative or strategies that we are doing. But the other thing, as Javier has presented here, is like, to the best of my understanding, if you look on the higher learning institutions in the country, there is no one institution that provides the, the specific programs related to machine learning or artificial intelligence. So most of our youngsters, they study AI or machine learning as as some of the courses in their traditional degree programs, whether it's a computer science, IT, telecom, computer engineering, wherever. But there is no specific degree program that is, tailored to AI or machine learning. So this is the reason why, as the lab, we are trying to support the two institutions, the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela African Station of Science and Technology, to develop curriculum that are tailored specifically to either AI or machine learning. So this is one of the strategies. But the other thing that we do as the lab is, organizing the workshops and conferences. So far, we have organized 2 workshops, one last year and the other one that was completed recently in Arusha. That was the second workshop. But we're also organizing the international conferences that was also recently completed in Arusha. So this is also another way of impacting knowledge to our youngsters. This is another way of building skills with AI and machine that we are doing is all up, organizing hackathon challenges. So far we have organized 2 hackathon challenges, and these challenges, we usually define some specific problems related to the community, and we are calling upon the whoever is interested to compete in the challenge, and we do believe that through participating in these challenges. So this is another way of building skills to the youngsters. So, but the other thing, we are also working on developing a machine learning guidebook, and we do believe that once we have this guidebook done, it could have a building capacity to the youngsters. So these are some of the strategies or programs or initiatives that we as the lab we are doing to contributing to capacity building of our youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alinamawe, for the very, very good answer. And what you do and the initiative which you have done at the AI4D Lab, Anglophone Africa, please clap hand for the AI4D Lab for Anglophone Africa. Yeah. Our next question will go to Mr. Davis David. Yeah, Mr. Davis, how can healthcare organization address its bias in AI algorithms, and what measures should be taken to ensure fairness in the delivery of healthcare services to diverse patients populations? Yeah, if you can answer that, thank you.
Okay, so regarding the issue of ethical consideration when we develop the AI systems, I think one of the main issues that we have to consider before even develop these AI systems is provide educations to both parts, I mean the health sector part and the AI developers. One of the challenges, even you mentioned, Mr. Matogolo mentioned that here, I think last year they released the framework for health sector in Tanzania, but you can see majority of us, we didn't get the chance to read and understand what kind of the protocols we have to follow. If you compare with other sectors, I can say in finance, marketing, and other areas, it can be a little bit very easy to navigate on the user of the system and implement and deploy. But when it comes to the health sectors, there must some consideration to be conducted before even deploy this solution to the health facilities so that they can also utilize the AI system. So education must be provided first to the AI developers, the one who try to come up with some technical solution on how we can solve some of the problem in the sectors so that they can understand whenever we develop this system, there must some kind of consideration regarding the health issues. One of the examples that there was a study that was conducted in different sectors, finance. It was shown that this company developed a solution regarding the loan provision to their customers, and through analysis of those analysis of the solution they developed, whenever they change one data point, the gender, the model give different output. So even so, I say I'm working somewhere, there's good amount of money in my bank, I needed to borrow some amount of money to run my business, the same data point will be there, but if I change only one data point, that is regarding the genders, the solution give different output. So you can see there must be consideration whenever I try to implement this kind of solutions to our country. Another area that I think that must be implemented in order to make sure the ESCOs is very included is transparency and the explainability of the AI solution. We have to understand this, how this AI system leads to make such kind of decision. And here where we have to incorporate the health professionals on how the journey of conduct the treatment to the patient and see how the AI component can be applied and then evaluate how does it perform compared to the results that was provided by the health professional. Another consideration is assessment must be done. One of the main issues that I think we have is regarding the assessment, regular assessment of this AI system that we develop, because any solutions that we developed 2 years ago will not able to perform the same maybe this year or next year. So there must be a regular assessment and see how this solution continue to deliver what it was expected from the beginning. In AI ecosystem, we have a term called data drift, where the data change over a period of time. So if I develop a solution maybe this year, I'm using the current data set that is available, and then I deploy it. After 2 years, the nature of the data set, it already changed. So the model will give different output. So the performance of this AI system will decline. So another area that needs to be considered is assessment, regular assessment, maybe over a period of 6 months, and considering that if it continues to give the same kind of performance that was expected. Lastly, in order to consider ethical, I think we needed to have regular feedback from the user of this AI system. First, the developer who are trying to come up with a solution. Also, the end user, I mean the pharmacist or health professional, try to utilize the AI system to deliver good service to the patient. So the feedback must be shared so that the collaboration between the AI developers, those policymakers, and considering the ministry can be improve how we can move forward based on what we have done so far. That will be my response on how we can improve the ESCO area in health sector.
Yeah, thank you, Davis, for the very, very good answer. Yeah, please clap hand for Davis. Yeah, I have a follow-up questions. Yeah, let's say we want to develop a tool for maternal complications for different diseases. I mean AI tools. Now, how do we make sure that there is no bias between one diseases to the other diseases? Yeah, because you cannot say, yeah, people are coming, sick of malaria are more or less. We cannot do that. Now, how do we make sure that there's no any bias between one disease to another so that that tool will not be biased in the detection of the maternal complications? Thank you.
Okay, so the nature of biasness most of the time is coming from what kind of data we use to develop this AI system. So I think the best approach is to understand how the expert try to identify the disease and come to the conclusion maybe this person can take this kind of descriptions in order to cure that kind of disease. So whenever we collect those information, we have to understand maybe there's some indication of biasness based on the data, because the main issue here is maybe it can be some, the nature of the data set is include a lot of majority people from a particular area compared to another area. So whenever the AI systems try to learn and understand the nature of the data to come up with the solution, how to predict the output, there must be also there must be also equal distribution of the data set, considering the nature of the people. If we take an example that we collect data from Arusha, we develop a solution on maternal area you mentioned, and we decided that we can take this solution from Arusha, we develop using data from Arusha, and implement the same solution in Dodoma. Obvious, the AI system will be able to give different output because we do not consider the nature of the people who are living in Dodoma. So whenever we develop a solution, that must be inclusive in order to understand how this nature of data set is used to develop the AI system.
Yeah, the next question we go to Dr. Matogoro Jabera. Yeah, Dr. Matogoro, in what ways is the Tanzanian government supporting the AI ecosystem, and what additional measures could be implemented to encourage AI adoptions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Diwan, for the wonderful questions that you asked. As I mentioned when I was doing my presentation, we have seen the government support pushing the AI agenda. And for the first time, Tanzania is joining many other countries to have health-specific policy framework in Tanzania. So that's a huge support, actually, for the government. But the second is, especially in the Tanzania government, there is a political will. We see when the Artificial Intelligence for Development Research Lab was launching its initiative 2 years back, we were privileged to have the Deputy Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Information, Communication, Information Technology. That is an indication on how the government is willing to support the program. But very recently, for international conference that we had in Arusha, we were privileged to have the Minister of Education, Science and Technology in Tanzania. That's another indication showing how the government supports the program. Well, what I could maybe add, as I mentioned, on the issue of political will. Yeah, what I could add up, as I mentioned, on the need of the political will, as I mentioned, in Tanzania, especially the sixth government, has already put in place some phrases which support the artificial intelligence. It's not bad to mention. For example, we know every ruling part has the manifesto. So for example, in Tanzania, the ruling party is the CCM. So CCM has a manifesto. And the manifesto is always translated to the National Development Program. So if you go for the ruling parts page, manifesto, page number 154, I could read in Swahili, the manifesto promised kuimarisha kituo cha utafiti, ubunifu na uendelezaji wa tehama, ikiwemo kujenga uwezo na kuongeza matumizi ya teknolojia mpya za kidigitali na artificial intelligence. For the first time, the ruling part is mentioning the artificial intelligence. Can we clap hand for that? So this is an indication that in Tanzania, like many other countries, for the first time, we are having the political will. So we are not developing these solutions from a vacuum. It's because the government is supporting. But I also iterate what Korig has mentioned on access to data sets. It is critically important to have standards and procedure. Because without governance, a strong governance, especially on the issue of artificial intelligence, we may end up having biased systems. That's why, for example, very recently, I'm leading a team on developing a solution for mental health. Actually, it's a project funded by COSTECH, where we are trying to develop AI-based decision support system that will intervene on addressing mental health challenges in Tanzania. And now we are in the initial stage of applying for the ethical clearance at NIMRI. I'm convinced that in Tanzania, we have a very strong standard procedure that ensures at the end we have strong and unbiased AI solutions. And I should also, maybe as I conclude, pose a question. It has been a never-ending discussion. Do we need AI-specific policies, or we can amend the already available ICT policies to add policies related, maybe policy phrases related to artificial intelligence? In many of the discussion, especially when you have policymakers, academia, industry, civil society, it's a never-ending discussion. But we have seen, for the first time, we have artificial intelligence robots. That means AI is a cross-cutting technology. And we have seen as a benchmark, other countries have gone far end to have a minister dedicated for artificial intelligence. Now, as I conclude, maybe at the end, I'm not speaking on behalf of the government, but I'm part of the government, so I should pose that. Do we need to have AI-specific policies for artificial intelligence, or we can amend existing ICT policies to include AI policies, phrases within the ICT policies? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matogoro. Clap the hand for Dr. Matogoro. Yeah, I'd like to take the final questions from the audience, or one question from the audience. If the audience have any question, the panelists, please feel free. Yeah, I'd like to, yeah.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Edward Mbaga. So I've been passing through Twitter and some spaces in Twitter, and I met a discussion about the AI and the way it can create employment or digital employment to youth. So my question is, how does the artificial intelligence in Tanzania, or how the development is going on creating the employment to Tanzanians, especially youth in Tanzania? Thank you.
Okay, anyone would like to answer that question, please? Dr. Matogoro.
Yeah, you know, I'm sitting with my PI, principal investigator. I thought he could go first, but anyway, I could start. For the first time when we launched AI for the project and the media intervention, media interview with the guests of honor, the first question was, why are you supporting a program which is going to replace job for our youth? That was the first question. And what you can see is that, to my personal view, AI is coming to complement on how we are doing things. And as usual, whenever there is new technology, people will always resist. I'm not sure if those started those eras, there was a very strong discussion, should we allow students to use a calculator or not? There are those who were believing that maybe a student having a calculator, then maybe he will not be able, she will not be able to do the math and things like that because the calculator can do it. But what we have seen is that the calculator is there just to help a student to do better, but it doesn't replace the critical thinking and argumentation. As a lab, AI4D, we are strongly advocating for the AI-based skills that help to address community challenges in Africa. We want to empower youth who can sit behind the AI system. That means we are advocating for new jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matogoro. Yeah, Mr. Davis, do you have any thought on the same question, please? You can pass to Dr. Nyamawi.
Okay, to add on that, when he was trying to answer the question, I was trying to think if I was born maybe in 90s, something like that, during the World War, what my profession would be, you know? But now, since the technology movement was started maybe in 1950, we can see different age of IT data, and now we are moving to the AI. So one of the things that we have to consider is regarding the employment opportunity is there, but it also, in one way or another, can replace all other repetitive tasks that people are doing. So for me, I believe through the use of AI, there will be job opportunities. As you can see now, the data age came up, and now we have a lot of professionals who are working in different sectors to utilize those data sets and make good decisions. The same applies to AI. So we don't need to use AI to replace human, but we need to use AI as another tool that can help us to facilitate doing our daily activities. You can see the use of ChatGPT, how many people try to use it to improve their daily activities and be more creative on how they can solve professional problems on different sectors. Another thing that I believe, in order to avoid this kind of mentality, maybe the new technologies come, it can replace other people in one another, is to introduce this kind of technologies to the young generations. I mean, for those who are still in secondary schools or primary schools, so that they can understand. Because one thing we all have to know that AI is affecting every sectors. And we know that this young generation in the future, they will be working in different sectors. So the AI will be there for them. So how can they at least understand this is the AI, it's here to help me and improve maybe my the way I work in these sectors, so that it not replace me. I have to use this as another tools. That I believe. Even the host mentioned that how can we explain data to a 5 years old kid? The same way we can also ask how can we explain AI to a 5-year-old kid, so that they can also try to get awareness on this generation of using AI to improve our life.
All right, just quickly to respond on what the participant has said. Ideally, I was expecting that the question would come with the head side of the coin, but unfortunately, the question had come with the tail side of the coin. I was expecting people to ask the danger of AI that could, the AI could threaten the job opportunities of the youth, but the guy has the potential for AI in creating jobs. That's why I was a bit confused. I was ideally prepared to answer the They are the opposite. But I'll try to answer the question I've asked. There is this one thing, you can develop AI solutions that at the end of the day can be commercialized. So this is the one way of creating jobs to the youth. So you can develop AI solutions, you can create startups and get to AI-driven solutions, get to commercialize. This way you can make money. This is one way. The second way is you can be employed as the AI or machine learning engineer. So if you have a very good skills on AI, this is an opportunity, because this is the direction where the world is going. And at the end of the day, we are going to, there will be a very big demand for AI, ML engineers. So this is an opportunity for the youth to dive into this kind of technology. But quickly, the other thing is you can get royalties from the AI innovation solutions that will be developed. And the last one, very last one, is that people who know AI will replace those who don't. So just keep imparting knowledge with AI. Probably later on, you could replace those who don't know. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you give me a key takeaway? Just half a minute. So just want to finish. There's another question.
Unfortunately, we do not have time for those questions, but thank you, because I know you will interact during lunchtime.
Yeah. Can you start with the key takeaway? Just half a minute so that we can wrap it up.
Okay, so my key takeaway is that youth should engage themselves in AI. Like, think of ways you can apply AI in your day-to-day activities. And specifically, if you are studying something that is not related to data science or computer science, that does not mean that you cannot incorporate AI in your field of work. So if you're doing health, if you're doing finance, think of ways to incorporate AI in your field of work so that you find more and more opportunities that AI has to offer. Thank you.
All right. My takeaway is that the AI is here to stay. We cannot escape from AI. We shall have to embrace AI. Thank you very much.
Okay, on my side, I think the best approach to utilize AI is to make sure there's good collaborations between those who are developing the solution and those who are domain experts in this area. For example, we talked about the health sectors, but also the same approach can be applied to finance sectors, to agriculture, so that we can have a good AI systems that deliver what it was expected.
AI is with us. Let us embrace it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. This is the end of our session. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
A hand of applause to the panelists and to the moderator of this incredible panel. Let's have a stand up on our feet, and we do not have data and data and AI cut out, but we shall make this work. Mwalimu umenuna sana kule mwisho. Vipi? Asante sana. Thank you very much. All right, a hand of applause to the panel once more. Asanteni sana. AI is with us. There's nothing that we can do but embrace it. For those who, AI will not necessarily directly replace people, but people who know how to use AI will replace people who don't know how to use it. So there's a great mindset shift in how we look at artificial intelligence as a whole, because most conversations that around AI normally have this fear component. Tunakuja kuwa replaced. The world is changing, the robots are coming. But I love this panel because you kind of twisted it, and there's a mindset shift in how we need to think about how to leverage this tool to really create different solutions and go, take steps to get ahead of it rather than have it completely cover us. So moving on to the next panel. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? We're feeling good. I like this one. Full red. Feeling good. All right, we're moving on to the next panel. And the next panel is going to be on data and arts. So the data, information, and the creative industry, a call for mutual symbiosis a catalyst for progressive decision making, triggering transformation across sectors. So basically, the creative industry and data. And I will be moderating this session, and I'll be moderating this as the founder and CEO of Unleashed Africa Social Ventures, a group of social enterprises that works within the space of youth development, social innovation, and job creation. One of our brands, we operate across 3 brands, doing tech innovation, media innovation, but we also do design, develop, and implement capacity development programs, and we do our work within the creative industry, tech for gender, as well as social enterprise development. But I'm here with my hat as director of one of our brands, which is Unleashed Academy for Creative Arts and Leadership. And we had 2 panelists for this session, but one of the panelists could not make it. He was called to an emergency activity in Arusha, so he had to travel this morning. So it's going to be more of a fireside chat, but it is also going to be an engaging conversation between us all. So I am going to ask you to give our panelists for this session a round of applause. This is none other than the Executive Director of SIDEA, Ayeta Wangusa. I apologize. Ayeta, makofi kwake tafadhali. All right, and considering we are starting off at 12:25, smack in the middle, I'll come and join you. We're going to go all the way until 13:10, and then we shall break for lunch. Okay. Hello, hello, yes.
Hello.
Wonderful. Okay, hey everybody. And so this is the Data in Arts panel. This is where you kind of let loose kidogo. Wameshaanza kutufanyia kazi tulivyoanza kuzungumzia how do you explain art data to a 5-year-old, and there was a lot of creativity in there. Perhaps you could start by introducing yourself, what you do, and then you could talk to us about what your reflection with that activity was.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ayeta Wangusa. I'm the Executive Director of Culture and Development East Africa. We're based in Mbezi Beach. Our work is around mostly 2 areas. We have a program called Culture and Governance, and that is, I think that's where the cross-section between our discussion today is. And then we have actually a program that is called Documentary and Future, and that's where we support creatives. In that program, which I said Culture and Governance, our methodology is actually policy research and analysis, mostly for the creative sector. But our organization has a unique mission because we see culture as the center of development, and in that sense, we see the connection between culture and the 3 sustainable development pillars. That is the economy, and in that case we look at the creative economy, we look at the environment, culture and the environment, and then culture and social justice issues. Yes.
Very much. So that's basically what SIDEA does, and so the short form that is SIDEA. Right? And so again, now on to, with regards to what we do at Unleashed Academy for Creative Arts and Leadership, largely it can be compounded in 3 areas. We do artist development, and when you're talking about artist development, it's not necessarily mfundishe msanii anayecheza jinsi ya kucheza zaidi or a new dance form. It's really looking at the skills that they need to improve their livelihoods. So from entrepreneurship skills, finance literacy. We also we are in the process of developing different products. So we are working on an insurance product for creators. We're working on a banking product for creators, and so on and so forth, looking at how do we innovate actively within this sector so we can have sustainable solutions that allow young people to grow. And then, of course, we have different programs, and so we have an aspect of job creation within that area as well. Please, we don't need to play it right now. Okay, and then we also do research development and showcase, and I will speak to that a little bit later. But why this conversation today is important? Kuna umuhimu gani? Yani tunavyozungumzia data in the creative industry, and we're talking about a symbiosis or an interrelation between these 2 industries. What do we mean? Most of the times when we talk, or at least in the beginning when I started conversing about this panel, the thought was, let's talk about how the creative industry or arts can be used to visualize and showcase data better so that people can understand it. But then there are two things here. Kwamba the creative industry can be used to tell the story of data better so it can be consumed for decision making in a more effective way. Lakini upande wa pili, we also have to talk about why we need a lot more research and a lot more data generated for the creative industry. So it's a very symbiotic relationship, right? And of course, there's something that Mahadia mentioned pale mwanzoni, kwamba data scientists need computation skills. You can be as technical as you want, but if you do not have the communication skills, soft skills, you will not be able to communicate your findings accordingly. One of the things that I find in many spaces that we come to, and I'm going to be very honest, we make data so boring. It is boring. Tuseme ukweli, tunaboa. And in a world where we are competing for the attention of the same youth that we want to come into this space, we need to find a way to make it, I don't want to use the same word attractive, but make it engaging, make it connect. And how do we make it connect, right? So, for example, and I want to go into I was researching as I was preparing for this panel, when COVID happened, right? In the wake of the pandemic, data needed to be produced and translated to feed quick decision making, and it needed to be produced rapidly. There was no other time in the near history where we needed data visualization to take center stage as it did in 2020. People didn't even know they needed it as much as they realized they needed it. And at a global scale, information was literally the point between life and, to many, unfortunately, the end of life, right? And people were searching for information, and we were searching for around-the-clock updates. This, however, was not the time for pie charts and bar graphs, because we had laymen looking for information, and that information was the point between life and loss of life. We needed to collect data rapidly, use this data to generate information that the layman can easily consume. And when I say the layman, I'm not just talking about the uneducated. There are very many people who are educated who look at the data that's produced. Manake tunaenda tunafanya research. Research reports are generated. Massive reports. We do beautiful events. We launch these reports, and they end up on shelves. Nobody reads them. Let's be honest, nobody reads them. Hazisomwi. Na wale watu ambao tunahitaji wasitumie to make decisions, hawazitumii. And so what's the point? Right? And so at the end of the day, the way data showed up was, even though we did a lot to have it show up differently, there was a lot of complications that arose because there was so much more we could do. So in many ways we succeeded, but in also many ways we failed. We were using new ways to visualize data, but we were not using all weapons in our arsenal. We talk about how wakati 2020, the creative industry, a lot of creatives lost work. But at the same time, there was so much opportunity to connect the two spheres, because we needed to communicate to people rapidly and communicate to people in a way that they could connect. But we did not manage to do that. And so we had a lot of vaccine hesitancies. The myth and misconceptions around vaccines, they skyrocketed. Because tulikuwa tunajaribu kuzungumza na watu kama tunazungumza na sisi wenyewe. Technical, but they were not getting it, right? Wasanii waliletwa kufanya nini? Waliambiwa watunge nyimbo. Walipewa information, wakaambiwa watunge nyimbo. They were not part of the co-creation process. How do we communicate effectively out there? So, for not having a 360 approach to data collection and information dissemination, we did a disservice to people rather than do a service. The creative industry, in my opinion, in my expert opinion within the sector I work in, should have been called upon, not just artists, but leaders of creative institutions, to co-create better ways to communicate information and to connect with people. So data can only become knowledge when it's experienced. That's the fact. Knowledge and experiences can take many forms. And that's, again, where the creative industry comes in. The power of creativity, that's sound, craft, music, sculpture, movement, drama, digital art, AI storytelling. There's so many forms of storytelling in general. It is important to use all these weapons at our arsenal to translate complex concepts into digestible data visuals and experiences. And yet, there's a massive gap. The creative industry wako pale wanaishi wenyewe, wanasayansi wako pale wanaishi wenyewe kwa namna moja au nyingine, they are not mixing. And hence, tuna create a lot more problems than solutions. And so to my first question to you, what do you feel is the role that the creative industry can play to amplify and transform for the better how data is collected, aggregated, and packaged into information? Is there a certain genre you feel would work better for the other? But basically, how can the creative industry come into this conversation and also have not just an invited guest not just as an invited guest kutengeneza wimbo mwishoni, kutunga ngonjera, lakini to be part of the co-creation process? What role do you feel the creative industry could play?
And thank you so much for giving us that background. Something I didn't mention about our organization is we kind of have a slogan where we say that we're a space where science meets art. And so sometimes when we have activities, we call it SMART, science meets art. And maybe I can begin this conversation from a space where I've been involved in. This is the Climate Heritage Network. It's a global network that is actually pushing for the recognition of culture, and culture in its broadest sense. When we talk about heritage, we talk about the arts, to be recognized as part of climate action. So the science mind meeting the artistic mind. So what this network is saying is that for the climate change, conference and the actions that have been decided upon, the arts or culture is missing. And yet culture in its broadest sense is actually about communication, So many times when we think about communication, we think about just vyombo vya habari, media people, but actually the artist is a communicator. The artist can communicate to the heart, and while the scientist will communicate to the mind. Just like the panel that was before us, they were speaking about something very interesting, and it was still quite difficult for me to comprehend until someone asked a question, So how can artists and scientists meet at all forums? In academic spaces, there's a very big project going to take place. But how do you involve artists, as you said, to co-create, or culture organizations to co-create a communication process so that the public, gets involved? Looking at the advertising industry, that is a best case practice where you see art actually playing a role in connecting with the public. In your car, there are so many, people who would like to pass on their messages, and advertising companies are doing very well in actually using art to break down the big issues into, drama, skits on radio. Even just look at Haki Elimu. What they do, they've actually brought data to our sitting rooms, in between the news, everyone can comprehend. You asked the question about how do you explain that data to a child. I think Haki Elimu is a best practice to show how anyone can understand. When you even hear that rhythm, doom, 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 everyone will say, Haki Elimu. So it's that simple. Break it down. Bring the creatives in the room. And it's just interesting that I know that artist who is the teacher. I've known him like for 10 years now, and he's been doing that. So it becomes that image in your sitting room that is coming to tell you something interesting about hard data, but now told in a communicational way, a heartful way that you can easily remember. And many people, think mostly visually, for example, and not necessarily scientifically, so that remains with their minds. So there are other ways. I've just talked about drama kits, but animation is becoming one of those ways that you can communicate health information, educational information. It's being used by organizations like TAI Foundation. They're using animation quite well to talk about health issues and educational issues. You can use comic books, to reach students all over Tanzania, and also film. Film is not necessarily something you watch when you go to, Cinemax, but it can be used in workshops. Right now, we can use a film, to talk about an issue, a health issue. So really, I go back to how I began, SMART, where science meets art in order to solve community problems.
Thank you so much, SMART. So basically, the question comes to, why do we generate data in the first place? We generate data so that it can inform decision making. So it's not just about collecting that data, it's also about how that data is showing up and how people are receiving it, perceiving it, and translating that to basically information that allows them to make a concrete decision. And I have a video here. Simon, could you please play that video? So I was looking at something really simple that could showcase some things that are done across the globe to basically marry this sector and industry so that one way or the other people can be involved. Just please watch. Just please watch. Just please. Just please.
2 million people in New York City that were born outside of the United States. Now that makes New York City, by a wide margin, the city with the most foreign-born people in the United States. I'm Jared Thorpe, and I'm a data artist, and what that means is that I try to take data and put it into a context that you might not expect. So that could mean turning it into a series of shapes or a series of colors or a series of different types of designs.
Data art is a type of data visualization, a term which describes all the ways we take data and transform it into a more helpful visual representation. Maps, pie charts, graphs, all of these things are data transformed into something we can understand visually.
So this piece is called We Were Strangers Once Too, and what it is it's 33 metal poles that are inscribed with the immigration statistics for New York City. So what it represents is 3.2 million people in New York City that are foreign-born. They were born outside of the United States.
Prior to 1890, individual states regulated immigration. However, as more people moved to the United States, the federal government took control of the process, building America's first federal immigration station on Ellis Island. Opening in 1892, more than 12 million immigrants entered America through this port of entry. Since 2012, more than 1 million people immigrate to the United States every year.
Every 1,000 of those people is represented by an inch of paint on these poles. As you approach the front of the sculpture, we've positioned all the color blocks perfectly so that they form a heart. And so we wanted to put this right in the center of the city as a statement to say that the beating heart of this city are immigrants, and also to show the incredible diversity of the immigrant population in New York City. More than any other city in the world, this one is built by immigrants. The original name for the city was New Amsterdam. It had new in the name. It still has new in the name. So this city is nothing without immigrants. It's what we are as New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. You can stop it there. So this video was actually used, and this project was used to support or to pacify quite an argument or a debate that was going on around the Make America Great Again campaign. I won't go into it, but it was using data to showcase that we are one, and they were talking about very pertinent immigration issues. But this video was actually the one this project was the one that brought a lot of New Yorkers to understand things that different politicians, different data scientists stood on stages and spoke about for hours, months, and years. right? And so back to how, you know, art can be used to really represent or showcase data better. My question here is, are Africa's data science practitioners and creative personnel aware that there's a gap? Because there is a gap, and there's a lot of potential within this gap. Aware of the gap or of the opportunities that lie in this untackled space. Where do you believe the gaps arise from? Because basically we have a sector and an industry that are not working together, but there is a symbiotic relationship that needs to exist for both to do better, right? So basically, do you feel that they understand that there's a gap? Is there awareness of the gap? And where does this gap come from?
I think the gap comes from our educational systems. I think we now have a conversation about promoting STEAM rather than STEM as an educational approach, whereby when you're going into secondary school, you don't have people saying now drop art and focus on the sciences. So the idea is to actually promote art education, not so that your child becomes a sculptor or a painter or a musician, but for them to be able to communicate better in the world. Those are the skills that art gives to a child. So sometimes people think that we are promoting arts education in order to have more artists in the world. No, we're promoting art education so that even scientists can communicate better in the world. So that is where I think the problem starts, and then you get other problems that are economic, that you start saying, well, now we can't afford to have arts education. And then, going back to where I started, I think the conversation has begun from the global north about recognizing this gap, and then they're pulling us into it. We recognize the gap, and that's why we said we'd like to work with scientists, but we're doing it from the periphery of development discourse. And these guys pull us into this network, and we're like, yes, we'd like to work with you. But nothing practical is actually coming. We're now still at the step of saying, hey, policymakers, listen to us. We'd like to show you how the arts can be used to make your information palatable to the public. Include these clauses into, climate change policy information. That's the level we are at. But we are in Tanzania, so we have to have that conversation in Tanzania. And so to answer your question, actually, the gap is really there because there are few of us who are seeing that problem. So we need to build, platforms where scientists and artists can speak together. Like, I'm happy to be part of this platform because I see more scientists than artists. I think the gap is there, and we just need to collaborate more and be able to address the challenges that face this world that are scientific but can be addressed artistically.
Thank you very much, Ayeta. I want to bring in an ad hoc panelist, Mr. Omar. Karibu sana. Suddenly you have been pulled into the panel. Hapo hapo ulipo, shtuke sana, vitu vya kawaida tu. Kama msanii, mambo ya hapa na pale ndo jade yangu. Sasa, we're talking about this gap that exists. I hope you've been following the conversation, right? What do you think can be done to raise awareness of this gap, right? And to raise awareness, understanding, and collaboration between data science, this sector as it is, and the creative industry?
Thank you very much, Halila, for these questions. I think the most important part is about first developing more products in the art perspective on how data can be presented in a very, I remember I was working with Abella, and she was talking about make data sexy. And to me, I think it's very important we develop these kind of things in a medium where the target audience are interested with. So for example, if we can continue being more creative on the art of using Kanga, on presenting the data that are related to women and other stuff, and then that adoption can be increased. So that is one. But secondly, we need to make sure we create the pool of the artists in that particular aspect. Because also most of the artists don't know there is an opportunities in this particular space, especially in the data art product that we are talking about, if they will be able to generate resources. As you know, the most attractive things for young guys is when they can make money out of it. So let's look at where the area that are potential for these young communities to develop data art products that are potential in the market, but at the same time, they can make the community to learn. Thank you.
So basically that second point the second point was about hello. No, No, hello. It's gone from 3 bars to 2 to 1. Sijasema mimi. Do not quote me. But I like that second point, basically talking about we need more creatives into the space. However, I also have an addition there. We need more data scientists or opening spaces for. Because for a lot of creatives, let's be honest, D-Lab is not a space they can come to. It's yani sio yao. Umeona? Na hata wakiona the things that we're talking about sio zetu. Na unakuta mara nyingi hawaalikwi kwenye hizi sehemu. So what are we doing to actually bridge the gap? So I like what you're talking about platforms. We need more platforms, more dialogue, and more co-creation sessions where we can co-create kwa pamoja. So I'm looking at time. We have about 16 minutes before we wrap up. And I just want to ask at this point, does anybody have a thought, a question, a comment you'd like to throw in at this point before we move on? Kuna mtu yote atakuwa na wazo, ana swali. Ana opinion at this point kabla tujaendelea mpaka hapo hamna. Okay, we have one right here. Right here. Actually, 1 and 2, we'll take both.
Hello? Yeah. No, thanks. So definitely great conversation. So as you were talking, I was just reflecting on how even in the things that we do, sometimes we struggle to co-create. First of all, to co-formulate the problem with, let's say, policymakers, right? So I'm a mathematical modeler, we do modeling and stuff like that. And we don't want just develop a model and then take it to the policymakers, decision makers to use it. So one thing we've been trying to work on is like, how do we sit down together from the get-go and say, okay, they say here's the problem, and then we formulate the questions, and then we develop the solution, but with iterative process. So we go back and forth, and then at the end of the day, we come up with something that is really useful. But now I feel like, there's another angle. Like, how do we communicate that? How can art play the role? So maybe that's the challenge for all of us to say, can we all of us maybe come up with a project, okay, where we say whether we pick everyone, like if I can call them key players, right? If it's decision maker, someone from the art, data science and stuff like that. And then we work with a couple of projects, like what he was just talking about, demonstration. Maybe perhaps if you can demonstrate a couple of projects that takes twist on it, it will help us make a case. So this is really interesting. I'm keen, for example, in my lab to see how we can start involving, some of your work. How can we work together to produce, even if they are small projects, and then we take it from there to just make a case and say, hey, this can be done and it has an impact. So kudos.
Yes, thank you very much again for the insightful session. I had 2 questions, and The first one is, how are we looking at data and art while including things like artificial intelligence? Because we do have things like Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, and other models that are daily coming out that are helping data scientists create these creative visuals for the data they're using. So how are we looking at them in terms of what goes into the data that brings out these videos? So do they have any legal implications for the creators who are being used as the influence for these models? But also the second question is, in data science, we have a saying that says, what can't be measured can't be improved. So through all these sessions, how are we going to measure what we have discussed? And how do we go about seeing what improvements and seeing where we'll be in 2025? I think that's when the data Tamasha is. So yeah, back to you.
Hello. Yeah, I'll try to answer your question. I think in the previous panel, I mean, someone asked a question about the threat, associated, the discussion about the threat of IA. And it also is a scare for the creative industries because, paintings can be altered anyhow and all that. But now the issue, the discussion is that AI can also be used to improve our efficiency, not to, deal with copyright issues, but to enhance your creativity. So that is the discussion we have. How can you use AI rather, to enhance your creativity? That is the stage we are at. It's still a debate, but the way we see it is that we can allow this technology to enhance efficiency and how we can tell stories. And then the second question, which I think was...
or to how, basically he said, what can't be measured cannot be improved. I think that we can leave to the D-Lab team because that's basically the organizers. You threw a question that will be answered baadaye. Unachukua muda wetu, sijali lakini. So basically we're talking about artists are reflecting on how we can use AI to also improve the art, right? Right now, so we also have AI data artists. The kind of visualization and the work produced there, kuna some installations, some sculptures that are created and produced by AI because it interprets that data in real time. Kuna vitu fulani pale, nasemaga ukija nikiweka hapa, tuwache tu Mtanzania wa kawaida, watu hamtaelewa inazungumzia nini. Itakuwa kama, this data visual makes no sense. So one of the things that and I was reflecting on this conversation last week as well was the type of creativity that's used to disseminate information from some data has to be determined based on the target audience you're speaking to. So kwa mfano, and just also to your question, right? There is Upande Unleashed Academy. We have Open Arts Night. So what we do in Open Arts Night, we've created a platform where it's basically it's theater, right? It's theater, but it's interactive theater. So basically, you as an audience, ukija pale, you're part of the data set and you're part of the cast. You just don't know it. And we have been able to translate very complex data around gender issues, because we realize that a lot of times when in gender issues, people and a lot of decision makers talk about the same data over and over and over again, paka there's no empathy. So how do you create a space where ata mtu mgumu anaweza akaelewa and aka-connect deeply? And so we'll be able to share some of that stuff in Pembeni. We can have those conversations. But in that space, there was a target that was able to connect to it. So it's basically looking at, okay, so there's something we want to communicate. Not every form of art expression can be used to communicate all forms of data. We have to be very selective about what we're using and identify what we're using to communicate what and to whom, right? But then with that conversation as well, it's a conversation on the table being had. You've talked about different AI models. Lakini, I think just in general, that's what we can leave it for now. I hope we've answered your question to a certain degree. right? Because it's also a complex conversation that's also been had at this point, right? And considering we have 8 minutes to time, I want to jump to one critical part of this discussion that we have not had, right? As much as tumezungumzia sana kwamba how the creative space can be used to amplify how we tell stories of data and so forth, kuna upande mwingine. Sasa hivi Africa's creative industry, and this is the start from 2020, was about 42 billion. It was a $42 billion industry. And yet, a large number of African creatives are still living either in poverty, underemployment, unemployment, and more often than not, they're settling for underpayment. Ukimleta msanii hapa, akikwambia, okay, so it depends on how we value art. But most of the time, hata ukimleta dancer hapa, utataka kumlipa shilingi 50,000. Utataka kae hapo siku nzima, akupigie sarakasi, avunje mifupa, apige msamba, ndo tunapiga makelele, but you want to give them 50K. Right? So they're suffering from a lot of underpayment of their products and services. This sector has been grossly overlooked by both public and private sector, and also investment markets across and over the decades. However, sasa hivi the tables are turning. Kidogo kidogo tunaanza kubadilika because wanaharakati wengi wamekuja on the table, but also the private sector, and organizations such as CIDEA are on the table, right? Interest in the creative economy is spiking up, and several are now getting enlightened to the economic viability and the prospect for jobs in the creative industry. So even though kuna so many different interventions that are coming up, many of them are not informed by data. Kwa namna moja wa nyingine, because industry ina shida nyingi sana, we are starting from scratch, right? Everybody coming up with anything is seen as a solution. But there are very few data-informed interventions out there, and there's very little investment coming into creating research, into generating research data for the section and for the sector. So, but then I understand that CIDEA, over the years, you have been a pioneer in delivering research reports on Tanzania's creative industry for several years now. Can you tell us a little bit about your process? What process have you gone through? The reports that you openly and freely share out, and more so, if you could share a little bit about if and how they have contributed to changing the creative landscape in the country.
Thank you so much for asking a question that is a passion of the things I do. And the reason I do the work I do is because I would like to see dignity of the artist. And the reason the artist is the way they are is because the sector is informal, is characterized by informality. And so if your sector is characterized by informality, then it's very difficult to make a living out of it. So the research we began by looking at, key sectors like film and music, and we've moved on to fashion, and looking at value chain issues, but also the policy environment. And that was for Tanzania. We've had conferences where we share this information with the government, and we are seeing changes that are happening. For example, now we have a cultural fund for the arts and culture and arts sector. But the conversation is now also being picked at the African Union level and also the regional bodies. I've been lucky to be part of some of these researches. One of them is by ILO, which is looking at decent work in the culture and creative industries. So, and Tanzania was a case study. We looked at it and we discovered what are the challenges and what needs to be done. Many of those interventions, we are addressing the policymakers. The other study is on trade. We work within regional economic blocks, so we are looking at how can an artist, trade within the economic bloc. We have SADC for Tanzania, we have the ESC, we have COMESA for Tanzania is not part of COMESA, but we now have the African Continental Free Trade Area. So within these recs, for example, ESC, there is a protocol on trade in services that is supposed to enhance a service provider from one country to another to provide services that will boost that sector. For example, the film sector. You know, what are those services you need so that this sector can become more viable in terms of trade? So we do these studies. We're commissioned to do these studies by, for example, the SADC region. We did one for that. Right now, I'm doing a study for COMESA and the Indian Ocean Commission, and we're looking at the policy framework. What is the policy and legislative issue? What are the policy gaps, and what needs to be done? So we are glad that we began of having this conversation just within Tanzania, inviting East Africans to have these conversations, and now even banks are interested in our studies, development banks. You know, so for me, I see that we are in a journey walking from informality to formality, and when you come to that space of formality, then you can be able to attract funding that will boost your business as a creative. You will live like any other person in the economy. So that's the space we're in terms of our research and contributing to the data conversation. And so it's not all gloomy. We're making steps towards making the creative live a dignified life.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. A hand of applause for Ayeta. I see you want to ask a question, but then I'm looking at my time, even though I am both the host and the moderator. I know we have 2 minutes to go. So, sorry? Oh, you have a comment. Wonderful. A comment we can allow. I can close in a minute.
I just wanted to pick up from where she's left, and I don't know whether you were in this meeting of Inter-African Trade Forum in Cairo, because you almost spoke to what I wanted to speak to. So the Afrizim Bank have started what we call the CANEX. The CANEX is a program that is looking to solicit stories from creative Africans to be able to to populate these stories because we are not hard. And I think one of the person who shared, he said, look, creative program is a 4 billion, is it 400 billion market. But what Africa only contributes, not even half 1%. And therefore, I think interventions like CANEX program that was shared in Cairo when we had the International Inter-African Trade Forum seeks to facilitate development and growth of creative and cultural industry in Africa. And I think you're in the right direction, because I think when you drive the force, then so many other actors coming to support. And for me, this is very critical program started by the Afrizim Bank, and also looking at AU, as you mentioned, who are a big supporter for this. I think we have an opportunity to really leverage on this to create this, to give platform for our creative people to come up and promote Africa for Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comment, Ayeta. Let's stand up as I close, because I do realize we are at smack on time. Tunafunga kwa kusimama hapa. Mtapiga mapicha ya kibabe wakati nafunga. Manake muda ndio umeshatupa mkono. Guys, I'm punctual hata kama ni panel yangu. Thank you so much, Ayeta. A hand of applause to Ayeta Wangusa, Executive Director for SIDEA. And also just as a call and a closeout as we head over to lunch, the fact of the matter is we do have a critical need to innovate even in our conversation within the creative space. Because as much as I'm pretty sure tulivyosema creative industry, many of us just thinking musicians, dancers, poets, but that is not true. Digital creators, graphic designers, AI data visualists, there are a lot of scientists that are also applying artistic and creative methods. So the creative industry actually spans quite wide. I do know at Unleashed Academy we actually the research on classification of Africa's creative industry, looking at how to map up the different genres. Because the problem is, tukisemaga creative industry, we think about it in a very niched aspect, but it's not that way. So we need to expand how we think about it. We also need to think about how to innovate within that. And I spoke initially and talked about we're coming up with an insurance product because it's a sector that one way or the other we have not touched in that space. But we need data to be able to do that. And we cannot get data because there's very little resourcing in creating or in running different research projects for the creative industry. And having said that, it is my call for all different institutions. I love IHI, you've already come up. Different institutions represented here. Please have a conversation with Ayeta, have a conversation with myself. We can form these platforms even if DLAB you are actually convening, and think about how we can collaborate. I'm using your word that you love to use often. Collaborate and really co-create, co-facilitate these conversations, so we're not just thinking about collecting data, but how do we communicate it for effective decision making. Nitaomba kwa sasa, nitamshukuru moderator wa panel yetu Khalila Mboya, asante sana. Sasa turudi kwa host. Okay, I'm back to the host now. I'm taking off my moderator hat, back to the host of Data Tamasha as Unleashed Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at lunchtime. We are, I think, 12 minutes past 1. 2 minutes past. Lunch, again, as usual, is served on the first floor. I think it's the first floor. It's the first floor. You will get your coupons at the door. We are going to be back in here at exactly 1400. 1400 we shall be good to start, meaning 2 p.m. Sanane kamili mchana. Bon appetit. Have an incredible time networking. Ibrahim Suya? Can somebody maybe give him a call? Could somebody from the D-Lab team please give him a call? Okay. Mr. Omar is giving him a call. Sorry, am I muted or can he hear me? Because I was on an issue yesterday. Oh, Ibrahim, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. But yes.
You couldn't hear me before.
Yes.
I apologize. I must have been muted. Habari za mchana. Welcome once again to Data Tamasha 2023. We heard you in the morning. You were part of the panel conversation on data and youth. And we do know that you have a presentation on the Tanga Yetu project. May I please request that you take 7 minutes to talk, of course, introduce yourself, take us through the Tanga Yetu project, and then we will close from there. Dakika saba from now, so we are at 14:22. Nitakupa dakika moja ya upendeleo, utaenda mpaka saa 8 na nusu, so 14:30. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Once again, thanks for the opportunity to present the Tanga Yetu project. I hope you had a nice lunch. I could smell it from far. So my name is Ibrahim Suya, and I'm co-investigator and a project manager in one of the Tanga Yetu funded project under Living Lab. So Living Lab initiative is an initiative founded by 3 partner institutions, which is Tanzania Data Lab as University and Tanga City. So to take you through
Ibrahim,
this project...
Samani interrupt. Can you please put it on presentation mode?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Wonderful, done.
Yes, so this project started in 2020, October, and it was a pilot project, one of the Tanga Yetu early projects to be funded and by foundation partner. And this project was basically a research on building data partnership using citizen science and local government, of course, for improving decision making and innovation in secondary cities. So Tanga was appointed as one of the pilot city. And this project builds upon a project which was initially also funded by Foundation Partner through Tanzania Data Lab. So the project was basically like a baseline survey to do a data readiness assessment in Tanga from the grassroots level, from the local level, the entire level, to all to the council level. So this data readiness report was used as a situational analysis to inform the situation of data use, access, but also availability and custodianship of data. And some of the reflection which informed us in our project was, of course, the issue of data use, access and exclusion, serialization, data storage. I think we talk about it a lot, but also the use of data science and technology, the disconnect between the industry, but also in the local government. So all these reflections made us to form a tripartite agreement, which formed the Living Lab initiative under these 3 organizations. I think in the morning we had a discussion about access to government data and availability. So this tripartite agreement was a way to make it easy for the university, but also Tanzania Data Lab, to be able to work with the Tanga City, who are the custodian of the data, and to be part of the process. So the project actually was built along 4 building blocks, and the first one was to increase data-driven decision making in all levels, from the citizens to the council, which is the government, and also private sectors, but also to create youth employment in digital services, and create a city monitoring and self-assessment system through use of data, which are produced at a city level, but also to give citizens power to influence and control using data. So the project operational model under those four building blocks was like Living Lab is an initiative which provides capacity building to youth, and this youth, after given skills, digital skills, they are the one who provide services to the created effective demand of data services to private sectors, council, but also international organizations. So Living Lab works as a bridge between the private sector, government sector, but also other international organizations who are the users of data. So by creating demand, we mean educating them, creating awareness on how they can efficiently use data to improve their performance in their industries. And in so doing, the capacity which we give the youth will be used will be turned into a service so that it can offer those services to these sectors. So the project actually had three goals, and the first one was to, of course, capacity building, as I mentioned, but also to create a city urban observatory for increasing data sharing, but also interoperability. I think this is a new concept to our context, but it has been existing for a number of years. So the city observatory works as a dashboard, data dashboard for all type of data, which citizens can also be part of the process, but also using the data and the capacity building to create data-driven innovations and technology. So some of the things we did in capacity building, of course, we trained youth in different digital technologies, including spatial data collection, analysis, drone mapping, 3D mapping, and so. We have been able to reach a number of youth in Tanga, but also university students. So the concept was to link between the two. So we know that there are youth who have not got a chance to get to the university or even secondary schools. So what we wanted is to merge the knowledge from the interns from the university and the students so that they can transfer the knowledge to this local youth in Tanga. And this knowledge was very nicely transferred, because later on, these youth were capable of forming their own organization, which is called OMAT. And the good thing is they were able, after registration, to secure their own job from World Bank. It was a very small consultant service, but we consider it as a success story because through those trainings where they were awakened and to be able to form their own organization.
Ibrahim,
So
you have 1 minute.
Wow. So we have been able to produce a number of data products, including exposing Tanga City to OpenStreetMap, which was not there before. But also we have been able to create the City Observatory, which I can I'll show you here. You can scan it and access it. So this is one of the product which we have, which constitute of number of use cases, including development control, city alert, but also informal land survey. And this observatory has been certified by UN Habitat. Of course, it is the first to be certified in Tanzania. And you can scan the QR to access the observatory, and you'll be able to see a number of data in Tanga which have been shared by citizens, but also data collected in government system. Thank you.
A hand of applause to Ibrahim Msuya. Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for squeezing that into 8 minutes. I do understand that there was a lot more to share, and perhaps there's a lot more you wanted to say. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, could you just show that last slide with the QR code? Maybe we can try to scan it here. If you can, everybody can take out your phones and try to scan that QR code, and you can get more information, as Ibrahim had shared, is available. All right. There's also, I think, a website up there, so we can also try that. And I'm not sure if you'd be able to consider that's pixelated, most probably. But either way, Ibrahim, asante sana for your contribution, for your presentation to Meelewa, and for those who want to connect with you or need to, they shall. Asante sana. So moving on to the next panel. So the next panel of the day is an exciting conversation around data in agriculture. Kwa wale ambao mlipiga samo chini, mkaona sahani moja haitoshi, mlienda kwenye part 2, hii inahusu pia. Maana tunazungumza masuala ya agriculture. Of course, agriculture kwa namna moja au nyingine sio chakula tu, lakini kuna zile, tunasema kuna food crops, lakini kuna nini? Kuna food crops afu kuna nini? Kumbe mnakumbuka. Tunawapigia wakofi walimu. Walimu kwa kweli wametisha kidogo. All right? But we're going to have a fun conversation on data-driven digital agriculture and climate. This conversation is going to be led by none other and moderated by none other than Mr. Omar Bakari. Makofi kwake tafadhali. He shall call up his panel.
Habari ya saizi jamani. Sasa kwa sababu tunazungumza kilimo, hata Kiswahili hapa tutapiga. Sawa jamani? Aha, okay. Maadia ameniambia hapa kuna a quick announcement. Na kwa sababu kabla sija jump kwenye mambo yetu, please feel free to come and just announce it. I know you have to go somewhere, is it? So please feel free to come. Let's announce this opportunity for young people so that they can tap it again.
Good afternoon, everyone. With your permission, I will jump into the well. Good afternoon, everyone. We all had our sumptuous lunch. Yeah? Yeah, usually he is going to have a greater challenge than me because I'm going to be here only for a couple of minutes. I just want to announce, because my name is Srinivasan, Srini. I am from India, and I've been into education and training for about 30 years, and that includes data science. Yeah. So I just want to announce that tomorrow and day after, is it coming up? We have a 2 days of data science retreat, and this data science retreat is going to be facilitated by Selina Lee. Selina? Yeah, we all have seen her. And also another very eminent data scientist from India. You all must be aware that Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, has opened its campus in Tanzania, Zanzibar. Yeah? So the first of the courses that has been launched there is in data science, both undergraduate and postgraduate course, and also PhD in data science. Okay? So IIT Madras, Zindi, and Career Launcher that I represent. I'm one of the founders of this company in education in India. It is one of the largest companies in South Asia. So we three of us together are doing this data science 2 days retreat for complete immersion. So anybody who doesn't know any technology also will be taken through the whole process. So it starts with fundamentals of big data, then it goes into AI, ML. Then, could you just little scroll that up, please? Yeah. So, so you will see. Then we move into AI, ML algorithms. Then we will move into few applications. Then a couple of case studies, And we will wind up in these 2 days, we will wind up towards the end by looking into the future. Yeah? I was, those people who enrolled, I was sharing a lot of interesting stuff. So one of the stuff that I shared yesterday was saying that in about 2 to 3 years' time, the Hollywood and Bollywood, the entire entertainment industry will come to a standstill. Why? People like you and me can give a 3-liner story, okay, on an app, and you define few actors or actresses that you want to be part of the story. In 2 hours flat, your movie with those actresses, with the entire storyline will be ready. So people who are struggling for 2-3 years to make a movie, you will get a movie done in flat 2 hours time. So the whole film industry guys sitting there are all wondering what's going to happen to our, okay? So there are immense number of changes you will see. In next 5 years' time, many of us will wonder, did this ever exist? So that is the rapid pace at which things are moving. So this session of 2 days, who would attend will have great deep insights into lots of stuff. So this session, how many of us are, how many of our students here? How many of us are from the other end, CXOs? Any CXOs, CEOs here? Wonderful. Okay. And people in decision-making capacity in organizations, how many, apart from CEOs and CXOs? Okay. So this is ideally looking at people at the decision-making capacity, because when what we intend to do is when the people at the decision-making capacity grab, and start, because this is the 7th data science session I'm going to be part of around the world. People who never ever thought they will use technology, and there are people at the decision-making capacities. By end of the first day, they start jumping at, wow, I can use that particular data like this, and so on and so forth. Okay? So I will end it there. Those who are very keen to know more about it, yeah, it has got pricing also. This usually we do at $2,000 around the world, but for Tanzania, because we are doing it for the first time, we are doing at $300, and any organization that gets 4 people into registered, 1 person will get him pro bono. So that is in basic. Anybody at the end of this session, I am here, you would like to talk to me, kindly let me know. I'm sorry I was supposed to come. I just came rushing because one CEO called me for interaction with the decision makers, so I clinched the deal and I came running into it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so we think it is an opportunity for young people. Tuende kwenye business ya kilimo hapa. So, may I take this opportunity to welcome my panelists. Let me start with my friend, a lady, and she might be the only one in the panel, Yvonne Karib. Again, welcome Ponda in the panels. I don't want to introduce you. I know you're going to have 1 second to introduce yourself. Naim, you're welcome. Maurice, you're welcome. Albert, you are welcome. I know we were supposed to have the head of ICT from Ministry of Agriculture. He was here yesterday, but he was called back to Ministry for urgency issues. So it's fine, we are okay, we are fine, we are fully occupied in here. So I want to put into context Kilimo, agriculture, so far is the highest contributor in the economy. And if you look at those who are giving us the food like we get in the lunch, highly dominated by small-scale farmers. Okay? They have several challenges: access to finance, access to technology, access to informations, access to advisory services, especially when you look at the ratios of advisory services to the farmers. But we have a huge opportunity in the emerging technologies and the issue of ICT. And there is a dream which is moving in the heads of most of the countries that if we come up with a digital agriculture, a strategy or a master plan or anything, it might support addressing these problems. So our panel and you guys, we are going to discuss how we are going to actually tap in these opportunities, not only by developing these documents, but realizing in terms of the actions on that. And let me ask my panelists first before I go further. Introduce yourself and tell us how your organization or you as a person associate in the digital agriculture revolution in Tanzania or somewhere else, and what is your experience look like?
Thank you, Engineer Omar.
Just 2 minutes,
Okay.
because we have a lot to do.
Well, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Albert Richard from Universal Communication Service Access Fund. This is the government entity under the Ministry of Information, Communication and Information Technology, responsible to extend communication service in rural and urban underserved area. So our organization is positioned to support our subject matter, since our main role is to extend communication service in rural area. And we all understand that ICT is at the center of when we talk about digital agriculture. You cannot access any information easily and quickly without ICT. So what the government is doing is supporting the agenda. Basically what we are doing is that we identify areas without communication service. The government provides some subsidy to mobile operators, and then they will go to extend communication service in rural by constructing towers throughout the country. So in briefly, I can say like that.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yvonne John Bayona, Head of Sales for IoT and Digital Platforms from Vodacom. And my role at Vodacom actually is to go out in the market, understand customers' pain points in key sectors such as agriculture, education, as well as health, and come up with digital solutions to solve those challenges. So to your question, how is Vodacom involving in digital agriculture? So for Vodacom, as you understand, our vision and our mission, we connect for better future. It is a purpose-led organization where we look at problems in the market and we use technology to change people's lives. So in agriculture sector, as being economic backbone of the country, we are passionate to contribute to this sector by providing a comprehensive digital platform which can solve these challenges, the challenges that we've just mentioned. So if I can start with Mkulima platform. So we do have a digital platform called Mkulima, and the objective, of course, of this platform is to connect all stakeholders in agriculture sector, stakeholders who are supposed to service smallholder farmers, stakeholders who are intending to give advisory services, connecting them with credit facilities, insurance, connecting them to the market. That's the intention of the Mkulima platform. However, we said before dreaming of these big things, we said mobile money to us is an entry product where it encourages financial inclusion. So the basic payment that we are doing, we pay farmers through M-Pesa. we believe we are creating enough data which could help us create solutions which could solve farmers' challenges. So today, we are paying a lot of farmers using mobile money. Yes, we are bringing in conveniences, but for agribusinesses as well, we are solving operational cost. We are bringing in security because some of agribusinesses actually used to carry bulk of money from town to villages where their factories are and pay farmers. And farmers are carrying those cash in hand, which is not safe for them. But now with normal payment, it is safe. They can save in a different solutions that we have, like Mkoba, and reinvest back to their livelihood. So by having that data itself, we can use and giving them more than what they're using at the moment. I'll also give an example. Okay.
Well, good morning. I am Ponda Malozo, working. Good afternoon. Sorry for that. Seems I've had a good lunch until I went to sleep. Okay, that's good. All right, so I am Ponda Malozo, working with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and I'm country serving as an agriculture and digital transformation expert. In terms of data and digital, my background is on agro-environmental management and climate change. And as it can tell, these areas needs to make use of informed decision based on data. We need to really understand where can we produce, what is the status of the soil, what is the weather condition, when do we have dry spells. So all this brings back us to the use of data to understand so that we support farmers with informed decision. And FAO, the organization that I'm working with, has invested a lot on making sure that it provides technical support to the member states, including Tanzania, on having access to data, but not only data, but being able to analyze them and make the use of them for informed decision and planning. One of the platforms that we have, we call it geospatial platform, that connects with different data sources and facilitate analysis of those data to support informed decision by relevant government. And this is one of many examples that we have, and we are already implementing some of these in Tanzania already, but also in other countries. So in a nutshell, that's what I can speak about my organization. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Naim Mauji. I know I'm not on the list because I must have sent my information late. But I am I'm working with the Ministry of Agriculture as part of the Agriculture Master Plan effort. So we are helping the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries to create what is going to be what we consider to be an action-oriented plan for the country and the sector of agriculture in order to be able to meet the targets that are set by the government. At the moment, I actually work for McKinsey, so I'm a consultant working and I work as part of a larger group, but at the same time I'm here because I am actually leading the part in the master plan on data transformation. In terms of background, I am a Tanzanian, born and raised in Dar es Salaam and Musoma. For almost 12 years, I was leading rural electrification projects across Tanzania in some of the most remote places. And so, been there, worked with farmers, done agriculture projects with them, done beekeeping as an entrepreneur, and was in my youth, when I say youth, in my 20s, I was a recipient of the Lighting Rural Tanzania Award and also the US Obama Power Africa program. So I have been there, done things practically, and hoping that as part of the master plan effort, I can bring around the practical aspect of transformation in this sector.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sarawa Morris, Senior Legal Officer to the Personal Data Protection Commission, the commission which is established under the law, which is mandated to protect data here in Tanzania. our commission will deal with the personal data. So data in the agriculture, within the agriculture sector, it will include the personal data and non-personal data. For our commission, we deal only with the personal data. Here we talk about the farmers only. It means in relation with our commission with the farmers, it means that our commission regulates all data controller and data process. All the persons or companies who collect information from the farmers are regulated with our commissions.
So just to jump into
Yes.
that, because I want to make things moving now. If somebody is going to the farm and ask farmers, there is innovators who are going to collect the data,
Yes.
Vodacom and others are going to collect the data, researchers
Yes.
are going to, what they should observe.
First of all, you must be registered as data controller or data processor by the commission.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yes.
So, I know Commissioner for Science is here. So this person want to register with you, Commission for Science in the research permit, and there is another NBS, and there is another, how is that coordinated? Is that?
Yes. Principally is that, because the principle is that you must collect data legally and fairly. The legality of, to prove that you have legally allowed it to collect the data, you must get permission for issue of research. You must get the permission or approval from COSTECH, maybe, or for the authority. That is justification to come to the commission to show that you are legally allowed to collect that data in order to get your registered certificate to continue with your process.
Okay, so you mean that if Vodacom want to go to field now to collect the data, they should get your clearance too?
As a data controller, must.
Do you guys hear that? Mnasikia hiyo kitu? Hebu rudia kwa Kiswahili bwana.
Asante.
Aya, rudia hapo ili twende pamoja.
Sawa. Kwa mujibu wa sheria ya Personal Data Protection Commission, ukiwa unasajiliwa kama mkusanya taarifa au mchakataji wa taarifa, kwa mujibu wa sheria kifungu cha 14, ukiwa private unapaswa kuwa umesajiliwa na tume, ambapo sasa tume, msingi wa kwanza lazima uonyeshe una msingi wa kisheria kukusanya hizo taarifa. Kama ni kampuni umekuwa registered, una business process, hiyo inakuruhusu kwenye zile memats. Kama ni researcher, taasisi ile unaofanya research imekupa mamlaka kufanya hivyo, zile vibali uwe navyo, ndio utakuja tume itakusajili kama mkusanya taarifa, kwa sababu msingi wa kwanza lazima ulikusanye legal and fair. Kwa hiyo legality unaestablish pale. Hiyo ni certificate moja. Kama utaenda kufanya process, lazima upate approval na ni certificate ya kukusajiliwa kama processor. Kwa hiyo utakuwa na certificate 2. Asante.
Aya, mimi nafikiri hapo peke yake hapo nikilifungua hilo kuna maswali mengi sana, si ndio? How many want to ask questions? Did you see that? Kwa hiyo one of the resolution ni kwamba Mahadia D-Lab organize something kwa huyu jamaa aje azungumze the whole day about the personal data protection. Tunaendelea. We will have that chance because here we are talking about the digital and agriculture, okay? But I just want to make sure I have young people here who don't know these things like this one is new, but I want them, that's why I invited you. I want these people to know in order for them to, and if there is any challenges within the regulatory, then I'm sure we have a role. I can see Dr. Nungu is scratching his head. Okay.
Just a quick clarification. When you started, we said agriculture is only crops, cash crops and food. From our perspective, we see agriculture as livestock, crops, and fisheries. So when we are having a discussion, I think let's frame it from those three perspectives.
Okay, it's fine. And actually the data collection will cross all over the places. Or does it mean there is an excuse for livestock? Okay, so you see, so that's the same. Let me come back to my friend from UXAF here. In order for smallholder farmers to use the digital technologies, your institution has a mandate to make sure we have the last mile connectivity. I'm correct, isn't it? And when we talk to people, still there is a challenge of accessibility, affordability, and appropriateness. Appropriateness, we will ask the innovators. But in terms of access, tell us, by 2030, where we are talking about, we call the, for example, in the digital agriculture, we are talking about 2030 agenda, which we want the agriculture to be increased by 10% growth. And agriculture depends on you in order to make sure that access to technology is in place. Are you aligning with us?
Okay, thank you. We are, as the entity or as the government, we are aligned. Yes, we are aligned. As of today, we are saying about 69% of the geographical coverage is covered by communication.
69%.
69%.
Can we have 100% by 2030?
Yes, we can. Why? Is because the government is implementing a number of projects. Like yesterday we said, first we are having the Digital Tanzania project, whereby 758 towers are going to be constructed throughout the country. We have our partners like Vodacom and other mobile companies. They are doing that great job. And still, the government also is looking for other funds to extend the communication service. Already we have funds from somewhere else, whereby we are going to extend the communication service to almost 500, more than 500 wards. And then also we are working in identifying areas without communication service so that we can identify other areas without communication service. And as you have said, one of the challenges we have current is access, having access to communication service, but still also the usage gap. If you read GSMA report, I think it was 2021, they said for women, 7% are more likely less to own the mobile phone, but even when they have the mobile phone, they are around 17% unlikely to use the internet. So what we are doing current first is to extend access to the network, to communication service, and then we will be working along to make sure that people, they have access to device, they have access to the network, and issues of affordability will be addressed.
Okay. So maybe I can come to the audience. I want another questions. Tumemsikia Mponda. He has been supporting agriculture. We're hearing about the good environment. But the latest report on situational analysis for digital agriculture from USAID, from IFAD, from others, there are still a changamoto in the context of access to technology, access to finance, access to information, access to advisory services. What actually we are missing in our context so that we can really address this problem? Is it about what? Maybe I can start with anybody who knows what can be the solution for this. Yes, madam. You don't know what the solution? I want the solution. Okay, you think. Okay. Just 1 minute, eh?
Yeah. I think that we all know the issues. I think that the issues that we have is that we're resolving them individually.
Okay.
We need to think value chain solution, holistic solution. We cannot look at one problem and say this is what...
Okay, can you hold from there? Mponda, how do we do the agricultural transformation on digital and others in holistic approach?
Well, thank you. And this is not an easy question to answer because, as you're saying, when you talk about ecosystem, it's different components coming together. And in Tanzania, those different components are not owned by a single institution. So it needs to cut across institutions for them to come together. First of all, accessibility to these networks is very, very important. Affordability is another area, but also improved digital literacy to this. We have seen innovation in digital agriculture, mainly in the urban areas. People access, make use of them. But if you go to the rural areas, even the use of the SSD code is a challenge for them. And I've experienced this myself when I worked with the farmers in Ruvuma, where they have majority of farmers. And in the urban areas, people can try to make use of it. But when you go just to the rural areas, you find them difficult even going through the SSD code. So the holistic approach needs to be cross-cutting across institutions and not just one individual. And this is the process.
Okay. Before I jump into the representative from the Chai board, I want to ask Naim. Naim, you are developing agriculture master plan for the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. Is it going to address this thing?
Yes, and a little bit more to layer on to what Mponda has said. In fact, we're working with Mponda and Omar Bakari and many others to be able to address this. I think first at the center of it, when you talk about agriculture, is the farmer, right? So before we even talk of access and everything, it's understanding who your target person is in this case. And so one of the efforts that we are trying to address at the core of all this is to do comprehensive farmer registration, or create a comprehensive farmer registration platform. And in that, have each farmer have a unique ID through which we can then connect all the different systems, okay, that are being created either by the government or even through the ecosystem of agri-entrepreneurs or digital entrepreneurs out there. The whole idea is, instead of having parallel efforts being done everywhere, to try and create a homogeneous ecosystem around which everything else can be built upon or integrated through to. And then if you are able to do that, and if you are able to create value for all the SMEs, all the service providers, and the farmer, that creates a pull effect for both the farmer to be able to get access and for the people who are providing the services to push for the access, because it ends up being a win-win.
Okay. You know, farmers is very simple. Want to produce more, want to know where he can sell, period. How our staff, we as experts, doing, and Ponda was saying, majority of farmers, USSD is an issue and other things and issues. And we have UCSAF, I know we have the TCRA and others. And we want this to be 10% by 2030 agriculture, where ICT contributed. What can we do in terms of the innovators' role in this space? Who are the innovators here? UNCDF, you are supporting innovators in agriculture. Tell us, access to finance, still a problem. Do you have a product that is affordable, accessible, and appropriate to the farmers at this time?
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, for UNCDF, one of the areas we support, just to talk about the holistic approach, we look at 4 main areas generally. So infrastructure is one of them, which does payments, and for infrastructure there are so many things. So innovation is one of the areas we are looking at, which I'll just focus on. So regarding innovation, we support We have an accelerator that focuses on fintech. Some of these fintechs are fintechs in the agriculture sector. So this supports with business technical diagnostics, and it helps them in fulfilling these gaps by actually bringing on board experts, and they are taken through the process to just with the aim of addressing the business gaps, the operational gaps, the technology gap of the particular fintech. So for previous cohort, for instance,
do we have any financial inclusion product that is affordable, accessible, and appropriate to the farmer? Yes or no?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so that's the. Okay, so I think in my opinion is, how many are innovators in agriculture here? Digital innovators in agriculture. Okay, so what do you think should be done in the digital agriculture stakeholder who are there to, yes?
I think I can speak on AMCOS. AMCOS needs a lot of work. I mean, it's different if you want to talk about a tomato grower trying to sell to DAR or to urban markets, but on AMCOS, simple bookkeeping so that farmers also have visibility and there's transparency on what they're paying on inputs, what they're borrowing money, what they're producing, and what they're selling for. Simple accounting would solve a lot of problems in AMCOS.
Okay, so who else has an idea on in the digital agriculture? I know there was an innovator who told me, I collected the data. Before even I complete my data, the money was finished. So I couldn't even do the actual innovations.
Right. I think without being too prescriptive, it's just a couple principles. One is we need to think locally appropriate solutions for the agricultural ecosystem here, not copy-paste solutions that work elsewhere. And that means focusing a lot more on small-scale agriculture. In Tanzania, especially thinking about community-based products and services that map the community-centered way of social, the social fabric here. Those are just the operating principles without being prescriptive on what specifically finance or other infrastructure providers should do. But I think democratizing the creative agriculture would be, for me, the number one thing.
I'm not an agripreneur, lakini I know many who are. And one, may I speak frankly? Yes. As always. So kuna changamoto moja kubwa. My frankness comes in Swahili. Kuna changamoto moja kubwa. Hii changamoto ni hii. Kuna wajasiriamali wengi na innovators kwenye upande wa agritech ambao hapa Tanzania wameacha ku-innovate in that space, wameingia kwenye masuala ya fintech na kadhalika. Kwa sababu zake ni nyingi. Mbili kuu ambao ningependa kuzungumzia hapa ni kwamba we were having a conversation within a certain group. Walikuwa wanazungumza kwamba I want to innovate something. Nimeanza kutengeneza. Nimeenda kwenye ofisi ya XYZ, sitaitaja, ya serikali. Wakaniambia kwanza, nikaambia kwamba sisi kiko kitu chenyewe tunakitengeneza. Tukishakitengeneza na nyie wote tunakuja kuwafunika. Akasema, sasa what is the point of innovating na ku-create kitu wakati serikali yetu wenyewe wanakuja kuwa competition? Iko cha kwanza. Kingine cha pili, upande wa kwenye group hiyo tulikuwa tunazungumza na walikuwa na compare progress yao na wajasiriamali wengine in that same space kutoka kwenye nchi nyingine. Kulikuwa kuna mazungumzo kwamba we were comparing innovator ambao wameanza sehemu hiyo na innovator mwingine ambao yuko Uganda. Tukaona yule mwenzake kwa upande ule alikuwa amepata support kubwa sana. Of course upande wa serikali yao alikuwa amepata, nisema hakupata vipingamizi vingi sana. Lakini ule wa hapa alijikuta na bottlenecks nyingi ambazo kwa namna moja au nyingine zilimpotezea muda sana kuprogress. And so ile hela ambayo alikuwa nayo, kama ndio nilivyosema, iliisha kabla hakufika sehemu yoyote. Lakini it was not just about the money. Hata ule moyo na hope ya kufanya kitu iliisha before he got anywhere. And hence tunasema kwamba kwa namna moja au nyingine ndio tuzungumzie innovation, lakini mazingira ya ku-innovate bado yapo supportive.
Mazingira ya ku-innovate kuna mtu hapa ni in charge wa innovation. Labda kidogo angesema, maana inawezekana watu hawaelewi. Karibu Dr. Nongo.
Ngoja nami nisimame. Habari za mchana. Mazingira ya kuinnovate bado yako supportive na tunaendelea kuyaboresha kadri tunavyoweza. Kwa sababu kila siku tunajifunza, kila siku kuna vitu vipya. Kwa hiyo ni supportive and always trying to create those conducive environment. Lakini naelewa hayo mazungumzo kwa sababu kama tunavyosema we're moving very fast. Kwa inawezekana hiyo ofisi ya serikali na wao wanaona kwamba hao innovator wamechelewa kupata solution, wao pia wanaulizwa inabidi watengeneze. Sasa changamoto ni kwamba innovator anapokuja, should you stop and support au mfanyeje? Nafikiri hapo kuna shida kidogo. Lakini it is a dialogue ambayo tunaendelea kufanya, na ndio maana saa hizi ukiangalia tuna hiyo startup act ambayo iko championed na wabunifu wenyewe, kwa sababu tunatamani ifike sehemu tuwe na mazingira ambayo sio ya mwingiliano, not competing but complementing. Ila ni mchakato, ila in short bado yako vile vile, ni ya serikali iko pale pale.
Sawa. Kuna wengine humo, jamani, feel free kuzungumza, kwa sababu ukija pembeni ukizungumza na mimi afu uzungumzie hapa. Asha, you were telling me your concern in relation to drones. What is the issue?
Okay, so the issue right now is the increased price of permits. So last year we were paying $100 to get a 1-year permit to fly a drone. But this year when we went to renew our drone permit, we have to pay $800 per year for the permit. So that is a challenge for us right now.
But I think to me the most important part is, umemsubiri mpaka mzee Omari umeonana naye ndio umemwambia. Dr. Nungu is here. He is the Director General for COSTECH, which is coordinating innovation. Did you go there and issue?
No, I didn't.
What is the problem? Unayogopa?
No, to be honest, it's just we discovered this month when we want to renew our, but it doesn't end there. Even when we want to, for the drone pilot, they want to be certified, there is an amount that they have to pay for a normal innovators without fund. It's very, very difficult for them to do so. They have to pay almost $2 million for a 1-month training to be certified drone pilots in our country.
Okay, so let me go back to my panelists now. Okay, mwenyekiti mtanifukuza kazi.
Asante sana. Nataka tu kuongezea aliyosema Khalila. Especially both kwa bosi wangu hapa wa teki. Huyu ni board ni mwanzilishi wa taasisi nayosimamia inaitwa Tech pia, Dr. Nungu. Lakini mimi nitaka nitoe ushauri kwamba how to go forward. Ikiwa taasisi ya umma imepewa mandate hiyo kutengeneza solution fulani, hawezi wakaacha kwa sababu wanalipwa mishahara, wanajibu, kuna vitu vingi viko katikati hapo. Ni vigumu sana waache kufanya wanachokifanya. Lakini nafikiri ni kuangalia, yani kwamba kwa mfano kama huyu kijana anakuja na solution, unaweza kusema hebu wewe shughulika na jambo fulani katika hii value chain ambayo sisi tunaitengeneza. Hebu shughulika na kitu fulani, alafu angalia jinsi ya kumu-incorporate kwenye ile solution inatengenezwa. Unaona, naye akapata kitu. Kwa sababu hizi models za collaboration na win-win zipo. Na kamisheni ya kulinda haki zetu sisi watu wa data na watumia data na collect data. Na nataka kushauri kwamba kama nitakuwa sahihi, mamlaka ya siku hizi ni dawa na vifaa tiba. Zamani kwa TFDA. Wanaokuwa wanasajili, siku hizi imehamia TBS. Walikuwa wanasajili wanatakiwa kuregulate watengeneza vyakula, innovators wote wa vyakula na vitu vyote vinakuzana na mwanadamu. Lakini walikuwa wana stepwise approach. Yani kabla ya kufungia kwanza unaelimisha, lakini kwanza kabla hata kuelimisha unatambua. So kwanza ulikuwa una register. Yaani una encourage watu wajisajili kwanza muwafahamu. Alafu wakati huo wanaendelea kutengeneza wanachokitengeneza. Let's say sasa hivi tumeambia mtu yote anaenda kukusanya data lazima ajisajili. Mimi ni trainer. Napowafundisha vijana kwamba kutafuta wateja lazima ufanye market research. Ile market research wanaenda kuuliza watu taarifa. Tayari wana collect data. Ukiwaambia watu wote Tanzania ambao wanataka kufanya market research ya bidhaa zao wakajisajili commission, watu wote hawata comply. Kwa hiyo una nchi nzima haita comply na unaanza mgogoro. So the solution ni kwamba kwanza wa identify kwamba hawa watu wanataka kufanya hivi vitu, waelewe kwamba unakusanya data. Lakini pole pole tunaenda nao. Kunakuwa na road camp kama miaka 10 hivi kwamba tutafanyaje? Kwa sababu kila mtu anakusanya data, hata mfanyabiashara mdogo, kuwafahamu wateja, kuwafahamu washindani wake, unamwambia andike SWOT analysis. Nufuvi au mwambie andike sijui strategy ya kukabiliana na competitor. Lazima atamtaja competitor. Anapoenda kumtaja competitor wake ni data, atakuja kuingia kwenye matatizo. Kwa hiyo nafikiri yani ukisikiliza ni nzuri, lakini it can be very scary. Stepwise approach.
Mwenyekiti, tumeongea na Mahadia hapa, tutakuja kuwa na session kwa sababu hiyo mimi naijua kabisa. Tukilifungua hilo box hapa kiuko. Naim and others, we are developing digital agriculture strategies. We are developing digital master plan. And in most cases, when you read the documents, wanasema we are very good on developing these documents, and then it stays there. Maybe sometimes other peoples are taking it. What should be done differently in these two documents that are very critical for digital agriculture so that we can achieve what we want? Huyu mkulima kule chini ambaye tunataka increase productivities under the support of the digital solutions aweze kuzalisha.
All right. On my opinion, I think we need to have a good data structure. Like at the moment, I'm not sure who is there to manage the farmers' data in order for it to be effectively used. I see this is being done individually by different institutions. I don't know if there is a good control by the government, like the data is being protected, it's stored somewhere. As my colleague has said, Naim, that we need this information to be centralized, first collected very comprehensively, so that it's known, managed somewhere, and it is flow and management needs to be well structured and known. So if we have that structure in the document, I think we can at least be a bit one step ahead on its implementation.
I guess to add to this, there's the aspect of structuring the data, but then there's the aspect of on-the-ground boots, the people that interact with the farmers and actually collect the data, okay, in the case of agriculture specifically. And that's a starting point through the extension officers, okay? Currently, the lifeline of a farmer is the extension officer through whom they're able to get info on how do they increase their crop production, what to put as inputs, and how do they grow as a farmer. Now, there institutionally in the government, we have barriers that limit the impact that the extension officer can have on the farmer. Okay, that is something that has been identified and it's been worked on through different approaches at the moment. But from a strategy perspective, in the agriculture master plan, the biggest focus that we are looking at in everything that we put in there is to test the actionability of everything in, from basically implementation to getting to impact. When I say that, I mean most strategy documents tell us, you know, this is where we're at in terms of situation, this is where we want to get to. In this case, what we are trying to push with individuals in every sector is what are the pathways through which this has been done in Tanzania somewhere? or elsewhere? How can we scale up what has been done well? And how can we sort of rectify it and create its impact to be able to reach the last mile? And I'll give an example, okay? In the case of farmers and what they do, currently, farmers need inputs, you need to know where they are, what they're growing, they need planning, all of which an extension officer needs to do to be able to help them. What happens at the moment is the extension officer sits under the local government, which is not under the Ministry of Agriculture. So a directive will be given, but the extension officer is not accountable to the Ministry of Agriculture, is accountable to the local government officer there. So he may be redirected elsewhere to go give vaccination, to stand on a cess gate, and even if he is willing to do the work, he or she is willing to do the work, sometimes they're limited by resources of actually being able to pay for fuel and go to the farmer. And even if they do that, we do not know the performance of the work they've done.
Naim,
Yeah.
let me hold you there.
Yeah.
The banking institutions, they know the client and they design the service based on the client.
Yeah.
We have a board in agriculture, and I want to talk to the tea board here. In my assumption, they are the ones who should know all the farmers in tea, and not the extension officer you are talking about.
Yeah, correct.
What is the situation, my friend?
The situation is like this. The tea farmer is registered digitally. We have a system under the tea board. We register a farmer. We register a nursery, electronic system. And again, when they want fertilizer, say farmers in Mufindi, where tea is grown, we have a digital system again, the bulk procurement system. And last year, in the cropping season 2021, they got about more than 10,000 tons of fertilizer, NPK, electronically. Some was taken from Norway, transported by GPS system, by ship to the port of Dar es Salaam. And then from the port of Dar es Salaam, trucks were fixed with the GPS system to Mkonge, if somebody knows Mkonge, in Mufindi. And again, when they are now farming, because we have the inputs there, sent by electronic systems, when they want to sell the green leaf tea to the off-taker who are processors of tea, there are electronic systems again of payment. The farmer does not have to travel to Mafinga or to Lipton or Unilever going to take some money, because that money will go by Vodacom system, you see? And again, when they are marketing now, there is another huge development in electronics. We have TMOs.
So, if an innovator wants data in the tea industries, can I say you have a fully package for them?
All of what I'm talking about are databases. And I want to talk about TMOs, Tanzania Mercantile Exchange PLC. It's a government institution under the Ministry of Finance, which is trading on, it's a platform, a bidding platform of all agricultural commodities. So, and tea is also in there. And you can even bid from here. In this, somebody in Pakistan, somebody in the Middle East, in the Baltic, they are bidding. Somebody does not have to travel to the country of Tanzania.
Let me look at the Vodacom.
Yeah.
I can see Yvonne is laughing. Yvonne, I know you spend time to go and collect the data. And my friend from the tea industry, he has the data. Why do you have to spend that money?
Asante. Maybe I can share our experience from Vodacom. So everything that we've been discussing here, it's doable if we are committed. So if, like Vodacom today, we know our customers. I know where you are, what you do. That is why we are able to create multiple digital solutions. Today, we do have Songesha product. how are we able to say your credit worthy is X? It's because we know you, we know your transaction. That is why we can tag your credit limit, and we can give you that credit without even seeing you. It is doable. It's just a matter of, I don't know if it's a focus or commitment. So moving to agricultural space, we worked with TFRA and Ministry of Agriculture during fertilizer subsidy period. What we told them is that if we are able to register normal users, then we are able to register farmers, because the users are the same. It's just that you're adding the profile. So the existing Vodacom users, we were able to go and update the profile that Yvonne is living in Mbeya. Only data that we're missing, we didn't know what's the value chain, what's the number of acre, what type of machinery she's using. So we needed to go back and update the data. We didn't want to use offline data because we don't know how updated they are. So, for us, of course, we're doing business, we need to be sure of the data. And the objective of going back again on ground and collect, because we wanted to give them credit. And when you're taking that information to financial institution, the data has to be accurate. So we had to go back to the same people and update the data. And the challenge that we faced, of course, which we advised the ministry, the moment we allowed farmers to use alternative IDs, it was, I don't know how should I put it, I think it was a wrong move. So for us, using NIDA is the only solution. Today, if you're saying the same users, you want them to use driving license, voters IDs, while we have NIDA. We are strongly recommending to use NIDA, and we have been successfully because we are using NIDA today.
Just hang on a minute. Just hang on a minute. It's not about, because what we are trying to do while we are developing these strategies and master plan, it seems there are some area where things are doing well. So we have to capitalize it. From what I can feel, the T-board here seems in terms of data accuracy, geolocation of farmers, and everything is in place. So let's hear from them for 1 second, and we will explore that, because I know, Naim, you shouldn't create another approach if this one is already in place. So let's explore this in Ponda, and then we can see if it is possible, we can upscale it. Here we go.
Thank you. If I'm not a pilot, but if I'm a pilot, I'll not be proud of knowing where the ground is. I'll be proud of knowing where the control towers are, how I can communicate with them. We have to be on a similar planet Earth. Seems we are in different planets. Maybe another one is living in Jupiter. We are paying tea farmers using Vodacom system. Somebody will go to a bank, deposit money, and the ID is the Vodacom number. You go to Lupembe, all farmers are having Vodacom IDs. If you need any information, you go there. If you need to know the processor, how he sold the tea at TMX, I was trying to show him, he has no time of reading. I was giving the prices at the auction of Monday this week, 27th of November. Accurate information about the prices, who sold, who bought, how much, you see, which grade. I was trying to give him, and I can give it to you. You know, if you just see, where do I get this information? About tea, you come to the tea board. Or you can even send a text message. Here's my business card. I was talking about 3 aspects. This is the last one. I will not even go for 2 minutes or 4. Just half a minute. Access to finance. We call it a constraint. Farmers are not poor. They are not beggars. A poor person, by definition, is a person who has nothing to sell. Farmers of tea have tea to sell. Farmers of rice have rice to sell to feed you. We are eating there. Somebody was going there bouncing. You see, access to finance, they have contract farming. Every farmer has a contract. So you bother with the one who is buying the tea, not the tea farmer. So from that money, once he puts the money, automatically the banking system, which is also electronic, will deduct 50 shillings. 50 shillings out of the money. For 5 months, that money is enough to give fertilizer, to give seedlings, to give water, to give those placards, wanaovuna majani ya chai. Enough money for the next season investment. And they use what we call in banking system, letters of credit. You give a letter of credit to the one who is giving fertilizer, letter of credit to the one who is going to pluck, letter for everything, risk-free. There is no problem about financing. There is no poverty of farmers. The poverty is in our knowledge, thinking farmers have constraints. They don't have. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I'm just going to say right now, I need to give you 2 more minutes to wrap up. We need to hear from the Director General from COSTECH. He also has to run.
So quick 30-second thing that I want to add. First of all, the gentleman who's talking about the T system, I really appreciate what you're sharing, because exactly what you are explaining in practicality, okay, is what the Agriculture Master Plan is trying to achieve for all the farmers. Okay, and it goes to the core, as I said earlier, of having a comprehensive farmer registration platform where you know who your farmers are, what they're doing, okay, and basically to get to where you are in tea is what we are trying to achieve for the whole country, okay? And Ponda, you also resonate that. Now, whether that is, a mobile phone number or NIDA, the idea is to have a unique ID by which you identify the farmer, whatever that is, okay? But that's the core of it. And then on top of that is where you layer out all the other services that can talk to that, as you are saying, giving them real-time info, giving them financial services, tracking their credit history, but at the core of it is to create the farmer registration platform where you know who that unique farmer is through his ID, and then be able to talk to it so that whether it is crops, tobacco, rice, or any other, or a fisherman, but be able to then see what fertilizer they've been able to get, what their credit history is, and where they can sell it to the SMEs or the off-takers. That is what we want to get to in terms of the digital strategy for Tanzania.
I think, thank you very much. You kind of stole the words from my mouth, but that's fine. But I think wanted just to say that, you see, in commodities like tea, coffee, of course, even talking to where I come from in Kenya, you find that these are crops that are organized already. And therefore, it's easy to have interventions such as, inclusion of inputs or even financial inclusion within these crops. But in other crops like maize and all these cereals that we are talking about, they're still unorganized. And that's why I think, to your point, that we need to see how we can organize them to the fact that where our tea and coffee are, so that it is easy that even if there's an intervention, the intervention is clear who is the target farmer, where they are, and how the intervention goes. But to another thing that you mentioned when you started the discussion on what is broken in agriculture. Two things. I think she mentioned one, that our intervention are not correlated in terms of the value chain. But another one, which I must say, and which we must also, like donor community, accept, is that even our intervention are fragmented. So that when AGRA, I come from AGRA, so when AGRA has an intervention in Tanzania for, say, soya beans, another organization has soya beans, but is doing something very different. So I think even as donors, I think one of the things we need to do is to sit together. I think we have a working group for donors, and just be very honest with ourselves and say, look, what do we want to do in Tanzania, for instance? How do we want our help to help government? And then we can pool our efforts together into one basket, and then we can in that way, I hope we can see results. Thank you.
So I know we are, time is very short. Imeenda haraka eh? Yani imeenda haraka sana. Lakini nafikiri kitu ambacho muhimu, I think the most important part is we need to continue these dialogues in Papa. There are things that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, like our colleagues from T. We can look at it very in details and try to see how we can upscale in other areas and see how this digital agriculture now can become a reality in our countries.
Asante sana.
Asanteni sana. I know. Let's clap the hands for the and for everyone.
Thank you very much. A hand of applause to the moderator as well. You can all agree with me that this was the most engaging panel. Please stay and let's take a photo. We have a cutout right here. It's broken a little bit, but yes, we can still hold it up. Another hand of applause to this incredible panel. Mpigie makofi too. Yes, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move on directly and swiftly. We have with us the Director General for the Commission of Science and Technology, Dr. Amos Nungu, is going to speak with us. Tafadhali, tumpigie makofi Dr. Amos Nungu anapokuja on stage. Mr. Amos Nungu anapokuja on stage. He is the Director General at the Commission for Science and Technology.
Good afternoon. Habari za mchana. Sio mchana, ni alasiri. Yes, so I'm standing before you, and it was I was fortunate to participate in this last session, so I could get a gist of what is going on. And so I will start to say, nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Yes, it is an honor to address you today, as I said, in only the closing ceremony of this data Tamasha on the theme Data for Human-Centered Digital Future. Data for Human-Centered Digital Future. Nadhani kwamba the discussion was kind of, where are the people? So data is the fuel that propels our technology evolution and has transformed from a mere bits and bytes to a powerful force shaping our lives. So as we navigate this landscape, it becomes imperative to emphasize the human aspect in every step. Because I'm coming from the IT aspect, so when we say the bits and bytes, I can recall from the ancient record-keeping methods to explosion of the information in our digital age. We have seen exponential growth in the volume, velocity, variety, and the veracity of the data. Hence, the crucial to anchor ourselves in the human-centered design principles, which means placing people at the center of the innovation. And that involves understanding the users, collaborating across disciplines, iterating based on user feedback, and ensuring that technology serves humanity needs and aspirations. I think you have seen, you have heard that collaboration, stakeholders are key, and that is where the placing the people at the center of whatever we are doing. Now, ethical consideration in data collection and the usage to ensure privacy and security, addressing biases in algorithms. These are pivotal tasks in creating trustworthy digital ecosystems. that's why, even in the last panel, that there is someone from the Personal Data Protection Commission. It is a new entity which means that the government have seen that data is everything, but now have to see the ethical considerations. I've heard the concern that yes, we might try to protect, to do regulation more than what is required. And on that part, I think also there is a difference between what is the COSTECH is doing, the Data Commission, NEBS. COSTECH provides a permit for research. That's all. And NEBS for statistical. So what is required, as already said by the chairperson, is more information, education. So people should be aware of what is what. But data-driven insights empower decision making, that we all know, enhance user experience, and revolutionize industries. We are witnessing the transformative impact of data across diverse domains, be it health, education, finance, and others. And this was reflected in the 11 topics discussed during the Data Tamasha 2023. Because I went through the program and I saw there was data and the digital, data and the governance, data and the policy, data and the security, journalism, inclusion, education, youth, data and AI, data and art, and the data and agriculture, the last one. So you can see, in all the domains, data now is kind of, we need data-driven to get our insights. Now in this pursuit, education emerges as a powerful tool. That's why I say, more education, promoting digital literacy, and ensuring equitable access to the knowledge about data rights is fundamental in nurturing society capable of harnessing data's potential for greater good. And that's why the government, through the Ministry of Education and Science and Technology, has revised our curriculum so that to build that strong foundation in general. And I think the last parliament, it was endorsed, and now the new curriculum is in place. And everybody supposed to participate in that one. But now, as we navigate this digital landscape, let us remain committed to innovating responsibly, to design with empathy, and to ensure that the power of data enriches lives while upholding ethical standards. And I can assure you about the government's commitment of conducive environment towards achieving the digital transformation. And there is already a special working group on digital transformation comprising members from the public and the private sector, which is hosted by Tanzania National Business Council. And I think for those who followed the news yesterday, we saw the chairperson of that group, which is the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Communication and ICT, who indicated that the digital transformation strategy is in the final stages to be launched in January 2014. And in the last discussion, we heard about, there was a question about the conducive environment. Yes, and I can give examples. Conducive environment. That COSTECH and the TCRI signed an MOU, I think 2 years ago, that any research or innovation that wanted to use TCRI resources, research or innovation, then they get, free resources for 3 months. As long as COSTECH approve that, yes, this is research or this is innovation, and they're not at the stage of making money. They are still piloting. The challenge is, it is very difficult to differentiate. Someone is doing a business, but they don't want to pay a license, versus it is research or innovation. that's why we have an agreement with TCRA that we give someone a clearance, they get, if we should a short code or whatever, for 3 months, and after 3 months, they provide a report, and if they are still in trial, they get another 3 months free. That's what we are doing with the TCRA. Because otherwise, somebody can get a short number and do business. Sasa kutakuwa na malalamiko. Yeah, we give them free services and whatever. So the same we are doing now for TMDA. Also now we have an MOU which is already is just waiting for launching. Also for those who are having, on the medical devices, but they are still in the trial, they can get also free time frame to try out. So when I hear now about the drones, also it is an area to venture, because the challenge is this drone service is for innovation. We are still trialing it versus it is a business. So there is a thin line, but otherwise, come, we discuss, and we engage the specific regulator, because ours is to make sure that, there is a conducive environment. Yeah, so it is not kind of a blanket. Kwa hiyo karibuni sana kwa hilo. Now, to conclude my very exquisite speech or remarks, let me call upon that together let us embark on this journey towards a human-centered digital future, one where technology serves humanity's best interest. So otherwise, if we have the technology which is saving the technology, yeah, because sometimes let us face the reality. Sometimes when I tell the innovators, you are doing something for the maonyesho, for the showcasing, does it really serve humans' best interest? So now let us work together where data empowers us without compromising our values. So where innovation paves the way for a more inclusive and equitable world. Tunayo tume hiyo ya kulinda data zetu isiwe kikwazo, iwe sehemu ya kutusaidia kusudi tuende pamoja. Na hiyo ndio nia ya serikali. There might be trial and errors, but at the end of the day, the interest of the government is to make sure, everything is it goes as best practice or as supposed to be. So now with that few remarks, Omar, do you allow me to close that Tamasha, or we are still discussing? Yes, so allow me to reserve that word, yeah. Mi naomba niwashukuru sana. And as I said, data and artificial intelligence. Few months, I think 2 months ago, Kosteki sponsored 7 research. Specifically, it was emerging technologies and it is on artificial intelligence. And this time, we went outside the normal academia funding, where we just do for research purposes. This time, we make a marriage between the practitioners and the technology providers. One example, I would say, UDOM are working with the Mirembe Hospital, because they have the data, they have the issues. On this side, you have the academia who have the know-how. So today we are taking, data design human-centered. I mean, it resonates with what the government is believing in, because the government is for the people. Asanteni sana na niwatakie mkutano mwema unaoendelea kumalizika. Asante sana.
Nimemwomba Director General abaki na sisi kidogo tuweze tukapiga picha chache naye. Wa kwanza ningependa kuwakaribisha vijana. Vijana mpo? Kuna wale vijana ambao mlijibu maswali jana na leo, naombeni nyosheni mikono niwaone mlipokaa. Tulikuwa tuna wewe pale in pink, the lady right there, please stand up, karibu on stage. Aha. Kuna wengine lakini siwaoni, wameondoka. Karibu. Naomba vijana kama 7 wawakilishe vijana wengine. Karibuni stage-ini mpige picha na Director General. I say. Hongereni sana. Daktari namba. Ninaomba hizi nini hapa? Sijui director utataka kushika data and digital au utakuwa utashika hivi? Data and governance iko wapi? Umeiona? Okay, yes. Data and digital hapo? Okay, hapa. Wonderful. Kuna nyingine hapo? Okay, this is fine. It's a balance. Oh, asante sana. Jamani, mtabasamu. Jamani, vijana. Hivi hapa kuna gender equality kweli? Mbona kama Well done. Well done. May I please ask Director May I please ask sponsors or Director Tamasha, tafadhali, come on stage. May I ask for all the sponsors? Unleashed Africa, represented by Catherine Yakamo, WFP, karibuni sana, Twaweza, karibuni sana, FAO, karibuni sana, Botna Foundation, ITISM, FSDT, IFAD, AI4D, NMB Policy, Health Sites, Development Gateway, IHI, Michelle Asema, Open Map Development, TZ, MCC, najua hawapo, lakini upande wa pili, wengine tunaweza kusimama upande wa pili tafadhali. Wengine tunaweza kusimama upande wa pili. Ukiona kwamba pembeni yako kuna mwanaume pia, hamna mwanamke katikati, kuna tatizo. Tuchanganyikane. Hapana, girl, just a mix. Sasa jamani, mbona mnanipa? Ladies and gentlemen, we are slowly but surely coming to the end of Data Tamasha 2023. How are we feeling? We're still feeling thumbs up? How are we feeling? We are not sure. It is uncertain. How are we feeling? Great. We're feeling good. We're feeling good. Yes. Wonderful. Okay, so we are coming to the end of Data Tamasha 2023. And as is usual, we're going to do a little bit of reflection, right? For just a bit, we're going to do a little bit of reflection. Tutaangalia hizi siku moja na nusu kwa kweli na kujadiliana ni yapi tuliyosikia, yapi tuliyoona na labda mapendekezo ambayo tuko nayo kwa ajili ya 2025 ni yapi. Na hapa mbele yetu tutakuwa ni sponsors, tutaweza kukaa na kujadiliana kwa pamoja, lakini pia tutaweza kuwasikia na nyie, tutaweza kujadiliana kwa pamoja. What are your quick takeaways from Data Tamasha 2023 and what are your recommendations for Data Tamasha 2025? Mambo unaondoka nayo Data Tamasha 2023 ni yapi na mapendekezo yako tunavyoelekea Data Tamasha 2025 ni yapi? Fabian, ninakuona hapo nyumba, asante sana kwa kuweka mkono wako juu. Tutaanza na wewe. Ashes, naomba msaada wa kumpelekea mic. Kaka Fabian kutoka Vodacom Tanzania. Asante sana jamani, tupigie makofi kaka Fabian. Takeaways, reflection, recommendation. Karibu sana.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so
Sogeza kidogo mic mdomoni.
Okay. So on my side, I can say that Tamasha 2023, it has been an eye-opener kwangu. Since yesterday, we have started by some fundamentals of data, understanding in terms of the importance of data in daily activities, but also in the development. But also, we get some insight from different panelists, from different industries, from journalism, arts today, but also the most important was the presentation from FSDT on how we create our products. We need to put a human or customer on the center of our products. So as Vodacom, we understand kwamba product zetu tunavyotengeneza tunakuwa tunamwangalia mteja, so it's something ambacho tunaendelea nacho na ni kitu ambacho tunakipractice, na pia tunatumia data kuweza kutengeneza product na kuimprove kwenye kile kitu tunachokifanya. So thank you so much. It was a wonderful 2 days and have a
Labda
nice...
una mapendekezo yoyote for Data Tamasha 2025?
Yeah, so for 2025, maybe I can say kuongeza muda, kwa sababu most of the discussion nadhani zilikuwa zinaenda very shortly. Most of the participants walikuwa na uhitaji wa kuelewa zaidi. So for next Data Tamasha, maybe we need to extend the sessions in order watu waweze kuchangia na kuelewa zaidi, especially kwenye part ya agriculture, the data protection from the commission. So it's something ambacho watu nadhani wanataka kuelewa zaidi. So thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Asante sana. All right. You know what? We can do. Anybody else with another quick reflection? Quick reflection. We're still thinking about it. We're still thinking about it. Bado tunafikiria, hatujaamua. So while we're thinking about it, manake kuna kazawadi pale Mahadia, itabidi turudi na zawadi yetu. Manake ile zawadi ya participation sioni kama tunampatia mtu yoyote. Umeona? Inabidi tubaki nayo. Lakini tutakuja nayo, tutarudi nayo 2025 au labda tukiengage zile sessions za online tutaitumia huko. Lakini kwa hii closing session napenda kumpatia mic Mahadi Watunga, Executive Director D-Lab, aongoze a little bit of a reflection session with some sponsors for Data Tamasha. Asante. Karibu sana Mahadia. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Data Tamasha. Ukisema Data Tamasha 2023, let's say data for human-centered. It's long, right? Just say human-centered digital future. Data Tamasha 2023. Once more. Data Tamasha 2023. Thank you so much first for staying up to this point. So I don't want to take much of your time, but I really appreciate you staying and engaging. Today, I think we were more energized, and I'm happy for that. So this is a very quick reflection. So we started with the reflection from the audience, but I also wanted to get reflection from the organizers. We are missing WFP in front. WFP are here. FAO. Yes, FAO. And yeah. So, yeah. Okay, IHI is missing, but Dr. Samson left early, and FSDT also. So we'll take key takeaways from the organizer. So Data Tamasha 2023 have been organized by about 20 organizations, as you see on the our list of our sponsors. So I wanted to just 1 minute, maybe 1.5 minutes. What is your key takeaway of the Data Tamasha 2023? And as for what that one thing that you are taking forward to act on, because we have heard the concern that such gathering, they end up with just words, but we want to be action driven. So I want to hear also your commitment in terms from what you have heard, because we say that changes begins with you, right? So at your respective organization and positions, what are your reflections and what that one thing that you are carrying forward, so that when we come 2025, we have that one thing that you are proud that you have taken into action. So I will begin far end from Dr. Ali Nyamawe, Principal Investigator of AI for D-Lab.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think the ratio is not very well balanced. So in this case, I think
it is.
It's not very well balanced anyway. So yeah. Anyway, now I think this time boys first. All right. So I think one of the participants raised a very important question that we have been gathering here for 2 days, and at least we have to come out with some deliberations, or some of the some commitments on what we are going to do or to implement based on what have been discussed here. And we, as the AI for D-Lab, I think I will only talk about 2 points. The first one is all about collaborative approaches. We have been discussing here issues around having a kind of holistic approaches towards addressing some pressing challenges facing our communities. So we, as the AI for D-Lab, we embrace very much collaborators. And in this case, the doors for our lab are open. So whoever wants to participate, whoever wants to collaborate or to partner with the lab, the doors are open. And I would like to call upon the youngsters, the youth who are around here, that we are very open, and you are all welcome to the series of AI training that we used to offer from our lab. That's the very first point I would like to make clear. But the other thing that we, as the AI for D Lab, would like to take out of these doors by the end of today is all about championing the availability of data. This has been a very, very challenge for our case. For instance, at the lab, we are developing some AI-driven solutions, and we are implementing the solution for predicting maternal complications and the PPR diseases. And one of the challenges that we have been facing is the availability of the data. So there are around 3 questions that one could ask himself. Are data available? That's the question number 1. If you say yes, then we'll ask, are they accessible? If you say yes, then you have to ask yourself, are they with that or with the quality that one will desire? So these are the things that at the lab we are doing our best. So the commitment of the lab, as we're currently implementing the data repo, the data repository, and the overarching goal is to contribute to the African origin data set. So this is one of the goal of or target of the lab. So I do believe, as we will be gathering here or somewhere else, but for the Data Tamasha 2025, we would like to report the stage we have gone so far in terms of contributing the availability of the data to support the implementation of the AI-driven solutions. These are my very few remarks. Thank you very much for having me here.
A round of applause for AI for DLab. Throughout the discussion, we have been complaining on the issue of data set, and now we have AI for DLab that have taken this as the action that 2025 they will report on the open data repository for AI related activities. Can we do a round of applause again? But most importantly, we also had a reflection from the IHI, Dr. Samson Kiware, like we have limited data scientists, and those that we have, they don't qualify to be, for most of the job opportunities. They have also opened the door for youngsters. They also offer free training programs. So when you go outside, as we depart, you can ask their contact and see how you can also participate in such training. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali Nyamawe. Risha, what is Twaweza saying?
Sure. Thank you. So one, Dr. Ali took it, so I won't repeat. Something that struck me is this message of keeping people at the center. You know, it reflects our theme. I think it came up in all the sessions. Sometimes when we talk about data, innovation, technology, we can forget that it's all about the human beings in the middle who we're innovating for, as even Dr. Nungo said, you know, to make life better for people, to make our societies more inclusive and more equitable. So that for me was a very big message. In terms of how we go forward, just on some specific areas, there was a whole discussion around data protection. We're all very hungry, Yani Kusikia, from the Commission to understand the law and what it means for us. So Twaweza is part of a digital rights coalition led by Jamii Forum. So we're going to try and kind of reach the Commission and offer the opportunities, you know, the means we have to engage the public around this law and to support them to do that. Because I think that's going to be really important. It touches all of us, and we need to kind of know more about the law. On the space of sort of journalism and demand, intermediaries, you know, I think the message of that session was really all about capacity. How can we have more people able to kind of process data and make it accessible to all of us who don't maybe know how to use statistical packages and all of that. So I think on that piece, we'll continue to work with the media, especially as such important interlocutors, to kind of keep spreading this ability to analyze and incorporate data and do data-driven storytelling. I think that's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Risha. So I take it as one of your commitments to the next Data Tamasha. So the testimony will be if Halila asks how many knows about Data Protection Act and how it implies to their day-to-day activities, all the hands will be up. At least 90%, right? So, yeah, at least 90%. A round of applause to Twaweza. I think this is very important because most of us here are collecting data, and some of us are also sharing the data, but unknowingly we might be also going against the law. So even before everything is in place, it's good also to get prepared towards that. So I also hope that the doors will be open on the side of Data Protection Commission to work together with CSO to sensitize on the act. Thank you so much, Risha, and to our team. To you, Tayamika from WFP.
Yes, thank you so much. So it has been a pleasure to be part of the Data Tamasha once again. And our commitment from WFP moving forward is that our main area of focus is SDG 2, Zero Hunger. So out of this Data Tamasha, we are just keeping up with what we've been working on, which is to work in providing mostly technical support in terms of mentoring, coaching, but also providing linkages to the groups of that we work with, which means groups of the smallholder farmers that we already have, our beneficiaries of various nutrition programs. So for all the innovators out there who are working in the area of SDG 2, agriculture-related, nutrition-related, our doors are open to provide support in the three mentioned areas to start with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Halila has raised a complaint that agri-tech are moving to fintech. Now WFP has taken the challenge. They have taken up the challenge and have opened the doors, actually, basically, for those who are interested with agri-tech. So grab Tayamika. So we are expecting for the next Data Tamasha, a lot of capacity building will be implemented so that we'll have more testimonial and more people working in SDG 2. Round of applause to WFP.
All right, so from Unleashed Africa, I think I'll just share two reflections and then go into commitment. The first one is, you know, the gentleman there had mentioned that what cannot be measured cannot be improved. I cannot help but reflect in the previous Data Tamashas that there were recommendations and commitments at the end. So my, I think, desire going forward is when we open up the next Data Tamasha, we should start with these commitments first. Basically, these were our goals, these are our targets, and in these years between one Data Tamasha and the other, this is what has been done. I think we need to start there and we need to think about how we are measuring the things and the commitments that are being promised in this space. The other thing is the issue of inclusion. We've talked about a lot about data, we've talked about different reports that have been published and so forth, and we have celebrated this. We have celebrated the same, but I cannot help think about how does this data show up for people living with disabilities? People who are visually impaired, who have disabilities with regards to the deaf and so forth. I'm thinking about how do we take on that challenge. We need to include a lot more organizations that work in that space so that they are involved in these conversations. But even just thinking about how data is also communicated and passed on in terms of how reports are also disseminated. We have to think about Braille and so forth. My desire is to see that sort of panel within the next Data Tamasha. Moving on to our commitment as Unleashed Africa, we did a panel and we were talking about the creative space. So with Unleashed Africa, I think this would be a great place to also mention that in 2024, we'll be moving towards actually launching our creative lab. And so one of the conversations I'll be having with you, Mahadia, is how we can collaborate and ensure that we can at least have some basics in data science for creatives. I'd like us to put that commitment on the table so that we can now start this co-creation process as I brought up on the panel. And then, of course, the next thing is there are different organizations that had reached out to me after the panel talking about, okay, we want to have conversations about how we can now interact and bring these different, the industry, the creative industry, as well as the data science sector together, and I'm more than happy to get into those conversations so that we can move forward and actually have that platform. So we will convene that platform together with D-Lab. I am committing together with you. So we are co-committing, convene that platform together, and we'll bring the creatives together, and you will bring the data scientists together, and we can have these conversations. When we move into 2025, I do believe we'll be in a very different place from where we are starting off right now.
Data and creative industry. A round of applause to Halila. So we expect 2025 to have testimonial or data-driven project from creative industry showcased, but we also expect to have a panel on, I wouldn't say a panel on, I think it is the impact of the data and how people with disability have been involved in the process. And I think it also, in a way, that is also an open call to collaborate on how we can invite on board people with disability. And the good thing about data and tech, I think it's a tool for them, because these days, visualization, there are different technologies in which people with visual impairment can be able to analyze a visual, analyze a data set, right? Maybe those examples are not live in Tanzania, but in the next Data Tamasha, we are committed to also have testimonial from people with disability, together with Unleash Africa. A round of applause to us. And we are also open up for others who wants to join the challenge. Yeah, so back to FAO.
Well, thank you. From FAO side, and as an agriculture and digital transformation expert, my big reflection, and I was very happy we discussed about the role of young innovators, looking at the existing policies and what is their role in supporting digital agricultural transformation in the country. So I think this is something of interest for FAO. We really look into the young people and the innovation that they have. But what does it bring into the digital transformation in the country? What role can it play? There were some few suggestions here, and I'm personally interested to look into them further and see how that can be supported. In terms of what we're looking forward to do on the side of FAO, I think we've already started that. We are already working with the government, so the Minister of Agriculture, to see how we can strengthen the data, the farmers registration system, so that it's more comprehensive and interoperable with other systems. So other organizations, private sector, they don't need to have their own databases, go and disturb farmers and have them register 3 or 4 times to give the same data. So they are in a pool, and then they are able to, other institutions are able to get information from the core of the farmers registration. So this is something we're working on. We will continue, and we hope this will be a prerequisite to bring about other innovation and other agri-tech or fintech solutions in the country. And also, we look forward to continue collaborating with other partners in supporting the government to transition through agricultural digital services, and currently we're working with many others, including Mackenzie, who was here, and we will look forward to provide our technical support in supporting that process. Thank you.
Should I say that in the next Data Tamasha, we'll have a central repository for farmers' information at one place? A round of applause. So there are a lot of testimonial. I hope there'll be a lot of testimonial in the 2025 Data Tamasha, because we have seen a lot. We have heard a lot of commitments, but now I also think we'll not, since now we have WFP and FAO, all are also committed to help the agri-tech. So the agri-tech, the innovators in this space, especially those who are working in goal number 2. So I expect you know who to reach out. And even the researchers in the room as well, and even those who are thinking towards what, I think the good thing is we all complain, and Mr. Omar said that you find that 75% of your funding is ending up collecting the data. So now we are expecting this data related to farmers will be at the central point. So a round of applause to FAO. Asha from OMDTZ. what do you have for 2025 and your key takeaways?
Okay, so my key takeaways were based on youth, as OMDTZ mission is to empower youth and community to use through the tools of geospatial tools and open technology. So the key takeaway from the 2 days event that we had is, first of all, data literacy is very important and it's needed. Even from other sponsors saying if the platform will be available, they can be accessible, but the youth have the capacity, they have the knowledge of the data that will be available for them to use or to explore. So it's a knowledge that's still needed, and I've seen that most of youth here, we were sitting back, not asking questions, especially the last panel, including myself. The problem that faced us the most, the panelists were here, but we couldn't ask them. Maybe we are afraid, or we don't have that confidence enough to stand up to them and ask what matters. So that's a key takeaway that MDTZ we're going to focus on, capacity building mostly, capacitate the youth to stand up and speak what is the most in data and what data is needed, and also ask where to find it for the innovation ideas that they want to innovate. Another thing is the use of digital data is still in early stage, especially in our country, I would say. So there is still development that needs skills as well as tools, as some of the tools or you have heard that there's some implementation that will be done, and we hear them testimonies in 2025, hopefully. So our key takeaway is also for us to still work on the data that we have already at Open Map Development Tanzania through the OpenStreetMap platform, make it available for others to use it, make it aware, increase the awareness, especially even to communities, local community mostly, who are using this local data to solve simple challenges in the community. So as mission itself from DTZ stands, we are going to focus on empowering the use of geospatial data and open technology, increase the number of high schools that we have already reached to more numbers of high schools to empower them for entire technology, and those youth who have innovative ideas, how can they move forward, or how can they stand up of what is matters for them, or what they need in order to solve the challenges that are facing our community. Thank you.
Data and youth. A round of applause to OMDTZ. So I think the youngsters in the room, you know who to approach from this panel. I think most of the challenges that we discussed, I think most of the organizers and organizations have taken up a challenge to work on this. It's not that the challenge will be solved, but then it's say that changes begins with you. So even this is also a call for you all. We have heard a lot of, during the conversation, some challenges that have been highlighted. We are the one to take up those challenges with your position as the government, as a private sector, CSO, etc. So this serves as key takeaway, but a bit of reflection of what has been discussed throughout the 2 days. But I just want, before I release the organizers, I want to update you on what has transpired from last Data Tamasha. So Data Tamasha 2021, Omar is not here. So we had a discussion on how can we have guideline and strategies for digital implementation. And this year, together with the Agriculture Working Group, IFAD, FAO, and the other organizations, Development Gateway, and Ministry of Agriculture, we conducted digital situation analysis on the agri sector, and we have developed the National Agriculture Digital Strategy, soon to be launched. So that was one of the key takeaways from the last Data Tamasha and the action that has been implemented. Haitoshi jamani. Something that I see that is coming up, there are a lot that are coming up from this Data Tamasha. So I see that towards 2025, we'll have a lot more testimonial. One thing I think Risha has not mentioned, so we had a discussion, WFP, Twaweza, OMDTZ, and DLab, to come together to approach the National Bureau of Statistics. As you have seen yesterday, they have opened up the door towards conversation around acknowledging the citizen-generated data. You know, these days we have social media data. You have seen a presentation from Davis on what insight we can get from social media data, but we have a lot of data generated by OMDTZ. All this is citizen-generated data. How can this now be officially recognized and also adds up to the to informed decisions at the national level? So that is also a commitment that we have taken, and we are going to update you in the next Data Tamasha 2025 on the status of citizen-generated data. Our goal is by 2025 to have a national guideline on the citizen-generated data, so that this data can also be appreciated and complemented to reporting. A round of applause to us. And we are also open to other organizations in the room that are interested to join the coalition, to work together so that we see through this, goal. But just to update you, something that transpired just after the first panel, where we also discussed on the challenges of data access and training for data scientists, and especially data access at the universities. So Twaweza, why Twaweza? Risha isn't on my mind. IHI, through Dr. Samson Kiware, we have, first we have an MOU, and towards the next batch of data science, we are going to have, they are going to share data for data scientists to access, because we have talked about, it takes about 6 to a year for them to get access to the data, especially the health data. So now we have IHI as a partner that is going to also to partner with the university and DLab so that that data can be accessible to graduate students. A round of applause to IHI. So one more thing left is to announce the dates for the next Data Tamasha. So Data Tamasha 2025 will be July 24th and 25th. And something new about the next Data Tamasha. DLab is just going to be steering, but this Data Tamasha is going to be co-created, and that's why we announced the dates early. It's going to be co-created by partners. Even the theme we are not going to announce today, because that is going to be a co-creation with partners in the room. So something that we have learned, data for human-centered digital future. So even the process itself has to be human-centered of getting the theme, right? So that is something that we have taken for the next Data Tamasha. So save the dates. It's July 24th and 25th, 2025, and we are open for sponsorship and for sponsors as well as for organizers. And we'll be meeting once every quarter. So whoever is interested to be part of the Data Tamasha Committee in 2025, we reach out anyone who you see in these front seats should be able to direct you on how. I'm also here. You can also approach me, but we'll be meeting quarterly. So our first meeting will be March, and then we'll have another meeting June, September, and December. We'll be meeting every Wednesday, every last Wednesday of the month. So whoever is interested to join the coalition, karibuni sana, and asanteni sana pana. So picha yetu kwa kweli. Heading over to Halila.
To the executive director, we're overtime. But may I please ask you to stand up for another photo? Chairman wa bodi, naomba na wewe ufike hapa juu kwa picha ya kibabe kabisa. Naomba representative wa sponsors wote wengine chai na kuona pale nyuma umekaa umekunja mikono, ndio wewe unaogeuza you. Karibu sana DG Firm, welcome to take a photo. Any other ETism, I'm not sure kama mpo, utaweza, you are here. WFP, nadhani ametoka. Any other representative of organizers, tafadhali. Please, you can go on to the other side. Policy, do we have anybody from policy here? No, ametoka. Health sites, hawapo. Development Gateway, tunaye. Aichai ndo umefika. Yes, and myself. Thank you very much, Mr. Sustenance Nambobaki to Apo. May I please ask for all the volunteers to come on stage, please? Volunteers, all the volunteers for Data Tamasha 2023. This is your moment. Yes, it's you. You're wondering, who is she talking about? You. It is you I am talking about. Karibu on stage. Mahadia tafadhali, naomba ufike on stage pia. Mr. Omar nakuomba pia on stage. Karibuni, karibuni, karibuni. DJ utatupa kanyimbo kakibabe in the background. All right, on stage, please. Mahadia, karibu on stage. Naomba the D-Lab team, naombeni mjiweke tayari. Team ya D-Lab, tafadhali mjiweke tayari. D-Lab team, kuweni tayari. All right. Kwa kweli picha iko serious sana, I say. Mr. Sostenes, tuwapigie makofi, naomba itasaidia tabasamu basi. Well done. Good job, guys. Has been incredible being hosted by you. May I please then ask all the entire D-Lab team to come on stage. Team Zima ya D-Lab, tafadhali, come on stage. Team Zima ya D-Lab, tafadhali, karibuni on stage. Team Zima ya D-Lab, karibu on stage. Baada ya hapo nitaomba waheshimiwa any government, all government officials within the venue, tafadhali nitawaomba mtu join on stage pia. Somoe. Could please somebody get Somoe from outside? Somoe, tafadhali.
Okay.
Ya usiku, habari ya jioni. Vijana mpo? Mpo tayari kwa digital kwa data tamasha 2025, sio? Sasa kwa niaba ya Dr. Amos Nungu ambaye alikuwa mgeni wetu kwa ajili ya kuhairisha tamasha, tafadhali naomba tusikilizane. Dakika moja tu tusikilizane. Mimi nasimama kwa ajili ya kutamka ile sentence aliyoiacha, lakini itakuwa si sahihi kama sitawaomba wote kwa pamoja tuweke mikono yetu namna hii kama mnavyoniona nafanya, kwa ajili ya mwezeshaji mdada mahiri Halila Koboe. Naona jamani mmefurahi mjafurahi? Hebu tumpe makofi ya nguvu Halila Koboe. Kwa kweli amefanya kazi nzuri ya kutuongoza, amefanya kazi nzuri ya kutuhamasisha, ya kutufanya tushiriki kikamilifu, tufurahie, au sio? Naomba tumpe tena makofi ya nguvu. Na hakika tunataka tena 2025 awe
Piga makofi, piga kelele. Sawa, basi kwa niaba ya Dr. Nungu, bodi ya Tanzania Data Lab na pia management na staff, ninapenda kuanza kuwashukuru sponsors wote. Tumewashukuru, tumewataja, lakini tunapoenda kufunga lazima tuwashukuru wote. Kama nilivyosema, tukiangalia kule mbele, tukiangalia hapa juu tunawaona, tunawashukuru wote. Basi naomba tuwapigie makofi sponsors wote. Tunaomba pia tuwashukuru vijana. Kuna vijana wetu wamekuwa wanatusaidia kuanzia kuingia kwenye desk pale, walikuwa wanaandikisha majina. Huku ndani hawajakuwepo sana, kwa hiyo hawajapata manufaa, walikuwa wanatuhudumia. Volunteers wote naomba tuwapigie makofi. Alafu sasa kuna wale wachokoza mada waliofanya presentation, nao tuwapigie makofi. Wale wajibu hoja speakers waliokaa hapa kwenye viti, naomba tuwapigie makofi. Kuna wageni wetu wametoka nje ya nchi. There are guests who came from outside Tanzania. There are a number of them. Some are still here. Some have gone to some other meeting. Please, let's put our hands together on there. Karibuni sana Tanzania. Welcome 2025 July. We are going to have a bigger data tamasha, and as I've heard, you can also be part of the organizers. Please join us to organize that one. Lakini pia tuwashukuru nyie wote. Kama nyie msingeketi mpaka muda huu, hakika isingekuwa ni data tamasha. Yaani ingekuwa watu sana baada ya chakula wameondoka, lisingekuwa data tamasha. Kwa hiyo na bodi na management tunawashukuru sana nyie washiriki kwa kuuliza maswali. Hata wale ambao maswali mmeuliza kimoyomoyo, mmewapa moyo wale wengine, uliza wewe, ongea wewe, basi nao tunaomba tuwapigie makofi. Kwa hiyo basi ile sentence sasa mimi ningependa kuendelea. Sasa nikisema it's my pleasure, ina maana kama silipendi ile data tamasha, lakini kwa sababu ni utamaduni, etiquette. Sasa ninatabiri kutamka maneno hayo. Lakini kabla, mnakumbuka niliposimama hapa ile siku ya kwanza, ilikuwa siku ngapi tena? Ilikuwa Jumapili au ilikuwa jana? Lakini look so far, isn't it? Sasa wangapi wamepata partners wapya? Wangapi wame create network? Wangapi wamekubaliana na wenzao watafanya kitu? Kiacha hawa sponsors wamesema watafanya nini na watasema watareport 2025. Nafurahi wengi wamenyoosha mikono. Mimi mwenyewe nimepata, sitaki kufanya yale mambo sio wasema 3 au ngapi. Mimi nimesema tu basi nimepata wengi namna hiyo, new partners. Kwa hiyo tujipigie makofi ambao tumetengeneza network na partners. Sasa bila kupoteza muda, with those few words, ninataka jamani, mbona msikilizi? Nataka kutamka ile sentence aliyoacha Dr. Nungu. Nakumbuka alimuuliza Omari, niseme nisiseme? Nataka niseme, sio? Lakini pia kwa kweli kuna watu ambao hawajalala wengi, lakini mama mwanamke shupavu Dr. Mahadia Tunga, naomba usimame tu. Kwa kweli naomba tumpigie makofi sana. Huyo dada anafundisha, ni part ya management ya chuo, ana mme, ana watoto, ana ndugu, ana kila kitu, si ndio? Lakini ndo engine imekuwa ya hii data tamasha. Sio peke yake, lakini yeye ndo kichwa. Kwa hiyo nafikiri na haya majukumu ya kuongoza hii taasisi wala hana mwaka nao. Alafu uzuri wala haringi. Eti jamani, wala haringi. Mungu ambariki sana Amadia, asante sana. Na mentor wake engineer mzoefu Mr. Omari Bakari Yaani ukipata mentor kama engineer Omari, wewe mambo yako yamekwenda vizuri. Tunakushukuru sana Omari. Wapewe maua yao. Haya, wapewe maua yao. Ingawa visi haja na maua tutawapa. Asante sana. So, it's my pleasure and honor to declare that this Data Tamasha 2023 Data for Human-Centered Digital Future is now, wanasemaje? Imeahirishwa mpaka tutakapokutana 2025 July 24th na 25th. Na kama alivyosema Maadia, kila mtu anaalikwa kuwa part ya organizing. Usiseme wewe ni mdogo. Ukianza hata kuweka mawazo yako, kama wewe unatoa network nini, utakuja utafanya, utatuma hivi vitu tunavyofanya, utastream live kama ndo biashara yako unayofanya. You can be part of the sponsors, part of the organizers. Kila mtu hapa, hakuna mdogo. Everybody has a part to play. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki, muwe na jioni njema.